Right, good morning ladies and gentlemen. Could you all settle down please, and can we have the door shut? Welcome to the first hearing session of the examination of the Horsham District Planning Work Framework DPD. My name's Jeff Salter, I'm a Chartered Town Planner. I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold the examination and to make a binding report to the Council afterwards. On my right is our Programme Officer Claire Jones-Hughes, who most of you have met. She's being assisted today by Chris Banks from her company. If you've got any questions about procedure or documentation as the examination proceeds, please raise them with her in the first instance. We've sent out an agenda today, but first of all I'm going to take appearances. That's going to take a little while, but I think one of the benefits of this sort of early introductory session is for people to put their sort of initial points of view, for me to understand who the main participants are and what some of the really big issues are with regard to the strategy. And so I'm going to go around the table before we go into the discussion of the issues set out on the agenda, which has already been circulated. Before we do that, because that might take some time, can firstly the Council introduce themselves, please, and then give me a health and safety briefing. Who's responsible for that with emergency procedures, etc.? There's a microphone system. Please make sure that you press the right-hand button so that everyone can hear what you're saying. I don't know, but I will admit this. There's no override button, so I could have 30 people speaking all at once here, which obviously I don't want. So bear that in mind. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Ray Dorr, and I'm the leader of Horsham District Council.
Good morning. I'm Councillor Claire Vickers, and I'm the Cabinet Member for Living and Working Communities.
Good morning. I'm Chris Lyons. I'm Director of Planning, Economic Development and Property.
Good morning, I'm Julia Dorr, I'm Policy Planning Advisor at Horsham District Council.
Good morning, I'm Catherine Howe, I'm the Principal Planning Officer at Horsham District Council.
Good morning, I'm Barbara Childs and I'm the Head of Strategic Planning and Sustainability, and I have the housekeeping announcements. There are no planned fire drills today. If the fire alarm rings continuously, please leave the building via the nearest available fire exit. For this chamber, the fire exit to the rear stairwell or to the front stairwell. The rear stairwell is just behind the wooden dais here. Do not use the lifts. Please follow any staff instructions. If you have any mobility issues, please alert staff. Go to the nearest refuge point, which is situated at the lifts on the front of the building. Staff will then advise the incident manager and fire brigade. You will then be assisted out of the building. Once the all clear has been given by the fire brigade, staff and visitors will be allowed back into the building. If you should become ill, please alert a member of staff. Toilet facilities are at the front of the building by the lifts on the 3rd and 2nd floor, and refreshments at lunchtime are available from the Capitol Theatre next door or from the cafe in the park. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I also add, I'm doing this myself, if you've got a mobile phone, can you turn it off completely, please? Because it can interfere with the sound system, and also we're being recorded and filmed in a live stream in case there are other people who can't get into this room. I'll come on to that later. Right, thank you. I just have a few other announcements after we've introduced ourselves. So can we carry on with introductions, starting on my left, please? And I'm sorry, I can't see everyone. You might have to wave your card when you come to speak in the usual way by putting your plate up vertically. But for the moment, can we just introduce ourselves?
Good morning, my name is Annie Hurst. I'm from Twynham Parish Council.
Michael Grattan, Albourne Parish Council.
Joan Fraser, Rosper Parish Council.
Bernard Hornung, on behalf of my mother, Mrs. C. Hornung.
Roger Smith, on behalf of CPRE Sussex.
David Moore, the Horsham Society.
Sheila White, an ordinary member of the public. Harry Shutt, another ordinary member of the public.
Well, I don't think you need to describe yourself as ordinary. You're just I'm sure you're not. Everyone's special.
I'm Roger Arthur. I'm an ordinary district councillor.
Bill Temple Pediani, Managing Director of KTI Energy Limited.
I'm John Rhodes from Quad on behalf of Mayfield.
Hello, Mr. Rhodes. Sorry, what was your first name, please? John. Thank you.
Hugh James from ECE Planning on behalf of Aaron Business Consortium and Associated Trusts.
Thank you.
Morning, Vincent Verster from Vale Williams on behalf of Abingworth Development Strategic.
Good morning, Thomas Darwell-Smith from Maddox Associates on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. E. Fisher.
Good morning, Asher Ross from Boyer Planning representing Thacon Homes.
James Stevens, Home Builders Federation.
Good morning, sir. Christopher Boyle, Queen's Counsel, instructed by Berkeley Strategic, principally in relation to Southwater.
Morning, sir. Will Edmonds from Montague Evans, here on behalf of Ryden Homes, Waits Developments and Welbeck Land, principally in relation to land west of Ifield.
Laurie Lane, Glovement Developments.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Some of you might need to just, I've been asked to do this, speak fairly directly into the microphone.
Apologies. Laurie Lane, Glovement Developments.
That's better, thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. My name is Hugh Edwards, Barton Wilmore, on behalf of Gleeson.
Catherine Munro from Savills on behalf of Bovis Homes.
Morning, sir. Charlie Collins from Savills on behalf of Crest Strategic Projects, interests east of Billingshurst and west of Kilnwood Vale.
Morning, Nick Perrins, Turley, representing Countryside Properties.
Thank you. Right, thank you. I suspect most of you have been to a session like this before, but for those of you that haven't, I'll just sort of set out roughly how I intend the discussions to proceed. These examination hearings aren't really like a planning appeal or what we used to hold as inquiries into objections to a local plan. The purpose of the hearing is to test the soundness of the various parts of the district planning framework, not to make minor amendments. There wasn't a pre-hearing meeting for the examination, but we did send out a comprehensive note explaining the procedures to be followed and their purpose. In summary, my role is to assess the soundness of the district planning framework against the tests set out in the National Planning Policy Framework, which I'm going to call the NPPF from now on, to avoid confusion with the framework in the local framework. And those tests are that the plan should be justified, effective and consistent with national policy, and that it should have been positively prepared. With that in mind, the agendas that I've circulated focus on the matters that I wish to hear more about, having read all the relevant documents, the representations and responses. I say I've read them all. I mean, I've had sort of about 6 or 7 boxes. I've tried to read most of what I call the critical things. If you think I've missed something, or if there's a document when you're giving your evidence that you think is particularly important, please flag it up for me for my note so that I can go back to it. Where parties have clearly stated their respective positions, I believe, and I've got sufficient information, there may be no specific item on the agenda. The documents, something I just maybe add in here, all the documents should be available in the council offices in hard copy. I think they're downstairs, aren't they? Or they're outside while we're sitting. They have been downstairs, I think. And they're all available on the website. And as a sort of reminder to participants, we can't send out an email to everybody who's responded every time we get a new document coming in. So it's your responsibility really to check the website on a regular basis to make sure that you've seen everything that you think might be relevant to your representation. There are a couple of documents that have come in which I'll come back to at the end. which have come in sort of since we sent out the agendas and set the dates for the hearings. Those making representations on the framework at the proper consultation stage have a right to be heard if they so wish. So at the end of each agenda there's a final catch-all of any other points which will allow you to raise questions, additional points that you wish to make. The aim, as I said in the pre-hearing meeting note, to eliminate repetition is important. We've got a lot of people. A lot of you are saying similar things, so you don't have to repeat that to me, just to egg the pudding, so to speak. If the point's been made, just leave it, and I know that you agree with it. I meant from the representations. In line with national policy, my starting point for the examination is the assumption that the council has submitted what they consider to be a sound plan. Those seeking changes must demonstrate why it's unsound by reference to the test that I've just set out in the NPPF, and I need to know the precise wording to make it sound. If you're a supporter of the plan, and there are a couple here, you don't normally have a right to be heard. I mean, it's for you to sort of liaise with the council to make sure that they're putting the points that you want them to put in support of the plan if you've got a site that happens to be included. Most changes will be limited to clarification or to dealing with factual updating or correction, but where there are more significant changes that I think need to be made, I need to ensure that the rights of third parties are not prejudiced by recommendations on matters which would take them by surprise. So if there are to be any recommended significant changes, they will be called main modifications, and there is a separate period for advertising and consultation on those modifications, which would take place after the hearings. It might mean that the hearings would be suspended, and I've already sent out a note on this in response to one question. I think that was from Mayfield about that. It may, where appropriate, such modifications or changes may also need to be covered by a revised sustainability assessment if there isn't one that's already been done. As I said, I've tried to read as many representations as possible, so in the discussions you don't need to set out a statement of case. The Council have asked if they can make a very brief statement. That was something I agreed to, but it is brief. Normally, that to sort of set the scene, normally I don't need to hear you do that. We'll go straight into the discussions. We'll go straight into each item. I'll invite people to contribute to discussion, but if you do wish to speak, as I've said, please put your or comment on a particular issue. Please place your name plate on end so I can tell that you wish to make a comment about it. I welcome comments. There won't be any cross-examination in terms of formal questions, but you can ask questions of opposing parties in the way of the discussion during the debate. That's most of what I've got to say, except I need to point out that the Council's decided to record all of the proceedings at each session. That's an audio recording. Does anyone object to their contributions being recorded? This is directed at the participants around the table, because if you do, I'd have to have the recording switched off while you make your comment. It doesn't mean that I won't listen to it.
So
no objections?
This isn't an objection, it's a question. And it's how it's done. And in particular, how, as it were, outside the debate comments are or are not picked up by the recording. The thing that concerns me is that machine over there could be picking up all sorts of things which are not part of the formal discussion. People taking instructions, people gossiping about the quality of the coffee, whatever else it may be.
Well, they won't be gossiping about that, Mr. Boyle, because there isn't any. You've got to make do with water.
But there may be...
It's a fair question, yeah, sorry. I mean, it looks as if that problem's not going to arise with regard to the audio recording. Claire, can you reassure Mr. Boyle about this?
The camera up there is for the
live streaming only, that's not being recorded. The audio recording is from the microphone at the back there.
And the live streaming up there, does that take noise as well as pictures?
It does.
So we need to be careful what we say when standing over there somewhere.
Yes. Well, and yes. Well, that's because we were worried that at this session, and I think possibly the housing session, but certainly the session on North Horsham next week, we might have too many people there. You might have noticed that everyone's got different coloured stickers. We have a limit for fire regulations on the number of people that we can physically put in this room. We're having, that's the next point I was coming on to, is to tell participants that live streaming is taking place for that reason, and to ask the same question, does anybody object to appearing on the live screening?
So, Mayor, if I just clarify the point in terms of the audio recording, it's only conversations that use this particular microphone system that can be picked up. So no discussions that are near the camera or anywhere else in the room, simply people that use the microphone.
But the live streaming could pick up chats over there about coffee
No,
or
it's
anything
just
else.
it's only through the microphone system itself.
Maybe the live streaming, I think.
Yes, that is linked into the microphones. So in terms of sound, the only sound that it will pick up should be through the microphone.
Well, that's very comforting. Thank you.
Okay. So, any objections to your face being seen as well as your voice being heard? Great. That's very helpful. I mean, my understanding of this is I've agreed to this on the basis that the proviso that if anyone did object, they wouldn't have to be recorded or seen. Also, the second condition is that document, the recorded, is publicly available. And I don't know if is it going to be just transcribed? Do we know?
So there's no intention to transcribe.
No, I can understand that.
It was simply to be made available on a daily basis.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. So if you really want to, you can listen to it again, and it might possibly be useful as a record of what's been said, but obviously I should be taking my own notes from my own point of view, and I've got all the written representations that you've sent. Right. I think that's all I need to say in introduction to all these sessions. Does anyone have any questions about procedure? Good, thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is I understand that two of the councillors wish to make very brief opening statements. And then the councillor's director, I think, wants to make another statement which responds to a couple of the points I put on the first agenda. So over to you, please. Thanks, Claire.
Sir, thank you for giving me this opportunity this morning to welcome everyone to these hearings. The number of people present today is a reflection of the importance we all place on planning for the future of this district. This council was the first in the country to have an adopted suite of local development framework documents, and we recognise that we need to have a continuing and evolving set of plans to meet the changing needs of our communities. Building on this experience, we embarked on the review of two of our adopted documents, the Core Strategy and the Development Control Policies, DPD, and in 2009 we put the strategic sites that are in the plan that is before us today for examination out for public comment. Since that time, the process has been informed by numerous discussions at planning committees, seminars, feedback from the public alongside the comments we received from developers. This process has included 3 separate public consultation documents. This has not been a simple or straightforward matter and has raised considerable passion and debate since it has involved in us in making decisions that people, especially those living close to the areas that are proposed for more housing, do not universally welcome. Life would be so easy if we could accomplish all the aims of policy without incurring any discontent, but that is not the case. In attempting to make those decisions necessary for the future of our district, we have had to make some hard choices, balancing environmental concerns against the need to provide homes and jobs for now and into the future. We recognise that planning is a key tool in meeting our corporate district plan priorities, including that of economic development. Council members and officers have worked hard to ensure that where these priorities involve land use, they are fully translated into the Horsham District Planning Framework. This approach, combining both our future housing and economic development needs, was supported by the Council at its meeting on the 30th of April 2014, when the proposed submission document we have before us was agreed for publication by an overwhelming majority of members. This has been but a brief overview to illustrate how we've reached this point. In order to put more context and background to our Horsham District Planning Framework, I will now hand over to our Cabinet Member for Living and Working Communities, Councillor Claire Vickers.
Thank you, Ray, and thank you, Inspector, for allowing me to speak. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome you all to these hearing sessions. I am pleased that this examination process gives us the opportunity to provide further clarity on the matters that have been raised by the Inspector. As Ray Daw said, we have been working over a number of years alongside the community to produce the plan before us today. It has been prepared in a positive, forward-thinking manner, and we believe it is a sound document. We have been careful to ensure that we have met the Town and Country Planning Act and its regulations and the Environmental Assessment of Plans and Programme regulations, along with other government guidance and policy. This plan has not been prepared in isolation and is outward-looking as regards the role that this district can play in this prosperous part of the southeast of England. We are fully aware of our responsibility to support the sub-regions and that we are regarded as a relatively unconstrained authority in comparison with our neighbours. We have worked jointly with our neighbouring councils in the Gatwick Diamond and especially closely with Miss Sussex District Council and Crawley Borough Council for a number of years, and over the many months of the preparation of this plan we have extended these good working relationships to other adjoining councils, including the Sussex coastal authorities. Our evidence base has identified our own objectively assessed needs, and our plan is able to meet these whilst giving us headroom to work collaboratively with our more constrained neighbouring authorities. One of our greatest economic assets is our high quality and attractive environment, and the plan has been carefully prepared to strike an appropriate balance between providing environmental protection and providing development which is viable and deliverable. Our vision is that we want to continue to provide a pleasant place to live and work. In fact, there is no point in having a plan that is not realistic, achievable and deliverable, and we have used a wide range of evidence to produce targets which we consider do this while meeting all the regulatory requirements. This has resulted in targets for development, including a housing target of 650 homes per year. The strategy identifies Horsham Town as our key settlement and focus for development, whilst providing for development in other sustainable locations, giving opportunities for other settlements to grow, including through the preparation of neighbourhood plans right across the district. This includes an NPPF-compliant brownfield first approach where possible. Officers from disciplines across the Council have helped to prepare the plan before you, and representatives of officers will be pleased to provide you with more detail about this strategy in answering the questions you have raised. I believe that this plan represents the best approach to planning the future of this district, and I commend it to you for your independent examination. Thank you, Inspector.
Thank you. Right. Well, that's a brief and helpful synopsis of how the Council got here, I think. Would you like to now switch places? Thank you. Right, Right. I mean, I asked... that some of the things I asked the Council to do in introductory statement have been covered already, but if there's any further comments on statutory procedures, I was also something at question 3, which I'm going to stick to the order. I wondered whether to bring the duty to cooperate further forward, but we'll talk about the general strategy first before we go into that. And then there's some anything about documentation. I have had... Are you going to explain, which some of you may have seen, an evidence update that was posted on the website? Can you go... were you planning to go through that, or do you want me to do that as part of your introductory comments?
I wasn't. I was just going to talk about the legal compliance and the SCI.
Okay, do that first then, please.
Just a short statement. So the Council recognises it's required by Section 18 of the Planning Compulsory Purchase Act to prepare a statement of community involvement which explains how the authorities involved the public during the preparation of the HDPF. The NPPF explains in paragraph 182 that the requirement is to ensure the local plan has been prepared in accordance with legal and procedural requirements and whether it is sound. The original SCI was adopted in 2006 and up until 2009 was improved by the Inspectorate, and since then has been updated and approved by the Council in accordance with the Constitution. The HDPF has at all stages been prepared in accordance with the adopted or approved SCI. Therefore, we can assure you that the HDPF as submitted was regarded as a legally sound document. A detailed explanation of how this compliance has been met in the preparation of the HDPF is set out in the SCI document prepared in accordance with Regulation 22 and submitted alongside the submission documents. It is noted that the consultation process has spanned a number of significant changes in planning policy and legislation, a change in central government and the abolition of regional planning. Often the consultation process, in addition to presenting the local matter that was being proposed as planning policy, has had to explain the changes in legislation and the shifting planning policies, which often make consultations challenging. However, the fact that the process was difficult and challenging does not mean that people were not fully involved. We can assure you that the HDPF during its development was widely and properly publicised in accordance with the SCI and government guidance, and that at the submission no party has been denied proper involvement in the process or a fair hearing were required. Accordingly, the HDPF was submitted as signed with respect to compliance with the SCI. And I can also confirm that Horsham District Council has undertaken a sustainability appraisal which incorporates the requirements of the Environmental Assessment of Plans and Programme Regulations 2004, and we've also undertaken an appropriate assessment in accordance with the Habitats Regulations 2010.
Okay, thank you. Were you going to comment on duty to cooperate procedures, or is there anything further you want to add about that?
I can do the duty to cooperate now as well.
Yes.
Yeah. So the local planning authorities are required by the Localism Act from 2011 to meet the duty to cooperate. HDC believes that we have met the duty to cooperate, and I shall briefly demonstrate why. The duty to cooperate is amplified in the NPPF paragraphs 178 to 181, which sets out the mechanisms to meet the duty could be by way of plans or policies prepared as part of a joint committee, a memorandum of understanding, or a jointly prepared strategy, which is presented as evidence of an agreed position. The way we've approached the duty to cooperate has used all three mechanisms. It is acknowledged that an important component of producing a sound plan has always been to ensure that the issues that cross boundary areas are addressed. The review of the core strategy started in 2009, which predates the duty to cooperate requirements as enacted by the Localism Act in 2011. The HDPF production has taken account of the Localism Bill and Act since it was enacted. However, it is worth noting that joint working on a sub-regional basis was well established through a series of mechanisms, and there is an established framework for cooperation within which the HDPF has been prepared. This framework within the cooperation takes place has several strands to it. The first is the Gatwick Diamond local authorities, which cover northern, West Sussex and East Surrey, and came together in 2003 as a forum for cooperation and joint working at a strategic level, which was established by a business plan approved in 2006. The Gatwick Diamond is now one of the Coastal Capital LEP's core area partnerships. Through the partnership, jointly prepared local strategic statement and a memorandum of understanding was adopted in 2011, both of which have been integral to the way in which the HDPF has evolved. The presence of this forum has supported formal and informal cooperation at both officer and member level, enabling difficult and sometimes sensitive cross-boundary issues to be discussed and addressed. Second one is the West Sussex Joint
Hang on
Planning...
a minute. I've got a question about that. Just for those of you to, make a note. How often do those meetings take place? And has there been anything else published? I've seen the statements, those two statements that you've just referred to, that were 2011, was it, or 2012? Has anything else been published since then?
There are a series of meetings. I'll have to get back to you with the dates there.
All right, but there's been a series of meetings. For example, when was the last one? Roughly.
I'll have to get back to you with the dates, I'm afraid.
Okay, well, we might take a break mid-morning. I didn't say anything about breaks. We'll probably take short breaks mid-morning and mid-afternoon, and I'll take a lunch break. But if you need... I'm just getting a feel for... because people have asked questions about this, so, I'm seeking basically an audit trail here of what's been going on these various measures, to get a view. And that's really what I've got there's a duty to cooperate statement, CDLP 12, that was published in July 2014, which gives some broad statements about what's been going on. And I was just trying to flesh that out a little bit. If you've got any information when we come to discuss it, that would be helpful, I think. Okay?
Yes, there are regular meetings. We can get you those dates in the most recent publications.
So are they quarterly sort of thing, or...?
I believe they are quarterly, but I'd rather get you the exact dates than
all right,
guess
thanks.
at it.
Yeah.
The second one is the West Sussex Joint Planning Board. So the Chief Planning Officer network, which supports it, facilitates a wider understanding of strategic issues as they relate to West Sussex as a whole. So there's an ongoing series of meetings on that. Then the third one is the North West Sussex Local Authorities, which you've heard about. So Horsham, Crawley and Mid-Sussex councils refer to themselves as the Northern West Sussex Local Authority Group and have collectively worked together, including cooperation on housing and economic issues. And then that works within the wider framework of the Gatwick Diamond, and the authorities have continued to work together and have produced a formal memorandum of understanding setting out what they have done and what outcomes have been achieved. And the fourth one is the Duty to Cooperate workshop series. So the Council commissioned the Planning Advisory Service to undertake a piece of work to enable Horsham District Council to meet their requirements under the Duty to Cooperate. This exercise was recognised by the participating authorities across West and East Sussex and Surrey to work out the most appropriate approach to strategic planning, meeting the duty to cooperate. An action plan and agreements were produced by Horsham District after the PAS report was received and forms the structure of the Duty to Cooperation Statement, CDLP 12, which outlines how the HDPF has been produced to comply with the duty to cooperate. Throughout the examination, you will hear evidence presented, much of which has been produced jointly. Due to the timings of the local plans, the Northern West Sussex authorities have also been able to formulate compatible policies and individual plans, but these could not be taken as far as joint policies, but they are compatible. The three local authorities have continued to commission joint evidence, the most notable of which is the Employment Land Review 2009 and 10, the 2009 Strategic Housing Market Assessment 2012 and 2014 updates, the New Market Town Study 2009 and the Act Crawley Study 2010. The authorities have also worked collaboratively on other studies relevant to the wider Gatwick Diamond area, including the Gatwick Water Cycle Study 2011 and catchment-based floor risk assessments. The authorities, as a matter of course, share methodologies and emerging evidence to ensure consistency and compatibility throughout the area, even if studies are being produced separately. These include locally generated housing needs studies, local housing assessments, strategic sites and broad locations across the housing market area, the SHLA, and gypsy and traveller accommodation needs assessments. In conclusion, the HDPF is considered to be legally compliant and that it meets the duty to cooperate, as it has in practical terms been prepared, including plans or policies prepared as part of a joint statement, relevant memorandum of understanding and a jointly prepared strategy with Crawley to deliver a key strategic site. Additionally, the approach to the duty to cooperate has been undertaken in a positive manner through all tiers of the authority, from members, chief officers and specialist officers.
Okay, thanks. all those three statements you've just read out? Presume they can be available on the website, please. Was given notice of what the councillors were saying, but can I have a copy of what you've just said, please, Mr. Lyons? Okay, we're going to come back to that. I mean, I hope you found that helpful as background. And Mr. Rhodes has got his board up. Is that a question, or are you? I was going to actually ask you to lead off on question one, actually, Mr. Rhodes. But is that about the DTC or what you've just heard?
It's about the duty to cooperate. So yes.
I think I'm going to stick with that as issue 3. Is that all right? Just hold your fire until they're on that one. I wanted just principally to sort of hear what the council was saying about that and to see whether there was any updates on that and to get a bit more information, which may be forthcoming. Just in case you haven't, there's been some issues about documentation and queries about documents that the council hoped to produce, and there was one that they didn't. But there's a statement which is about evidence update, which I was going to ask for. Actually, the council sent it on the day that I was ringing up the programme officer to ask about some of these things. That should have been available. Has everyone seen that on the website? Good. Okay. Anyone not seen it? I mean, okay.
Maybe entirely our fault, but we certainly haven't picked up the evidence update.
Okay. Well, that refers to an update of the SHMA published in October 2014. Can you just remind me who produced that? It's the same company as did the first one.
That was Chilmark Consulting.
That's right, Chilmark. Yeah. It's a short update, so that's one of the things. Yeah. The next thing that they talk about is the objectively assessed housing need document that was listed.
Is that the locally generated needs study 2014? So is that what that is? CDH03 is the reference I've got.
Yeah, but that hasn't been produced yet, has it?
No, we're waiting for the household projections that were due in September. That's why it said due September, that document. But they're not going to be published until December now. So we were unable to produce those.
You've got better information than me there.
Oh, well, that's...
although that's what... who said that? Let's hold them accountable. It was someone in CLG, I assume.
It was my consultant that does the housing needs assessment for me, advised that you have to give a month's notice about when they're going to come out. So I understand it's not going to be at least another...
but they haven't said they're going to come out in December. All we know is they haven't given notice yet, so they can't come out before December.
No.
Whether they do or not, those of you in the business around the table are smiling, I can see. For those of you that aren't aware of these things, that it's very difficult to predict when some of these statistics and material are going to come out of central government, and I can assure you that as an inspector I don't know any more than you do about that. I really don't. So that's why. So there hasn't been anything on that. Well, this will come up in the discussion today, I'm sure, and I'm quite happy to take sort of initial broad comments about the housing position today, just so you can tell me where you are with this. You'll see in the agenda that I've circulated for Thursday's session that I've sort of put in what I'm going to call a technical discussion, so that those of you that want to make comments about the evidence base on housing needs can do so with regard to the relevant factors that I've set out there. And I'm not going to go into that in detail today. I mean, all I'll say is, the plan's been submitted, and I'll have to assess what the council say in justification and what you say in objection to it on the basis of the evidence that we've currently got available. I did, in response, as I've already said, to something submitted by Mayfield Market Towns, asked a question about what potential procedures might be, and one of those procedures is that it's open to me to suspend the examination if I want to. I've already referred to that. If I think that's in the best interest of planning to get the best outcome from the examination. completely reserve my position on that. I'm not prepared to comment on that at all at the moment. And I'm certainly wasn't going to comment on it in advance of the first week of sessions that we're holding this week. I'll comment on that towards the end of the housing session, maybe. My sort of initial thoughts are that we might as well proceed and hear the objections that have been submitted. I don't think it would be wasted work, even if there was need for main modifications. And that's, again, to the council, that's without prejudice. I've not got a view on that at all at the moment. I'm going to hear the evidence, and that's, I'm keen to hear all of that. So that's where we are with what we call OAN, for those of you in objectively assessed housing needs, which is a requirement of the NPPF that the council has to try to do its best to assess what those needs are, and we'll come into that. Many of you have made objections about the housing policies and the numbers, and we're going to come back to that on Thursday. The economic growth assessment has been referred to, and the EGA study jointly with North West Sussex authorities, and Mr Lyons just referred to that, I think. The last document I've seen was published in April 2014. That shouldn't cause any surprises. You're saying that you're expecting something by December 2014? What's that likely to be?
The references to December 2013 we had.
Right. Oh, I wondered whether it was that.
The
the document says 2014, so I was wondering whether you were going to send anything else out. Okay. So, right. Okay, thanks very much. And then there's a summary of local authority, local plan progress to update, so that's relevant to the DTC question 3 that we're going to talk about. And the council's helpfully, I think for me, set out where various local authorities are with their plans at the moment. The most notable, I think, is that, and the most recent is Crawley Borough have submitted a draft submission plan for statutory regulation 19 consultation in September, and that's only just finished. I don't think there's Mid Sussex is the other really relevant one, but I'm not aware of. I am aware that following an exploratory meeting, one of my colleagues sent out a note which effectively said he didn't think the plan that they submitted met the duty to cooperate provisions, and so that was withdrawn. I am not aware of anything else since then. That's the evidence. Anything else on documentation that anyone wants to raise? And then there was a duty to cooperate update. I'm going to come to that when we come on to question 3. So, sorry, that's taken us a little while to get into the meat of this, but I'm going to start now on question 2. Question 1, about the spatial strategy. Another quick apology from me. Some of the agenda sort of ordering and questions got rather lost in translation, but the introduction I think we've covered. The main matter today is matter 2, the spatial strategy, and then we'll deal with environment later. And then I hope to hold the sort of general issues this week, and then go into site-specific issues on an area basis in the following 2 weeks. Yes, Councillor Arthur.
Yes, we understood, sir, that the general issues would include a discussion on some of the key factors behind this plan, including obviously legal compliance and consultation. I would like to raise 2 issues in that connection. I'm just wondering when I will get the opportunity to do that.
What? Legal issues other than the duty to cooperate?
Yes, the consultation process and indeed the way in which housing projections have been calculated I understand we're coming back to housing later on, but these are material to the general way in which this has been processed, and I believe this is probably the right time to do it, but you may tell me that you don't want to do it at this stage.
Well, the housing point I think you can deal with under question 2, and make an initial comment about that, which is about balance between housing and employment needs, and that will lead into, but I'd be much more interested in hearing that in more depth on Thursday. The other point about consultation, well, okay, we better raise that now.
Okay. Well, thank you for letting me do that, sir. There are some, obviously, fundamental issues that are material to whether the plan is sound, and I believe that the consultation process and the consultation on options is one of those. We understand...
Well, no, it's not. Let me stop you there. I mean, it might be that you think the plan is sound or unsound according to the tests of the NPPF that I've read out. The legal matters are something else, and the council is obligated under the provisions of the Planning Act and the Localism Act to carry out certain procedures, and in particular compliance with the Statement of Community Involvement. Now, the council's saying to me that they've met all those legal procedures. I know other objectors are saying that they haven't met the duty to cooperate legal procedure. Now, they are, and that is a showstopper. I mean, if I were to find, having heard the evidence, that the duty to cooperate hasn't properly been met, and that is a legal duty to, I'll try and get the words exactly right, engage constructively and positively with relevant bodies, including other local, it's not just other local authorities, it's statutory undertakers and whatever. So the council has a duty to go out to other people and ask them questions and to invite them to contribute and towards the plan. That's one thing. The consultation procedures, I've read some things about this, but I'm not entirely sure what legal procedure you think has been contravened here. So perhaps you ought to explain that,
yes,
and then I'll ask the council to respond.
Yeah, I'm relying on this sheet of paper that was issued by the council, and it has legal issues, legal compliance, and against that the questions are relating to duty to cooperate, consultation. So I've deduced from that consultation is a legal requirement.
Yeah. Sorry. What are you waving at me there? Has it got a document reference number for my note? Can you just tell me or show the council?
Well, I think there's no. I think this came from Julia Dore, so she can probably explain it.
And have I got that?
Yeah, it's just a summary of your questions that I've put into a spreadsheet. So it's your matters and your questions on the agenda.
Right. So that's your version of my questions?
Yes, in a spreadsheet with people's names against it.
I hope they're not amended.
No. So yes, Councillor Arthur is referring to your questions.
Okay, I haven't seen that. I don't think. Do I need to?
No, it's housekeeping.
Okay.
Can
So make your point then. You'll find. Sorry, that's one of my. It is actually one of my duties, as some of the others around will confirm, is that I have to make sure that everyone's seen everything, so that we've got a fair discussion here, and that all information is publicly available, including recordings of the proceedings. So when people sort of show me pieces of paper and wave them at me, I'd like to know what it is and whether it's publicly available and in the public domain. So make your point now. That's why I've done that. That applies to everyone, as you'll all appreciate.
This consultation process, obviously, and the consideration of options, I mean, regardless of consultation, the options consideration should obviously have been done in a certain way. The consultation didn't clearly identify other options evaluated with their relative infrastructure and cost impacts and why they had been discounted. there were no figures in what I saw that would have said, for example, how the options differed in terms of their infrastructure cost. The preference for North Horsham development seems to have been driven by a desire to increase business rate income, using a reduced CIL of £50 per square metre compared with £150 per square metre elsewhere, presumably to attract businesses. The purpose was apparently to stimulate the development of 500,000 square feet of business space, providing 4,000 jobs. However, the need for such business space in Horsham is not based on evidence from a sectorial economic development study, and there is little in the 20-year projections to support a business case. Indeed, I've only got 2 or 3 more things to say on this. So, indeed, the Gatwick Diamond Initiative local strategic statement itself indicates little need for more business space in the area as a whole, other than for warehousing or distribution, and that the main focus of development is in the Red Hill-Crawley corridor. Now, the consultant Stiles Williams reported that a recent transaction on 10 acres of prime employment land within the Gatwick Diamond region generated around 100 jobs, which is not consistent with the claim that Horsham will attract higher quality businesses. So you ask, sir, what further work needs to be done? Well, I suggest that we need to determine the viability and the impact on the nature of jobs. Clearly, whether or not we achieve high quality business space is a serious question, and the number of jobs and the nature of jobs and their links to housing is clearly fundamental.
Yeah, okay. I've read some comments about that from other people as well, and I think actually what you're really, to me that doesn't sound as if it's unless you're saying that the during the evolution of the plan, the options put forward weren't advertised, or that they weren't subject to any sustainability appraisal, there have been challenges to plans on that basis. What that sounds to me like is that you're questioning the soundness of the plan, not the process, that it's come up with, and that's what we're here to discuss today and tomorrow, actually, with regard to the employment questions. So I'm happy to take that as a point. On that basis, are you pointing me to any particular legal provision that the council has not met?
No, I'm just talking about the rationale by which this plan has been developed, and in particular, there is apparently going to be a deficit of about £10 million. What is the justification for that deficit in the CIL?
Yeah, okay, that's fine. That we're not at cross purposes, so we can talk about that. Is the plan meeting the tests of being justified, basically? Also, one of the provisions of the NPPF is that the plan has to be deliverable, so viability comes into that, and that's certainly something that I'm interested in, not just with the North Horsham site, but with other alternative sites that have been put forward for the strategy. This gentleman on your left, sorry, name? Yeah. Do you want to add to that? Is it the same point? Put your mic on, please.
Thank you. I'm not a lawyer. I'm an ordinary resident, as I said, although I have a long experience as an economic consultant, and I've lived in this district for 35 years. I represent, not formally, of course, because I'm not a democratically elected representative, but I represent the interests of many concerned residents here who've been trying to get this plan discussed in open debate with members of the council.
That's fine. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Schott. I'm glad that you've taken on that role, because that's what I asked the programme officer, to try and find some people to represent the residents' interests, because obviously I can't listen to 100 people all saying the same thing here. So I'm very grateful, and to you to stepping forward to do that.
Right.
Is it the same point
Well,
that
I
you're
want to make,
making,
I mean, I
though,
want to
about...
make a number of points about procedure, because, as I say, the procedure has failed. Our interests have not been represented. The people who are supposed to represent our interests, namely the council, have chosen to represent the interests of developers. As far as we're concerned, this is a developer-led plan, although I know a lot of these gentlemen and ladies here to represent particular commercial interests will say it doesn't represent them, but they're really only arguing about the amount of housing that there should be. We're arguing about having the type of housing in the kind of places we want it, and this is supposed, in line with the NPPF, to represent our interests, not the interests of commercial developers, as I'm sure you'd agree.
No, I can't quite agree to that. I mean, my job is to balance up all the interests and to test, as I said, against the NPPF. Now, some of the things you've said about your interests, yes, certainly they're to be taken into account. Other things have to be taken into account as well, such as the need for housing. So that's why we've got the session on what the housing need is and how many houses should be built. So you have views on that, which obviously I respect and I'll listen to. Fine. Yes. Others have different views.
The only point
also
I was trying
fine.
to make is
I'm not going to determine between you here and now.
I'm only trying to make the point that I represent a different interests.
Yeah, that's fine.
From the commercial interests who are going to be putting their case today with, if I may say so, well-financed experts and clients with very deep pockets, unlike myself or the ordinary members of the community. But yes. Can I pick up on specific?
Well, just on that, just on that point. Obviously, they are, but obviously, I appreciate that you and the people that have asked you to attend on their behalf, and all the representations I've had, also have a valid point of view that they can make. So that's my job. I mean, my job is to balance the views. I don't give more weight to their view because they've got more money. I take, as I'm sure they'll probably agree because they've had other experience of other inspectors. I'll take a view on what they say and the merits of what they say, and obviously I'll do the same with you. But you just to come back to sort of, it's important to have this sort of discussion, I think. But to come back, you've said you queried the procedures. I think what you're really querying is the outcome of the procedures. No. I mean, I have seen quite a lot of documentation about options being put forward. What are you complaining that the council didn't put forward an option with, say, for only 200 houses a year?
It didn't put forward any alternative option for us to consider.
Well, is that okay? I think the council I'd like the council's response to that point on the options first, and then also on the merits, and then we'll.
Can I also say we were informed by one councillor that if we didn't like this proposal, we the members of the public should come up with an alternative, as if we don't pay them to do that for us. But can I say on this question of procedure, while I have the floor, that a number of specific abuses have occurred. And I've heard already two misleading statements this morning. When Councillor Dorr said in his introduction that a debate has taken place on this issue, it may have happened behind closed doors, within certain committee meetings, but not with the members of the public. We were not engaged, and not only that. I could list any number of instances where they have absolutely refused and failed to make available information and to engage with the public. For example, there have been many criticisms of the content of this plan in the columns of the local paper, and requests at the same time to hold a public meeting. These have been clearly ignored. And no public meeting has taken place, and the only thing we got instead was a so-called meeting in public, which happened in February of this year, at which was carefully designed so that no members of the public could actually ask questions of any councillors or of any of the representatives who were really just PR representatives, giving a lot of hype about how wonderful the business park was going to be and how enormous the demand was for it. whereas in reality their own studies show that there isn't. Now, I also want to take up the point, so I come to the question about secrecy. Mr. Lyons said earlier on, and I think you've taken this as read, that the SCI, the Statement of Community Involvement, was amended in 2013 with the endorsement of the full council. My information is that that is not so, and that in fact the decision was made by the cabinet member responsible to hold the planning advisory group meetings in private, whereas under the previous rules they'd been open to members of the public. Now, I do not regard that, as I'm sure you'll understand, as an indication of transparency or an attempt to engage the public or to win us round to support this plan.
Okay, well, I'll ask the council to comment on that. I mean, all I would say is obviously that this, I mean, it's not done and dusted. I mean, you're here, and having the opportunity to argue the merits of the plan, and obviously I'm going to listen to them. And the things that you've raised, I've specifically put on the agendas and on the questions that I want to hear more about, having read and seen what residents feel about the plan. So the process isn't finished, but I'd like the council to respond to those points before you come on. No, I'm not going to have the council doing far too much at one go. I'll let them deal with those, and then I might let you come back. So let's hear the council's response to those points, please.
I think in terms of a lot of the comments that have been made, which I think is what you're picking up on, it's about the comments that have been made are seeking a different opinion on what the outcome should have been, and about the quantity of the economic development and the housing, rather than the actual process itself and the legal issues. I think the council is quite clear that people have been involved as set out in the documents, but Barbara can give you some more detail to summarise that in more detail to answer directly the question.
Yes, please.
Thank you. The council has been actively engaged in preparing a review of our core strategy since 2009, and there have been a number of consultation documents that have been published. The first, which was called Leading Change in Partnership to 2026 and Beyond, was published in 2009. This looked at issues in terms of locational strategy and offered up options for that, as well as locations for strategic development. There was a further document published in February 2012 called How Much Housing Does Horsham District Need? And that set out a number of scenarios with different levels of development and set out the implications for those levels on the district. Yeah. That was followed up by the preferred strategy in 2013, which was obviously accompanied, as each stage was accompanied by the iterative process of the sustainability appraisal, which looked at all of the options and the alternatives that had been considered, and the preferred strategy explained the council's position in terms of reaching its conclusion on its preferred strategy. And
what was the consultation procedure on that?
The consultation procedure followed a consultation timescale of 6 weeks. In fact, I think that was an extended consultation because it went over a holiday period. We went to various public meetings, parish councils, and met with local organisations. We have held a meeting in public, as Mr. Shutt referred, and the public were invited to submit questions in advance of that meeting, and they were able to ask those questions directly at the meeting.
That was the February this year meeting?
That's right, sir.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes, Mr. Shutt, do you want to put your microphone on, please?
Could you ask the council to specify which public meetings they're talking about? Because I never heard of any which they called or attended, as opposed to the meeting in public, of course.
We can certainly provide a schedule, sir, but what I was referring to were numerous parish council meetings and other meetings that I personally have held and other officers of the council, but we have set out a full statement of consultation which has been submitted.
Yeah,
if there is further detail that's needed, we can submit that to you.
What's the... yes, I've seen that. It's got a document reference number for me?
It's CD LP 07.
07. LP 07, yeah. Okay, Mr. Councillor Arthur.
Very briefly, this is the Sustainability Appraisal Environmental Report dated May 2014. There are no figures in there. Maybe I haven't got them and they've been provided, but there are no figures in the copy that I have on the difference between the cost of infrastructure for one option or another option. I don't see how you can do a comparison of options without any figures.
Well, my understanding is that's an SA update, isn't it?
So I think
the sustainability appraisal itself is that document. That's the base. That's May 2014. I don't know what your. I think that was that an update there?
I think Councillor Arthur was holding up the non-technical
Yes,
summary
the
of the
non-technical
sustainability appraisal.
Summary. So. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll come on to. We can look at this in detail about the viability. We can start looking at it tomorrow, the viability of the business park on North Horsham, and certainly next Tuesday. That's certainly going to be one of the things to be discussed there. Yes, the lady there had a
Thank you.
question.
Joan Fraser, Rusper Parish Council.
Sorry, what's your second name?
Fraser.
I couldn't see that yet. Yep.
It's going on what's just been spoken about. It's the meetings that were held to discuss the options before the preferred strategy, and whether or not those meetings were held in private, and if they were the minutes of those meetings made public?
Does the council want to comment on that point?
Where I or any of the other officers attended parish council meetings, there were minutes taken which were then published on the parish council website. Where there were meetings with groups or organisations, we did not take minutes, so they have not been published.
Did that refer to the Horsham District Council planning meetings as well? Were any minutes taken or published?
Where meetings have been held in public, sir, then minutes have been taken and therefore published. The advisory group, which the Cabinet Member for Living and Working Communities holds, is not held in public session, and therefore those minutes are not taken and are not published.
No, all right, but does that, from my point of view, in your opinion, prejudice any legal compliance point?
No, sir. We've been very careful
in terms of the regulations
to ensure that we have met every regulation in terms of appropriate and necessary consultation with all bodies.
Yeah. I mean, there's certainly been the proper regulation 18 and 19 consultations, haven't there? So, I mean, I've seen those. I'm not okay. I'll check the documentation. I've heard your points. I'll check the documentation. I'm more keen now I still think from what you're saying is, now is your chance. You don't like the outcome. Some of you have already said, going on to question 1 about the clear spatial vision. Now, part of that spatial vision, as the council sort of explained in the opening statements, is the concentration on Horsham as the major focus for housing and employment growth on sustainability grounds. some of you, and loss of settlement identity is one of the issues that's been raised, some of you don't think that's necessarily the right approach. I don't think Mayfield think that's the right approach necessarily, and I know the Horsham Society didn't think that was the right approach. Do one of you want to sort of make a brief introductory statement about that? Mr. Rhodes, do you want to set out your stall as to why the strategy, the overall spatial strategy, is not right?
So thank you. It seems to me there are a number of difficulties with the spatial strategy, but one or two fundamental handicaps are related to the fact that the strategy doesn't start from the right point. In other words, it doesn't start by seeking to distribute the right amount of development. So this goes to the question of objectively assessed needs, and I won't go into the detail of those now, but if the assessment of objectively assessed needs had been properly undertaken, then different questions would have been asked in relation to the spatial strategy, because what we see from the evidence base are settlements within the district under pressure, either direct recognition by the authority that settlements have taken a great deal of development recently, some of them, and need time to assimilate, or evidence of infrastructure constraints, or evidence of landscape and sustainability constraints. And you will hear from others rather than from us, sir, in relation to those settlements. It's not part of our case to take a position in relation to other developments allocated or proposed, simply to make our own case. But you will hear, I'm sure, through the next 3 weeks, the pressures relating to those settlements. And if...
Yeah, so for example, you're neutral on north of Horsham expansion then?
Yeah. So if the assessment had been undertaken from the right starting point, then the question of a different settlement hierarchy would have been considered, and a different spatial strategy. And it was interesting to hear, and I won't go now into duty to cooperate, it was interesting to hear that the New Market Town study of 2010 was cited as part of the Council's efforts in relation to the duty to cooperate. So it is true that the Council in 2010 commissioned that study, I believe, in recognition that something needed to be done in terms of a step change in the spatial strategy. A study was commissioned and received which demonstrated the feasibility of a change to the settlement hierarchy and a new market town. Clear recommendation that that was feasible, clear recommendation that further work should be done. So no further work has been done. And the Council has missed the opportunity in this plan to relieve pressure on existing settlements, to achieve a step change in delivery, and to add to the spatial network of centres in the district. The one issue that relates directly to spatial hierarchy that's brought to the door of Mayfields, and won't go into the detail of Mayfields now either, is that introducing a new element into the spatial strategy would unsettle the relationship between existing settlements and might affect their viability, for instance. So that issue was directly addressed in the New Market Towns study. Clear conclusions reached that, for instance, the
Sorry, this is the 2010 study, not your own.
No, that's
I mean,
right.
I've read a lot of it, but I've had a lot of documentation from you, which we're going to come to.
It's called the GL Hearn study, so it's the 2010 study.
Oh, right, yes, I've seen that.
Commissioned by the three authorities.
Yeah.
And that looked directly at the question of spatial distribution and found that the opportunity did indeed exist to effectively insert a new market town without destabilising, in fact complementing the role of nearby settlements. And when we get to our Mayfields data, we can provide you with more information in relation to that. So in terms of spatial strategy, our case is simply that if enough development had been planned from the start, the Council would have, I believe, properly continued in the vein that they started in 2009 to look at the issue of a revision to the spatial strategy or an addition to the spatial strategy, but for whatever reason, the council has not taken that opportunity.
Yes, okay. I assume you're coming on Thursday, are you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Horsham Society, I'd like to hear from you about this, please.
Yes, thank you,
Smith,
sir.
is it?
Our view, David Moore. Our view is that
sorry.
the HDPF is flawed because in reality it only focuses on the north and ignores the rest of the district. It's rather as if an objective was set at an early stage that any significant changes south of Horsham Town should be ignored. This is true with respect to the provision of new homes and new employment opportunities, both of which need to be spread more evenly throughout the district. The HDPF also seems to ignore cross-boundary issues, and this is particularly true with respect to the coastal area, for example. The other problem that we had was that the reasonable alternatives that were presented in earlier documents have been discarded, but there's been no adequate reason given for why. There are far better patterns of development, such as the further expansion of Southwater, for example, pending the creation of a new town in the south of the district. The final problem that we see is that the HDPF is inflexible, and we don't believe it can deal with any future developments at Gatwick Airport, whether those developments relate to possible changes in flight paths, which have already created problems, or the construction of a second runway. For this reason, common sense would seem to suggest that an interim plan should be put in place now until the relevant decisions about Gatwick Airport are taken in 2015.
Yes, okay. That's question 5, which I think I put on specifically, having read your representations. I've heard other things since. I don't. You're saying really that. What are you saying then? That the plan should be that this framework should be just look forward for 5 years and no more.
I think with the possibility of that Gatwick expansion on the table for 2015 in terms of a decision, yes. Should be a short-term plan until that's decided.
So that doesn't really comply with the regulations and the policy that we should be looking up to 15 years ahead. I put that on so that people could comment on it. I think a lot of other people have commented. I'm just worrying we're to be fairly straight about this. I mean, it seems. I'll put this out for anyone to disagree with me. I mean, it seems to me that this HDPF can't possibly cater in a flexible and meaningful way for any proposal for a second runway at Gatwick and the really major changes and significant effects that would have. I mean, I think that's the council's position, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. Does anyone think that's misguided? A false comment? Anyone got any? We can then sort of probably scrub number 5 off, I think, because the more I've thought about this, in fact, there was something in the paper over the weekend that Gatwick, you might not want to hear this, but is you probably already know, is sort of possibly coming up the pecking order as Mr. Johnson's Island and a lot of opposition to another runway or changes at Heathrow, the other 2 options. Are being subject to a lot of opposition. So, but obviously no decision's been taken. I think, is it next year the report's coming out, if it comes out on time next year? And I don't think we're not really dealing with that scenario. I don't think it's realistic to do that. No one seems to be saying no. Councillor Arthur first, and then you, Mr. Collins.
Yes, I would tend to agree with what you're suggesting, that it would be very difficult to cater for a scenario that we don't have details of. But on the other hand, we would like to know that this plan is not going to be prejudiced we won't have to kick it into touch if Gatwick Airport
No.
second runway goes ahead.
Yeah, that's obviously a good point. Yeah. So, we can't be looking to allow anything or incorporate anything in this plan that could stop that, and that would be a ridiculous planning to do that. Mr. Temple-Pediani and then Mr. Collins.
I don't know if this is helpful, but when we were discussing JAP west of Bewbush, I certainly approached Liberty to look at the possibility of an expansion westwards in the Crawley plan study area. Now, nothing came of that, but now Liberty have appeared north of Horsham. I don't know how it's happened, but I initiated the discussions originally with Liberty.
Okay. Mr. Collins, I think, are you... Now, Savills have got a couple of different hats on here, haven't they? You're west of Bewbush, aren't you? West of Bewbush.
Yes, sir. We're west of
Kilnwood
Vale, as it's now known.
as it's now known,
So,
yeah.
You'll be referred to as both things. It's a rebrand as Kilnwood Vale, but we're happy to call it west of Bewbush if that's easier.
Right. Yeah, okay. No, whatever you say. Sorry, I'm new to this.
Just a couple of points. I mean, in terms of question 5, that also addresses whether or not the plan is sufficiently flexible. So I think we're quite keen to still touch on that.
Yes, I meant with Gatwick. I agree.
Just clarifying that. Also, I would consider that Gatwick would be relevant for our discussion on alternative sites west of Crawley, which I think we need to refer to back in detail when we discuss that a week Friday.
Yeah. And who's west of Ifield? Yeah. And that's certainly relevant from your perspective.
Yeah.
Okay, with noise contours and whatever. I've seen some of that documentation. Okay. Can we go back then to the council for comments on? Let's start off with on the broad strategy. We are going to come back to the housing numbers, but I think you need to touch on those. And Mr. Rhodes' points that really a fundamental step change is required. Involving a lot more housing. I think that's your main point, wasn't it, Mr. Rhodes, that you're saying we do need more than the 650 and that would lead to a different strategic development outcome.
Yes, thank you, sir. The objectively assessed needs were set out in the proposed submission document on page 48 on paragraph 6.3. Where we set out the process by which we came to the figure of 650 homes. It talks about 560 homes per year being the lowest level of housing that we needed to allow for population and household change as well as economic growth, but that 650 homes is proposed as a housing target, and I know we'll explore that further in the later sessions. Having established our objectively assessed needs, we went through a proper process of sustainability appraisals, looking at the settlement hierarchy, as you rightly pointed out, with Horsham Town being the focus for growth, but as being the most sustainable settlement, but also a strategic site at Southwater, one of our other more sustainable locations. The Horsham District Planning Framework is very clear that as a predominantly rural authority, that we want to ensure that we have living and working communities and that we don't want to see our smaller communities stagnate. And therefore, the policies within the plan enable those rural settlements to grow and meet their needs, which is identified in the settlement hierarchy.
Are you referring to the neighbourhood planning 1,500 dwellings as part of that?
Yes, as part of that, sir. The settlement hierarchy, which is set out in the policy provisions of the planning framework, gives part of the sort of the framework for neighbourhood plans, so that those communities can plan to meet their own needs. But we have given a clear strategic steer in terms of the hierarchy of those settlements and the appropriate size and scale, therefore, in relation to that hierarchy. Having been through that process, the Council has concluded that at this time there is no need for a new market town, in addition to the strategic sites and other smaller sites and planning permissions which are included within the provisions of the housing policy.
Okay. Yes, Mrs. White.
I'd like to make a couple of points about the spatial vision and the settlement hierarchy. But before I do, may I say I feel that we sort of rather glossed over and moved on rather too quickly, for my liking, the business of the public consultation and the fact that the planning advisory group meetings were held in secret, whereas before they had been held in public, the public were allowed. I hope you're not going to stop me immediately.
Well, I think I am, because, sorry, hang on, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
I don't understand how that breaches the regulations.
Well,
because, from my perspective, in terms of legal compliance.
Yes, so is it because I believe it's procedure that the public should be involved in these decisions if they wish to be, and it seems to me that the public were shut out and were not allowed, were not involved until they were presented with a plan, and we were told you have to vote for this plan. There's no saying no to it. You cannot object to this plan.
But you can. You're here.
Well, yeah, with difficulty, obviously.
Well,
sorry,
there shouldn't have been any difficulty from my point of view, from our point of view in running the examination.
Yes, may I just also point out that the consultation, for example, people are invited to make their comments online. That was a very difficult procedure. A lot of people, especially elderly people, like myself, if you like, cannot cope with, computers and so on. And if I might point out that on the computer website, the portal, the default option was you agree with the policy. And so many people would have just gone through, and it looks as though they agree with it. And also, there were many...
But they were written, you could write in, couldn't you?
Yes, you were allowed 200 words, actually, so that didn't really take much account of what people wanted to say. I know that some people say that
on each policy or in the whole plan?
On each policy.
Well, that's quite a lot, actually. It's enough to make an objection, isn't it? I'm sorry. I mean, it's not. We could spend. It's in any event. I've got no. My only remit here, with regard to this, is with the statutory procedures and the regulations for this. And I have looked at this, and I can't. I'll look again. But I don't want to spend a lot of time discussing it because I don't think there's anything I can do about that.
Well, I know we are where we are, but if I might just add one point about the meeting in public. I believe one of the officers there said that the public could ask questions. Well, in fact, what happened was that we were allowed 5 questions from the public, and they all had to be submitted in advance, and there was no opportunity to give a supplementary question when your question had been answered, or not answered in many cases. So there was no discussion about it. I just wanted to make those points before going on.
Well, if I may, as I've tried to point, I'm just keen to really hear what you've come to say about the substance and the justification for the plan and the soundness tests. Really, you've got your chance, through this examination. I've already read a lot of material about this. We've still got a lot of time left to talk about North Horsham in particular. But my starting point on the examination is And those promoting alternatives won't be surprised to hear me say this. The first thing I'm going to look at very carefully is the soundness of what the council has put in the plan. And then, if I think that there are some issues with that, I might, go into more detail, possibly, depending on how serious I think those issues are, will affect the way in which I go into other plans, and that would affect the strategy. So that's a fairly normal way for an inspector to approach this. So what you don't like is in the plan, so we're looking at that first. Start next week, but we're also looking at the strategy today, and whether the strategy to focus on North Horsham, could also, as opposed to say South Water, and someone's promoting a site for west of South Water with virtually the same number of dwellings as on North Horsham. That's another strategy that needs to be looked at, as well as Mr. Rhodes' quantum leap. Different step change, I think was the phrase he used in terms of housing provision, with a totally new settlement somewhere else, straddling the boundary. So do you want to come on to that? Do you want to follow up on any of the points that have been made on that?
If I may,
yeah,
yes. Is that all right? With regard, I know you want to keep within definite boundaries, so can I just say that this plan, the NPPF, they quote the NPPF in the document, but they appear to flout many of the government guidelines. For example, the NPPF encourages development on brownfield sites. Horsham District Council are ignoring numerous brownfield sites in the area, preferring to allow development on greenfield space instead. The NPPF refers to the importance of town centres. Horsham District Council will jeopardise town centre first policy by allowing a superstore and other retail outlets on the North Horsham site. The NPPF says development should be designed and built to high standards. Now, Liberty's development in Kent does not match these standards. You probably know that there have been many complaints from people who've moved into that development. NPPF...
well, actually, I don't, unless you've told me.
Okay, fine. Makes an interesting read.
Where is this?
They did a development in Kent, Westmoreland in Kent.
Okay.
And there have been newspaper articles and so on and so forth, people complaining about the development.
I can go and look at it. I didn't say anything about site visits, but I'm sure Liberty, if they're here, wouldn't object to me doing that. But that isn't necessarily what might happen in North Horsham. I don't know the site at all.
No.
I should have said I have actually. I know the district from over the years. I've been a planning inspector, but I did do a tour several weeks ago to sort of refamiliarise myself in brief with the district, and looked at some of the major sites in particular. But I need to do more, and I accept that I will need to do more before coming to my conclusions about all this. So I will do that, and I will have another look at the North Horsham area. I have already been there. To sort of see its relationship to the town and the landscape, etc., among other things. So I will do that.
Can I just...
So you've got three. Well, you've got 3 points there.
Well, 1, 2, 3. I've got
how
5,
many more
actually.
Have you got?
Can I just finish my points here?
Okay, and then that's more than enough for the council to respond to. What are the other 2?
About transport solutions, the NPPF are recommending sustainable transport solutions. And the NPPF emphasises the need for plan-led systems, and this is obviously a developer-led programme.
Well, yeah, but I'm sorry, in the context of the NPPF, it's plan-led, because it's in the plan. Okay, the developers have put it forward, but, it's not... What that means is it's not being done on appeal, for example. So the idea of the NPPF in saying that is to encourage local authorities like Horsham to produce plans so they can say, right, well, we need this amount of development. This is where we think it should go. That some councils haven't done that, And so therefore what happens is developers say, well, you're not meeting your requirements, so we're going to appeal, on a site, a large site, and actually it happens in an ad hoc, random way rather than through a planned way like this and through this process, which tests whether that plan is correct. So I don't think that's necessarily quite what I don't think it's fair to say it's not plan-led here. But you've got 4 other points that I would like the council to respond to. Brownfield sites, you've ignored brownfield sites, or that you've not taken brownfield sites into consideration. Town centres, we're going to come on to that tomorrow. There's another issue I've raised about town centres, actually, was the second one. High standard of development might not be achieved, and transport, sustainable transport.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Actually, they're good strategic points to deal with.
Indeed. The Council has historically built on brownfield sites and continues to form part of the strategy. Policy 14, which is the strategic policy for housing provision, includes at criteria B homes that are already completed, permitted or agreed for release, and a number of those include brownfield sites, which we can come on to in more detail in terms of the trajectory on the housing day should you wish. We have also undertaken a town centre study looking at commercial and other opportunities within the town centre, and we're just finding the core document reference for you.
Yeah, that's a bit dated, isn't it?
That was something that's been undertaken in the last year.
Oh, right, an update.
Yep.
I think the main shop retail study was 2010 or something, but are you talking about an update?
No, I was talking about the capacity of Horsham Town Centre as opposed to the retail health update. If I just give you the reference. Yeah, it's not that one.
Anyone from Aviva here? I'm coming tomorrow.
Yeah, sorry for that delay. It's CDH07, which is the Horsham Town Centre Capacity Study, which was finalised in August of this year. So we continue to place an emphasis on brownfield sites. We do believe that we're town centre first, and indeed the policies of Horsham Town and those of Broadbridge Heath Quadrant make very specific reference to the primacy of Horsham Town Centre and the need to ensure its vitality and viability. The sustainable transport solutions, we have undertaken work on a cumulative impact transport assessment, which was, the methodology was agreed by the County Council as the Transport Authority and the Highways Agency, and that has been looked at the measures that are necessary to deliver the strategy, which includes sustainable transport solutions. And that is reference CDIN01.
Design quality, any comment on that?
The policies of the planning framework do not seek to dictate the type and style of development. Nevertheless, we have got a number of documents that refer to the character and the quality of the environment, and by that we don't just mean the countryside, we mean the environment in terms of our built spaces as well, and the relationship between the built spaces and the countryside beyond. So design and good quality design is something which we're seeking to achieve, but we do not have prescriptive policies set out in the document.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not going to forget about you, but I'm conscious other people have comments to make on strategy. It might be slightly different, so I'm going to widen it out a bit over this side. Sorry, who are you, please?
I think you asked for further comment on the objectively assessed needs without going into detail, and the Council made some statements.
Well, the strategy, I mean, Mr. Rhodes kicked that one off with, a point about the overall need affecting the strategy.
Yes,
so we're still on question one, really, in how it relates to that, the vision.
Yes, I think I concur with Mr. Rhodes that the total number of provision to be made has a major impact on the strategy. The number, in our view, is clearly too low for two very obvious reasons. One is that it has no regard to demographic needs other than Horsham's own, and the other is that it has no regard to economic needs, future jobs beyond Horsham itself. And that's quite clear from the evidence base behind the number of 650 a year, where the 650 a year is based on a job requirement, which is a Horsham-only job requirement. In the evidence base, the scenario which includes the needs of places to which people commute from Horsham gives a number of 767 homes a year. So there is no reference here.
That's the EGA study you're saying?
Yeah, yes. So there's no reference to the wider sub-region. There are studies undertaken sub-regionally, including the new SHMA, which appeared on the web, which you referred to earlier, sir.
Mm-hmm.
But it's an affordable needs study entirely. The cover of it says something like affordable needs reassessment.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's not a sort of full update of the housing market assessment.
So we're looking at a number which is clearly too low. And maybe I'm anticipating on the next question, but neither does it reflect the capacity of the district, because I think at paragraph 722 of the plan says the sustainable capacity of the district, even in the Council's view, is for 730 dwellings a year. So we're seeking to distribute a number which is too low in relation to the requirements of the MPPF, because it doesn't look at the wider housing market area. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Boyle, do you want to make a point, and then I'll ask the Council to respond to that? Is it related?
Thank you. A very similar point to that just made, but my observation is more on terminology, just so that we get it right at this stage. I put my little flag up when I heard reference to the 650 from the Council representing their OAN. And I think we need to be very clear at this stage that isn't even the Council's case. The 650 is a constrained figure. Both their essay and their planning statement, their position statement, position statement 5, recognises the 650 takes into account environmental and, rather curiously, market constraints to arrive at the 650 figure. And so for fear that something is repeated often enough that it becomes truth, we need to be clear at this stage that in the light of Huntston and Gallica and the other cases along those lines, the assessment of OAN is separate from and before the constrained assessment. It's the constrained assessment that has led the Council to the 650. Now, obviously, in terms of the numbers, we'll debate that on Thursday, but just say we get the terminology right, I thought I'd better put my flag up at this stage.
Yes, well, you should have seen my agenda for Thursday, which
Yes.
I hope gives you some reassurance that I'm going to go through those stages. Perhaps the Council would like to explain what they meant by that. Are you saying that your 560 is your OAN figure, needs figure, and that the 650 allows for another 90 a year from elsewhere in the sub-regional market area, housing market area?
Yes, sir, that is the Council's case.
Right. So how do you respond? So other than just flatly contradicting Mr. Boyle, do you want to sort of say anything else to sort of elaborate that answer in case he wants to come back on something else? And then also perhaps address the other point from Montague Evans about the 730 per annum, and then also from my point of view, what would be the problems in how constrained is that 650 figure? I mean, what are the problems with having 730 or, we're going to come into this in more detail, but I mean, I don't think the residents are saying don't provide 650 or the North Horsham objectors, or I don't know if you are or not, but I don't think you are. You are. So you're not saying the 650 figure's okay, but you'd prefer it to be in a Newmarket town or in Southwater. You're just saying it's too high. Okay. All right. Well, we'll come on to that. Are you available to be here on Thursday? Are you down to attend on Thursday and participate? Good. Okay. Okay. So on the one hand, we've got people saying 650's too high. On the other hand, we've got developers saying maybe someone's even saying over 1,000 is needed. I think I'm not sure. I can't remember who that was, but someone is. I know. Anyone want to put their hand up and admit to that at this stage? Came out of one of the Barton-Wilmore studies, I think.
So if you have regard, Hugh Edwards, Barton-Wilmore, if you had regard to the full economic-led forecasting, so the sub-regional housing market area, you'll end up with a figure, I think it's close to 1,100.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah. Okay, thanks. So we've got quite a big disparity there that I've got to come to a view on. Do the Council want to make any comments about the OAN figures and the overall constrained figure and, what the constraints are?
Yes, I think we are absolutely clear that our objectively assessed housing needs, there is a range between 550 and 595, and we have set out in the plan the 560 number. In terms of 650 being a constrained number, the issue that was raised in relation to the sustainability appraisal and the assessment of 730 dwellings per annum as a capacity. We are looking at environmental constraints as a year on for a 20-year period. You'll see from the trajectory work which we have submitted that there are a number of years where over 700 homes per year will be provided within that trajectory, which I know we will explore further on the Housing Day.
Just remind me of the reference for your constrained 730, is it? Constrained capacity? Is that in the essay, or?
It is within the sustainability appraisal, yes.
Okay.
It was one of the options that was appraised.
Paragraph 722, sir, you're pleased to see, of the essay gives the 730 as being the limit, allegedly, for environmental and market constraints.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Boyle. Okay.
Therefore, our point would be, sir, that the 650 is a target. We are not setting that as a ceiling. The sustainability appraisal has quite rightly looked at higher figures. However, whilst we accept that we are a relatively unconstrained authority, particularly in comparison with our immediate neighbours, that we do provide an environmental service to those other areas that are built up in terms of flood attenuation, green corridors, climate change in terms of carbon sink. We do this for ourselves and the quality of the environment for those that live and work in the district, but also for others, being on the urban fringe of Crawley, for example, which is predominantly built out to its boundary. Therefore, the Council has used a balance of these factors, looking at our objectively assessed needs, the needs of our neighbours, as well as the environmental capacity. And we have come to the figure of 650, which, as I say, is not a ceiling, and the trajectory clearly shows that we'll be delivering very much higher than that in the next 15 years.
Yes, but not what... So you're saying you're meeting more, you're going to provide more already, you think, than the 13,000, is it, over 20 years or whatever?
Yes, the trajectory that was submitted to you, sir, shows that that we would meet 665 homes, in fact, taken over the whole 20-year plan period. We have already given permission for 58% of our overall requirement of 13,000 homes.
Okay, going back, well, I'll finish on this side and then go back round. Mr. Collins. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Just a couple of points. I mean, just in immediate response to Ms. Charles there, I think 665 is a 2% contingency over the plan period, but I was going to return to that under question 5. As the main question is on spatial strategy, the key point we've heard from the Council in respect to the fact that we've got a settlement hierarchy and that is there to guide future plan making. Well, the plan in a number of policies, in particular policy 3 and then through to the housing policy, clearly identifies around 1,500 dwellings for neighbourhood plans, and in the absence of the fact that we've got a situation whereby we've got 2 key allocations, obviously North Horsham and west of Southwater, basically everything else is left to neighbourhood planning. And the Council said that the intention is for the settlement hierarchy to guide those future neighbourhood plans. Well, as the plan is worded, sir, there's no actual spatial strategy included. There's no distribution of housing proposed, and hence I would argue that there is half a spatial strategy in this plan, sir, not a full spatial strategy. That said, we broadly support the settlement hierarchy proposed. It's very similar to that which was in the previous core strategy, and would like to point out that Billingshurst in particular is in effect a small town now in terms of size and amenities, but we can return to that next week. One further point to add, and you can take that from our statements, sir. Although the town of Crawley is clearly not part of Horsham District, a significant potential expansion to it is currently occurring at Kilnwood Vale, west of Bewbush.
I did go and see that, actually.
Which you can see, obviously, it's partly built out. In time, that may well form part of the town of Crawley, but at the moment it's part of Horsham Districts. And we're concerned there's absolutely no reference whatsoever in this plan to Crawley as a key settlement. And the reason why we think that's important is because it is the dominant settlement by far in the immediate economic sub-region. Thank you, sir.
Comment on the Crawley point? And anything else, but then I'll go back to Mr. Rhodes and work my way round.
Yes. I would agree with Mr. Collins in terms of the role of Crawley in this particular area, and that is clearly identified in the local strategic statement which has been agreed between the Gatwick Diamond authorities. So the hierarchy of settlements which gives precedence to the Crawley is set out clearly within that, with Horsham having a subsidiary role in the hierarchy. So our plan seeks to plan for our area whilst being outward looking Therefore, we did not feel it appropriate to include Crawley in our settlement hierarchy, because there is a clear joint position which has been established in terms of the role that Crawley plays in this sub-regional area.
Yes. Okay, I'm hoping to come on to question 3 before lunch, although I'm not going to cut discussion off. And I am planning to carry on straight through. Is everyone okay with that, participants? Okay. All right. Anything else on Mr. Collins' points? Or
I think the other point that Mr. Collins was raising was in terms of the Council not setting targets, specific targets for communities to reach through neighbourhood planning. And that is a very particular point that the Council wanted to make. We did not feel that it was appropriate to set targets for individual communities. What we have done is set a policy framework, but we want communities to decide their own level and type as well as location of development. We have, of course, got a site allocation document programmed so that we can monitor the delivery through neighbourhood plans, and if that does not come forward as we have assessed, then we can take a more direct approach in terms of the allocation of sites.
yes, okay. I'd like to come back to that. We'll come back to that on Thursday, and I'll allow. Obviously, that will be tested on Thursday as to how effective that mechanism is going to be, because I'd like to know a bit more about that myself, I think. Okay, Mr. Rhodes, you've had your board up. Yep.
Thank you, sir. To be guided by you, but I wanted to respond to what the Council had to say about objectively assessed needs. Briefly, is that appropriate?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. So I know you'll get to the detail of this on Thursday.
Yes.
But I think the position's really relatively straightforward. The National Planning Practice Guidelines tells the Council how to go about its objectively assessed need, and I don't think you have in evidence before you any assessment from the Council that's consistent with the NPPG. So there are 4 steps that the Council should have followed. The first, to start with objectively assessed needs, is the starting point of the 2011 based forecasts. The Council's figure of 560 is not based on the 2011 forecasts. If it was, it wouldn't be 560, it would be 699. So the Council's submission to Matter 6 recognises that, but then does nothing about it. And I don't. You'll get to this, I'm sure, on Thursday.
I'll make your point briefly, because as you know, you will have seen from the way I set out that agenda, I'm clearly going to go into this in some detail on Thursday. So what you were saying, there were 4 steps, and then you sort of see what other factors need to, justify moving away from that figure. The guidance is that's the starting point.
Yes, sir. I think it can be simply stated that the pretence, for instance, that the plan allocates beyond its objectively assessed need to meet the requirements, to provide some headroom to meet the requirements of adjacent authorities, is immediately undermined by the 2011 based forecasts, which the plan does not take into account, but which government guidance advises is the starting point. The second step would then be to have regard to employment growth forecasts, and in fact the figure of 650 plans for a declining workforce and is completely inconsistent with the economic growth assessment. Again, the Council's statements recognise the economic growth assessment as existing, but do nothing about it. The third step required in the NPPG is to have regard to market signals. Market signals are discussed at length in the SHMA, but I haven't seen anything which makes any adjustment at all to the housing needs figures in relation to market signals. And then the fourth step required by the NPPG is have regard to affordable housing need and make provision to meet that need in full. So again, the SHMA, identifies affordable housing need, or at least an element of affordable housing need, not the full amount of affordable housing need required by the NPPG. And we have a revised SPA, partially revised SPA, that looks at, which demonstrates an increase in that portion of affordable housing need. But again, whilst the Council's submissions recognise those facts, I don't see anywhere any assessment of how that relates to an up-to-date assessment of objectively assessed needs. Effectively, the plan has planned for 650, justified it on the basis of out-of-date figures, not taken account of the NPPG, and now plans for significantly less than objectively assessed needs. And one of the consequences of that, apart from the obvious difficulties for soundness, is that it can make no provision at all for the needs of its neighbours. And we'll get to the duty to cooperate later. But in those, there are three fundamental difficulties with the plan. One is, I think even on the Council's own evidence, not planning for sufficient housing or employment growth. The second touches on the question that you've just asked, which we'll come to, I think, after lunch, which is question 2, the question of balance. In other words, if you had objectively assessed needs in an unconstrained world, as you're required to do under the NPPF, what is the constraint that would take you down to 650? And we'll come to that after lunch. But I don't think that there's anywhere that I've read where the Council's actually addressed the requirements of paragraph 14 of the NPPF, which explains how that balance is to be struck. And the third fundamental problem is the duty to cooperate. It's not a duty to meet and talk, it's a duty to deliver and plan for unmet needs.
Well...
And we'll come to that after lunch.
I'm not sure it's quite worded like that, is it? Because I'll take the word... OK, we'll carry on round. I think I got the wording right the first time, but anyway, Mr. Councillor Arthur, you wanted to make a point?
Yes, I come at it from a slightly different point of view. We have been asked, as a council, as all other councils across the country have been asked, to make a projection of needs based on demographic, not the democratic, factors. And if we get this wrong, I think we all need to be clear on what the likely implications will be. The implications will be that presumption in favour will continue to be used, and that will allow continued building on greenfield sites in preference to brownfield sites at a rate which will overload the capacity of the infrastructure. So I emphasise, and I know you know this, I'm just emphasising this because we've seen enough of this over the last 3 or 4 years. Now, the point I wanted to make about the numbers is that the 20-year target of 650 dwellings per annum is designed, as I said, from demographic projections. And it has not been adjusted for market influences and is much higher than the 453 average in the 8 years prior to the recession, when GDP was expanding at 3% across the country. The Planning Minister, Brendan Lewis, has said, and I've got a copy of his letter, that housing targets should be adjusted based on building rates before and after a market downturn. That has not been done. Apart from interest rates, 2 principal factors affect the market, at least one principal factor, and that is disposable income. Obviously, land supply is another issue. Household debt levels have not risen, or in fact, they've stayed about where they were after the recession. And that impacts directly on occupation densities. There is a curve, and it's in the locally generated housing needs study, which shows a projection of average household size. Well, we all know that first-time buyers are living with their parents for longer. They're approaching 40 years of age, and they're moving to areas with lower housing prices. And that's what we find in this district. These projections that are in the plan are based on a falling household size. In other words, because people are getting older, there are fewer people in a household. In practice, that has not happened because of the factors that I mentioned. If you look at that curve, you'll see it's nowhere near the dotted line. And if you take a different outcome from the 2.16 that is at the end of the dotted line...
I've seen all this, and I'm going to go into it in more detail on Thursday, but yeah. Which document is that you're talking about?
This is the Horsham District Locally Generated Needs,
the Needs to 2012
Studies, Census 2011. Yeah. But I won't go into too much detail because, as you say, this is going to be covered later. But it is a very significant factor because a small change in that household density makes a big change in the ultimate target. And I do seriously ask you, sir, to look at that factor. I've got the calculations. I can let you have them.
Well, you can put them to me on Thursday. Yeah. I've already looked at it, actually. Okay. But there are other ways. I mean... to save someone on that side saying so, the other people are saying, well, the economy is improving and therefore we're going to revert back to the previous household formation rate. So there are different arguments. So I'm just warning you that that's what we might be discussing on Thursday. Yeah. To avert someone saying that to me and having that discussion now in detail.
But I think everyone knows the market has topped out this year. Yeah, everyone knows this. We know that an interest rate rise is coming.
That's another interesting point about market signals, which we're going to deal with on Thursday, I think. Don't worry, I've got that in my mind to talk about. Mr. Schatz, did you want to?
I wanted to point out, and I've done this on...
Please put your microphone on.
I want to point out some contradictions in the spatial strategy as I see it. And I've made this representation on the portal during the consultation period. And in particular, the fact that although the plan states, and we've heard it repeated today, that the Council favours brownfield land, and I better quote the passage, paragraph 3.23, they wish to ensure that development takes place in the most sustainable locations, including through the reuse of previously developed land, brownfield land, and give priority to locating new homes, jobs and facilities within Horsham town. Well, to me, it seems that's a flat contradiction of the plan they've actually come up with. Likewise, if I can just add,
I think that's a reflection of the numbers, isn't it? I mean, we can go into this. I mean, there are other... I've heard about the Novartis site, for example, but, and the Council's produced a schedule of, I've seen, of sites within the urban area of Horsham, I think. That came through recently. But so I've got that in mind as well. But they have... I think unless you're saying to me that you can contradict that evidence and say, well, there are all these other sites as well that they've ignored, and that's why we don't need North Horsham or an alternative greenfield site. Is that what you're saying? Because the Council is saying to meet that number of 650 that we can't.
I think there are other sites, sir, but I can't give chapter and verse on that because I'm not the planning department. I haven't got the information, but I believe that's the case.
Well, you can
and I would be saying the following, and this will come out also in further discussion, that the way the economy is developing, and I am an economist if I can point that out, the demand for office space or retail space, including things like bank branches, car showrooms, all this is in decline. And if you know Manor Royal in Crawley, you'll see what's happened there, because they had lots of car showrooms which are largely redundant. And this is the way that the economy is developing. And so that should be the future, to look to reusing brownfield sites in urban areas. And that also fits with the need, and that's something that hasn't been mentioned at all today, and will be, no doubt, on Thursday, the question of affordable housing, which needs to be in locations where the people who need affordable housing can use it, and that's close to existing facilities, existing infrastructure and existing jobs. And if I can just add one other point, which is a similar contradiction, in my view. On paragraph 4.7 of the plan, it says, within built-up area boundaries, development is accepted in principle, whereas land outside these boundaries is considered to be in the countryside and development will be more strictly controlled. Well, it's well known that the A264 has been considered the northern boundary of the town for a long time, and therefore the SD1, the development for land north of Horsham, is again a contradiction of that. And finally, can I just say, it's because of these kind of contradictions that I feel we, in our group, regard the whole entire plan as unsound, and therefore you should be prepared to send it back for full reconsideration.
Yep, okay. I'd say that your point. That's your. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, that's the implication of if I find in your favour. Okay, Mrs. White, you've got a board up.
Thank you. Yes,
I'm
just sort of on the broad spatial vision idea. In the plan, the plan extols the virtues of Horsham district with its attractive market town and pleasant surrounding countryside. If this is to be retained, then economic development must be spread through the whole district and not just lumped in one place on its northern boundary. I just mention here that for the purposes of planning, development planning, Horsham district is divided into two geographical areas, the north and the south. Somewhat bizarrely, and I suppose for historical administrative reasons, Billingshurst is included in the south development area. However, if you look at a map of Horsham district, I have one here, Ordnance Survey, you'll see that Billingshurst actually lies north of a line drawn across the centre of the map. Normally, I suppose this wouldn't matter, except that it does skew the figures.
What turns on this?
Well, it does skew the figures when you try and ascertain if development to date has been spread evenly north-south across the district. And when asked about disproportionate amounts of development in the north of the district, the planners would say the numbers granted for the north are not outlandishly larger than those for the south. But Billingshurst counts as being in the south. And it's taken a lot of development over the last 10 to 15 years. And the people who live in Billingshurst look to Horsham as their place to go for things like employment, shopping, and leisure and cultural pursuits.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, I'm missing something here.
Well,
what's wrong with that? I mean,
that's
part of the council's strategy, is to concentrate on the main urban areas.
Yes, it's a fact, but it does rather, if they point to the fact that development is already taking place across the whole of the district, you can see it skews the figures if they include Billingshurst as being in the south of the district, when geographically it's in the north.
But, okay, well, I'm not... Well,
because
maybe the council can
obviously
on
my
that.
preference is for development, rather being lumped in one place, be spread evenly across the district. And I'll tell you why.
Well, that has sustainability implications, which maybe we'll come on to.
Well, because the demographics now show that people are... older people want to move to smaller premises, they want to downsize, and they cannot normally, so we need developments around villages to enable them to stay in the locations they're used to. They want their children, when they grow up and leave home and get married, they want them to be nearby. They don't want them to have to move so that they have to travel to see them. So I'm sure it's a better idea to spread the development across the whole district. And there would be economic benefits as well if that were done. Rather than being lumped in one place.
I'll ask the council to comment on that then. So you're saying, on the strategy, essentially, just so I understand your point, you don't really agree with the concentration on the main urban areas. You think it should be spread around and that the villages should see more growth.
Well, certainly I do, and I don't...
But you're not saying, hang on a minute, but you're not saying that you'd rather see a proposal like Mr Rhodes, the Mayfield Town proposal, which actually is a major proposal where, would have employment as well as housing and other social and community facilities. So effectively, that's another strategy to yours, effectively, and the councils, whereas you were talking about a major new settlement with a lot of facilities and actually a major development as an alternative.
Well, that would have been nice if we had had some alternatives put before us, I mean the general public, originally, so that if we had been asked if we preferred to have a new town in the district or to have development spread across the district. In fact, some councillors worked up a proposal themselves, and it was well received because that proposal said that development should be spread more evenly across. It was a very well received document, actually, but it was thrown out by the council, who said, oh no, we've already thought about that, and we're not considering that.
Well,
so the general public didn't have a chance.
Okay, I'll ask them to comment on that, please, those points.
Thank you, sir. The main point really about whether we would have development spread elsewhere in the district has been set out in the sustainability appraisal. That's on page 66. And in summary, a proportional distribution of settlements around the district doesn't specifically work because there are actually settlements within the settlements in the south of the district, which, for example, such as Stenning, which are very heavily constrained in terms of being on the boundary of the South Downs National Park, and also have floodplain to the north. So that wouldn't necessarily work in that particular instance in any event, so it wouldn't necessarily be reasonable to take that forward. Further detail is set out more generally as to why that would be, and obviously we have the development hierarchy, which identifies that Horsham is clearly the most sustainable location for development. In terms of the questions that have been asked and the options that have been put forward, that has been taken place throughout the assessment process, the plan preparation process, and there was a specific question in the 2009 consultation about the locational strategy.
And what were the outcomes?
The primary outcome is that the development and the recommendations...
Well, Mrs White said, it was well received, the idea to spread the development around the district and not concentrate on Horsham, which you said you decided to do on sustainability grounds.
Fundamentally, it's the workability of that, which is that actually to spread it around the district doesn't actually work, because you have settlements which can't physically take that proportional amount of development, and also it doesn't actually provide the needs where they actually arise, which are in those larger settlements, and also have that level of infrastructure that's already there and can be built on and absorb that level of development. Fundamentally, and so although it may seem superficially something that would work, there needs to be that balance between that development of the larger settlements, but with that organic growth that the smaller settlements can take, that's where they don't stagnate.
Yeah, and it would also depend on the relative numbers of people commenting on and where they lived, I suppose. Some people might not welcome. Some people might not welcome a major expansion of their village. But other factors come into play. I'm going to carry on moving round the table. Gentleman arrived late with a Liberal Democrat poster up. I'm not sure who you are, please.
Sorry, yes. I'm Malcolm Kernock, HDC councillor, and one of the authors of the alternative strategy that was put forward.
Malcolm who?
Kernock.
Oh, yeah. what was your comment then, please, on the strategy?
On the strategy, my comment on this is that the fact that we put forward an alternative strategy confirms that we did not have confidence in the proposal from HDC. We are concerned that there is too much concentration in the north of the district. There are considerable concerns about the delivery and rate of delivery on large strategic sites based on the historic evidence we have from west of Horsham and Kilnwood Vale. Both of these have fallen behind the predicted delivery rates as proposed in the core strategy for 2007. This obviously then has an impact on the lack of a 5-year land supply, and I do not believe that the Council has adequately addressed in its HDPF how will it ensure that those delivery rates for the large strategic sites proposed will be maintained as predicted, and thus prevent us falling back into a lack of 5-year land supply. We did, in our document, also clearly state that we felt there should be a distributed approach to both housing and employment. And the idea about taking the hierarchy, which we did and accepted, we then looked at, in principle, what number of houses could be distributed amongst those other communities around the district that would equate to the 2,500 that are proposed for North Horsham. And that document clearly shows, as an indicative figure, that it could be achieved. I accept the fact that has been made that there may be constraints on specific settlements, but that doesn't mean to say that some of the other settlements may be able to take their share. It is the principle of ensuring sustainability across the district as a whole, both from a housing and employment position. Sustainability can be looked at in more than one ways. Yes, Horsham may be considered the better site from a sustainability because of the facilities it has. But at the same time, it has its constraints because of the high density of residences. Whereas if you have local employment alongside local housing, then you can support local sustainability. And I don't think that that has been explored sufficiently. Okay. So basically those are my comments on question 1. I do have some comments on question 2 under that, but if you'd like to come back on that, or would you like me to continue?
Yes, I think I'll try and sweep up on question 1.
All right. Okay.
But I mean, I've got a question on your point, though. You're saying the 2,500 that's proposed for North Horsham could be achieved by development in the villages. Is that in addition to the 1,500 neighbourhood plan dwellings that the council are saying should also go in the villages?
No, it's not in addition. What we've identified is that the 1,500 under the MPPF, under the neighbourhood plans that was predicted, is insufficient, but they could be beefed up. And I think that's one of our concerns about relying on the neighbourhood plans, is that without some guidance to the local communities as to what is needed to achieve the overall strategy, even under the plan being proposed under the current, the current HDPF, without giving them some guidance.
I've got that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but my point to you is, I mean, there's an issue there, but you're really saying if the 1,500 that's in the neighbourhood plan, you're saying could be achieved up to 2,500 if it was a more directive approach.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But that would still leave 1,500 short, wouldn't it, on the council's figure?
Yes, you're right. Yes, it would. Yes, sorry.
So where are they going to go?
Well, sorry, no. When we put
on
out
the council's figure, that's on. Okay, you might be saying the figure's wrong. We're going to come on to that later on. But
what I'm trying to say here is that the proposal we put forward put everything into one pot, so the indicative figures we gave included what was required under neighbourhood plans plus the 2.5 from North Horsham.
Well, okay, that's a different thing to what you've just said to me then. So that's effectively, you're saying 4,000 could be achieved?
Yes.
In the villages?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, well, clear. Lady next to you, do you comment on question 1?
Rossford Parish Council.
Don't forget to speak right into the microphone, please. You've got quite a soft voice, so I think we need to hear you.
Okay, if I can just raise the point on, I think I'm at the right question here with regards to coalescence. And I believe that you said you visited Kilnwood Vale. If we go back to when this...
I still can't hear you very well. Can you? And others might be struggling, so please move nearer the microphone.
Okay. When you referred to Kilnwood Vale earlier on to say that you had visited that site...
Well, briefly, yeah.
Briefly. The plan goes back some years. In fact, this was the plan probably nearly 10 years ago, which Rossford Parish Council wrote an open letter in the local press and actually sent to Horsham District Council, which pointed out that if you were going to build within the strategic gap between Horsham and Crawley, what was actually needed infrastructure-wise was a western relief road from the 264 round to the A23. And the only development which is come forward at the moment, or is being built at the moment, is the Kilnwood Vale, which is where that road would start. In 2009, under the document which was issued by the council, the north of Horsham constraints were difficult to link to Horsham town because of the A264. It was views of the high-wheeled area, outstanding natural beauty, the A264 from parts of North Horsham would be significantly altered, and development would be at the narrowest point in the gap between Horsham and Crawley. So that was in 2009 as to why the North Horsham development wasn't taken forward then.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I actually went to the West of Bewbush examination, actually.
But the point I want to make is that it wasn't taken forward in 2009 because it was the narrowest point between Horsham and Crawley. Now that the Kilnwood Vale development is going ahead of 2,500 houses, that gap is now becoming less. And there's also about 150 dwellings going into Faygate, which is right in the middle.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So the coalescence between Horsham and Crawley is already less.
I take the point.
When North Horsham was discounted before.
Yeah, all right. I'm not diminishing the point, but that's one of the things we're going to talk about next week on the North Horsham. That's really more of a specific site issue, I think, for the North Horsham. Rather
coalescence between Horsham and Crawley.
Well, I thought you were going to say something about, whether you were in favour of an alternative to that being western expansion of Mr. Collins' site or the West of Ifield site.
But that's why the West of Ifield wasn't taken to, because it was deemed that what we needed in the infrastructure was a relief road around Crawley.
Well, they're saying that can be achieved now. So would you be in favour of that?
No, because it's within the strategic gap.
Okay.
The strategic gap between
that's all right. No, that's a good, clear answer. I've got that. That's okay. Fine. All right. I don't think there's anything for the council particularly there. If I'll carry on round, someone's had a board up and went down. Mr. Boyle. Yeah. No, just a minute. I'm going round. You've only just put that up. Oh, sorry. All right. Well, I'll carry it. I won't stop you. All right. Mr. Boyle.
Thank you.
Strategy, question
yes, absolutely. I'm assuming the 1,500 is to be debated another day, because the sustainability of the 1,500 is something that we have raised. The idea that it was 500 and suddenly it becomes 1,500, and whether that's a good idea.
Yeah, okay, it's a relevant point to this, but I take...
okay,
we will be looking at that, yeah.
So, therefore, to add on that another however many thousand, as being suggested, we would also want to put into that debate on that day, in terms of sustainability, that you're then moving away from the hierarchy and the strategy which we broadly support. As you know, our difficulty
they are. I mean, I think just to be fair, the argument from there was that that is still sustainable. I mean, that we might be arguing about that. Is your point that actually you don't think that is so sustainable to rather than to put everything into the main urban centre? An alternative strategy is to develop other villages in the southern part of the district with employment as well as housing, and that could be considered to be just as sustainable as a major urban extension, or another freestanding settlement, which is also claimed, I'm sure Mr. Rhodes is going to tell me, is highly sustainable.
Yes, I'm not on the freestanding settlement point at all, just simply the broad distribution. We've already objected to 1,500 being directed to neighbourhood plans, both on the basis of deliverability.
Well, that's, I thought, the main objection, yeah.
And secondly, whether it's actually a wise thing to do to add an extra 1,000 into these rural areas. So if there are more being taken out from the major allocations and put into rural areas, then we would need to return to that on the relevant day. But so the reason why I had my flag up was, in fact, in response to the Council now some time ago. And again, keeping away from numbers, I just need to give you the relevant reference. The Council continue to say 650 is its OAN, whereas in fact its position statement, paragraph 2.8, makes it very clear that the target of 650 per year is said to be unrealistic and unattainable. That's why they're not going beyond it. Now, that's contradicted by the SA, but we can come back to that on the housing day. It's the point as to why it is we've got to a certain figure. The Council themselves say because to go beyond it is unrealistic and unattainable. Now, it may be, of course, on a given year you do go above it, but on an annual average basis, that is their case. It's unrealistic and unattainable. So it is a constrained figure. And the 560 OAN figure, again, ignoring the number, because we can discuss that in due course, the 560 OAN figure is only seeking to be part of the OAN. It's only looking at one of the building blocks to make the OAN.
Only looking at one of what?
Have I got my thing? One of the building blocks to make the OAN. It isn't, as Mr. Rhodes identified, going through all of the process, at the end of which you have then deduced your OAN.
No, okay. We'll have to come back to that. I've forgotten what I was going to say to you there, but the other thing that I will be looking at, the Council's constrained on deliverability and, market signals. Well, I mean, there's another discussion there about what are the market signals and over what period of time do you take them, and Mr. Shutt's point about the economy and whatever, the delay in deliverability at Kilnwood Vale, for example, might be construed to be a market signal going the other way. But I think I'll just leave that with you for discussion in more detail on the housing figure. Gentleman over there has been waiting patiently.
Thank you, sir. Hugh James from EC Planning. Unsurprisingly, the discussion so far focused essentially on housing, but our points are actually how the spatial vision impacts on specific communities. We've made representations on behalf of the Arran Business Consortium and associated trusts, who are a faith group, members of the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church, members of which have lived in the district for generations. It's our view that the HDPF doesn't adequately recognise its specific communities as specifically required by the MPPF and has failed to plan effectively for the needs of this group. The spatial approach, with the focus of strategic development at the north of Horsham and Southwater, and then the use of neighbourhood plans to deliver the housing and community requirements of the district, we believe is flawed, and really in the absence of a clear delivery mechanism below strategic level has a detrimental impact on the social, educational and employment needs of this particular group.
Yeah, I suppose we've got to deal with that now. What are you seeking in the plan then? If you think it's not sound for that reason, it's not addressing community needs, what are you saying that the plan? How should the plan be different?
The council, and in some way there's a interrelation with the points made in terms of housing, in that the council has set out a development hierarchy, although the actual spatial approach does very much relate to strategic development north of Horsham and at Southwater. And we believe that there is a policy vacuum beneath that, so that the development hierarchy should be expanded to incorporate housing and community requirements at a level above neighbourhood plan level.
Okay. Does the council have a comment on that, please?
I think there's a couple of points, and then I'll pass over to my colleague. I think just to clarify, the neighbourhood plans, there's been a lot of talk about the neighbourhood plans. They are actually also looking at employment sites as well, so they aren't just about residential. So going back to the discussion about making sure development is sustainable, we are...
presumably they would look at community plans as well, community facilities as well in a neighbourhood plan.
That's the point I was going to come on to. So they are looking at employment sites, housing sites as the main drivers, but of course community facilities would be something that could be involved in that as well. And the allocation within North Horsham, I don't see any reason why community facilities, they would be required to be involved with that as well. And the council has put certain groups in touch with Liberty to have that discussion, so I don't see there's any reason why that couldn't happen there as well. I'll just pass over to Catherine as well.
Thank you. Just to add a further layer of detail as well, that obviously the policies within the HDPF need to be taken as a whole, and Policy 41, which is inclusive communities, makes specific mention of the need to take into account the needs of faith and other community groups at point F of that policy. So any development which comes forward, there is that particular policy hook for that issue in any event.
What about this point about there's perhaps a policy gap in terms of looking at community needs between the HDPF, which is a high-level plan effectively. It's not quite a local plan in some ways that the government is sort of suggesting, because from my perspective, having just done a couple of those, they're sort of all embracing old-style local plans where you actually have a lot of site allocations as well. You've just put strategic allocations in. Mr. James's point is that maybe there's a gap for another plan in between the HDPF and the neighbourhood plans. You talked about a sites plan possibly coming along if the neighbourhood plans don't do the job. Have you got anything firmer than that?
I'd say if you actually look at the position statement that was submitted on with the plan that said how the plan came about, it points out that Horsham was one of the first local authorities to go core strategy, and this was a review of the core strategy, and we will have the saved site allocations DPD document, and that's why we've decided to produce a new one. So the idea is that this is a rolling approach, and this is the second time round that the council has produced an LDF document. So I can see where you're coming from, that it doesn't quite fit between being a core strategy and a local plan, but it's because of the way that it's been put together and the way that it moves on from the LDF process. But it does still have a site allocation DPD document saved and a programme to review it in the future to pick up the smaller points.
Okay, thanks. Right, I'm going to take three more before going back to the council. Mr. Rhodes, we're still on question one, really, effectively.
Yes, so just briefly 2 points.
Spreading into question two. Hang on. Mr. James, you want to come back then briefly on that? Go on then. Yep.
Just in response to a couple of points there, Policy 41 referred to by the officers, which does assume the availability of land. What I'm talking about now is actually a policy approach to deal with specific needs of faith groups who are essentially priced out of any available land within the district because of the drive for residential development. In terms of the officer's reference to community groups being represented through neighbourhood plans, the faith group I'm talking about in particular, but really any faith group or similar organisation, they're groups bound by factors other than the immediate environment in which they live. They're within their parish, within their village. This is a district-wide need and a district-wide group. And they may not have a loud enough voice in any particular parish or neighbourhood plan setting to see their needs delivered. And which underlines my point about the fact that this absence of a clear spatial strategic vision, approach below the main strategic elements in the local plan just throws them into the policy vacuum.
I'm not sure I can take that a lot further. Do you want to respond anymore? I'm still not quite sure what you want the plan to say or do. Or are you saying it shouldn't? I mean, you seem to be saying it shouldn't be in this plan as a strategic plan, effectively, or a district-wide plan. What do you?
Well, I'm saying
what soundness criterion fails, and what change are you seeking?
Well, it's the MPPF requires under paragraph 156 that provision of health, security, community and cultural infrastructure and other local facilities be provided for. Yeah. Paragraph 171 specifically identifies places of worship as being a requirement for local authorities to plan for. And we've identified in our representations potentially a site allocations DPD that obviously the council have considered as a potential fallback. But there is, there would be a site allocations DPD approach potentially, or a more detailed policy at the level of the development hierarchy which the council have set out.
All right. Do you want to comment on that or not?
Just to go back to, policy 41 and policy 42 do have, have requirements in there for community facilities. As has been mentioned, there are discussions going on about what facilities will be in North Horsham. There are potential discussions to be had with any faith group about being located as part of those community facilities. And those are discussions that we have had with faith groups. So I think my view is that the plan does have policies that are there that do cover this issue.
Okay.
And again, there can also be discussions with local communities. So if there's some local faith group, some local church group, that's something that they could raise through the neighbourhood planning process as part of a local community.
I'll have a look at that. I'll have another look at it.
Brief comment?
No, sorry. Well, I think you've been through. there's different. I'll need to look at it. If I've got anything I want to come back to you on, I'll write to you or something. Because I've got too much to discuss, and I'm not sure it's at this sort of strategic level that I'm looking at here in terms of spatial strategy. Mr. Rhodes.
So thank you. Just two brief points on the question of the north-south distribution in question 1.
Yeah.
And the first point was the council made reference to this being assessed in the sustainability appraisal at page 66. So when you look at page 66, what you'll find is the option of providing a new settlement in the south of the district was dealt with very briefly, and the principal concern expressed on page 66 is that it would not provide for housing needs in the short to medium term. Not that it wasn't a better spatial option, but that the priority was to provide short and medium term housing. And the second point to make is that if one is also to consider unmet needs from adjacent authorities, you'll be aware from our evidence, but also from the Council's evidence update document that you referred to this morning, a number of authorities to the south of the district identifying substantial unmet needs, and the Council's evidence update recognising that it would be the south of the district that would be the more sustainable place for those needs to be met.
Yeah, I was going to come back to that under duty to cooperate, actually, with a possible question for you about how sustainable that is. Really. Mr. Temple-Pediani, do the Council want to comment on that point? Mr. Rhodes, or not? We'll come back to it. I think we're going to come back to it. And certainly in terms of the overall timescale I've got some questions of how that can all work, and with regard to duty to cooperate. Mr. Temple-Pediani?
Yes, as you know, I'm here to discuss and indicate why Chapter 10, the chapter on climate change, is unsound. My interest here is the number of properties which are planned and how they might be best served with low-carbon electricity and heat. That is why I'm specifically here. But on the other hand, I'm cognizant of comments that other people have made. And what would concern me is that the developments, whether they're in North Horsham or South Horsham, might in any way further impoverish Crawley. Crawley is a very small borough, and Horsham, by comparison, is huge. And if the quality of development in Horsham is such as to cause people to move out of Crawley into Horsham because the environment is that much superior, then that is perhaps an unacceptable progress. So I'm not going to be here on Wednesday, I'm not going to be here Thursday, but it is a comment that I'm making, which is really from listening to other participants in this debate. The Crawley local plan will be examined early next year, so I'm told, and I should be giving evidence, pretty much the same evidence I should be giving to you. I'm surprised there isn't a representative of Crawley Borough Council here, not here. That's the only comment I have to make, that Horsham should not in any way endanger or run the risk of impoverishing further a relatively poor borough, which is Crawley Borough Council. That's my comment.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, well, I think we'll sort of come on to that. Crawley, I suppose, well, I don't think they're... I've seen their statements. I mean, we'll come on to this in the duty to cooperate. I don't think they're not objectors, are they? I mean, I would have welcomed them being here. They're not here, are they, observing? If you want to participate in the duty to cooperate part of the session, I would welcome it, actually. But there's no obligation. Is anyone from Brighton here? Observing? No, okay. We'll deal with that after lunch, I think we'll have to. I'm going to carry on the gentleman who's had his board up for even longer now. What would you...
Yeah, I'm still sulking. No, not really. So, it would be helpful, I think, to have...
just remind us who you are and who you're speaking
I'm
for.
Roger Smith. I'm representing CPRE Sussex.
All right.
So it would be helpful, I think, to have clarification from the Mayfield's representative on a point that he made earlier, which was that the proposed new settlement, new market town, would relieve pressure on existing villages. Now, the reason why clarification, I think, would be helpful is because I understand that Mayfields are advocating an annual build rate of around at least 1,000 houses a year. So over 20 years, that's 20,000 houses. And I also understand that 5,000 of those houses would be intended for the Horsham district half of the proposed new town, that 5,000, another 5,000, would be accommodated by a new settlement at an unspecified site somewhere else in the district, and that leaves 10,000 houses.
Well, that's not my understanding of the proposal at all. But I was going to bring this up. I mean, let's be quite clear. This is not part of the plan. So that's Mr. Rhodes is here to tell me that he thinks it should be, and to ask me to make some main modifications to allow that to happen in some form. Now, we're going to discuss all of that in a lot more detail later on. My understanding of the proposal is, in a nutshell, Mr. Rhodes, tell me if I'm wrong, that there are 10,000 houses as a sort of medium to long-term project, and I suppose medium we're, 5 years on, possibly from now on. 5,000 of which are in Horsham, 5,000 of which are in Mid-Sussex, as part of the same development. And that and something else we need to discuss, if Mid-Sussex don't want this and he can't convince whoever deals with Mid-Sussex's proposals eventually that they should be there, then 5,000 houses should go ahead in Horsham in any event. Is that right?
So that's correct, thank you.
Yeah. So but that's not part of the plan. So if you're here to tell me it shouldn't be part of the plan, you're a supporter of the council.
No, sir, that's not the point I'm making.
Okay.
And I agree with everything that you said, so I'm not disagreeing with that.
Right.
But my understanding is that as well as proposing the new market town, they're also proposing that Horsham district should be allocating sufficient land for 1,000 houses a year. So this is not just the issue of the new town. It's a build rate of 1,000 houses a year. And since the plan period is a 20-year plan period, and 20 times 1,000 is 20,000 houses, then if 5,000 goes to that part of the proposed new town, which is in Horsham district, and 5,000, as Mayfields have indicated, go to a new settlement somewhere else in the district, then that leaves 10,000 houses of that 20,000 for Horsham district. Then where, in Mayfield's view, would those houses go? Assuming I've got my sums right, of course.
Well, I assume that they're not objecting to North Horsham. So, the plan allows for 13,000. I don't think you're saying that any of those... Well, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be talking for... Well, it's helpful, I think, if I say what I think your position is, and you can then tell me if it's wrong. So you're saying, well, the 13,000 should stay in any event, in addition to the 10,005 in each district that you're proposing, and probably that there's still would that still leave a shortfall? Yes, probably 2,000 house shortfall, wouldn't it? Is that your position?
So thank you for giving me the opportunity
to tell me what your position is. Yeah, it's very good of me, isn't it?
It is. Thank you. So it's not our intention or our role to replan Horsham district. In responding to the first obvious question of what's the objectively assessed need, we've simply provided our opinion of what
view on that, which is up for
it's in the region of 1,000 houses a year, which would be 20,000 homes. If one was planning the district from that perspective, one would then, as the council has done, deduct those which are already built or committed.
Yeah.
And it's not part of our case, as you've heard, to object to other allocations. It's not our business whether North Horsham goes ahead or not. That's a matter for the council, you, and this examination. So we're promoting Mayfields. As you've said, sir, our estimate is approximately 5,000 homes in Horsham and approximately 5,000 immediately across the administrative boundary in Mid-Sussex as part of one settlement, but to be debated through two different local plans. If that then leaves a shortfall, even allowing for Mayfields, then it's a matter for, perhaps you, but it's a matter for the council to consider the best distribution of those additional homes, or to consider the test which is provided for the council in the NPPF about whether the adverse effects of meeting the full objective need significantly outweigh the benefits of doing so.
Yeah.
That's part of a wider process. We're simply identifying that Mayfields can be accommodated within both the objectively assessed need and the environmental constraints which the Council is obliged to take into account.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I don't think I think I got the broad gist, hadn't I? But that's fine. Thank you. I think we're covering question 2 as well, a balance. I mean, there will be points people want to make about that. There's 2 more boards up. Mr. Boyle, you've just put yours down. The lady next to you, would you like to make a comment on question 1? Okay, but put your microphone
Sorry.
on.
Since we're straying into question 2, it's just another point about the total housing number, which is not a technical numbers point. But the Council statement says that one consideration in support of that number is that it happens to equal, by happy coincidence, the South East Plan target. And that supports it because it's the only number which has been properly tested before. And I want to comment that this isn't an argument in favour at all, for 2 reasons. One is that the South East Plan number was based on evidence which was collected about 2008. So it's very, very out of date. But I think much more importantly, the testing was against quite different ground rules, quite different national planning policy. And for those of us who remember the South East Plan and regional strategies, the national policy was not to meet objectively assessed need. It was to deflect a lot of that need to other places and to other regions. It was trying to do something completely different. So I think we need to forget about that argument, which I think about the South East Plan. Thank you.
Right, okay. I don't think I need any comments on that. Does the Council want to comment on that or not? Okay, and the gentleman there. Sorry, who are you, please? Again, I've forgotten.
My name is Michael Grattan from Albourne Parish Council.
Okay. Yeah.
I just wanted to make... we're just across the border in... I wanted to make a point about the concerns that have been expressed about the 1,500 houses to be delivered through the neighbourhood plan. We've some experience in our parish and in other parishes in Mid-Sussex of delivering housing sites through the neighbourhood plan. It's a pity that the Chief Planning Officer from the District Council, Mid-Sussex District Council, is no longer here, but she would probably confirm that they were surprised that their target of 2,500 houses to be delivered through the neighbourhood plan process in Mid-Sussex was actually met with, I won't say relative ease, but was met more easily than the District Council expected. Now, I think Mid-Sussex District Council is somewhat bigger than Horsham, but I think they were surprised at the extent to which the parishes and the neighbourhood plan organisations delivered a number of housing sites to meet that target. So I just draw
Over what period was that?
Pardon? It was
when's all this been done?
The call for sites came in. The call for sites came in January 2011, and we were required to provide sites. Each of the parishes were required to provide sites to the District Council.
So are you saying that all those 2,500 are agreed and progressing through the statutory neighbourhood plan processes?
In fact, yes, they are. In fact, because Mid-Sussex District Council doesn't have a 5-year land supply, there's been, I won't call it, it's emotive to call it a free-for-all, but for example, we identified 5 sites through our neighbourhood plan for the 20-year period. 3 of those sites are complete and the houses are sold. 1 of those sites is under construction, so it is delivering houses.
Yeah. Okay.
You can verify for yourself the status with Mid-Sussex. I was just drawing the parallel between the 2 districts, given that concerns were also expressed about the 2,500 target in Mid-Sussex.
Okay, I mean, that's really a sort of housing point rather than a strategy point, but I've taken it. I'm going to call a halt for lunch now, I think. Just on that last point, I've actually just seen a decision where the Secretary of State's overturn a recommendation of an inspector on the grounds of prematurity prior to a neighbourhood plan coming forward.
Yes, sir, in Hurstpit
Was that
Point.
in Mid-Sussex?
Hurstpit Point, it's the next door parish to ours, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, okay. Right, thanks very much, everyone. Well, it doesn't feel like we're making progress, but I think we are. I mean, it was a broad-ranging agenda. We've covered quite a bit on question 2. I think, and it's going to run into question 3 anyway. So I think probably what I'm going to do is after lunch we'll go straight into question 3, and then if people have still got comments about the housing and employment balance, we'll take them. The sustainability appraisal we've also covered as well. It's difficult in a broad-ranging discussion like this to keep it to the agenda, and we've also covered settlement hierarchy. So we've got the environment to do, but that is a much more discrete set of questions which probably wouldn't take that long, I don't think. So we'll take a break for an hour, please. Thank you for your patience and thank you for your contributions, and we'll resume at 2 o'clock. They withdrew the plan.
Well, we'll get the paragraph and we may refer you to that, sir, if that's okay in a minute.
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm absolutely certain that was the case.
Just give me 2 minutes, I'll get the colleague to give you that quotation. So while we're dragging that up...
just a minute. No, what's your
I think
point?
I'd agree with the inspector that it was stopped at the legal duty stage and it didn't go further into the evidence. I think you're reading too much into that letter, and often is the case with the examination. The day that I attended that day, people wanted to head off into the soundness issue, and it was the legal duty that was raised, and the inspector wrote about it in his letter.
It was an exploratory meeting anyway, wasn't it? It wasn't even a hearing, was it?
It was a hearing.
Was it a hearing?
There was an exploratory meeting when Crawley and Horsham appeared, and then there was only one day of an examination.
Oh, right, so it did move on to the hearing. OK, I beg your pardon. So it was like today, and then the inspector said, right, stop.
Yes.
OK.
Yeah, as I understand, sir.
But it was a legal point, not...
Well, it makes express reference to soundness in the letter as the reasoning for that. So we are just trying to bring that up, sir. So if you can bear with me 1 moment.
Well, maybe he did both.
Well, my understanding is the soundness point, but as you know, I wasn't taking a legal point.
OK. It's in the documents. Who submitted this? I've seen it somewhere. Someone submitted it. Was it you?
No, I don't know.
But I mean, actually, that I've set this here running, so I suppose I better stop it. But trying to find your statement. It's in this, isn't it? Yeah, OK, this is David Hogger's letter to Claire Tester, yeah? Be under there. Oh, right. Well,
yes,
yeah, he's...
If you look at, I think...
I take your point, paragraph 43.
43, yeah.
The way that he's framed that is a soundness issue.
Can I ask a question that what the difference is between... I can understand that something can be against legal process would make it unsound. And I can understand that something could have been done completely legally and still be unsound.
Yes.
So the fact that it's deemed unsound doesn't mean it wasn't a part of a legal consideration, does it?
Well, it's a policy issue rather than a legal. Mr. Boyle might want to explain that to you, but I think I might ask him to do it outside of the.
Very happy, sir. My clerk will issue a fee accordingly.
But it's well, okay. What's the position with this examination? Is it suspended, or is it just a plan withdrawn and they're starting again?
Yeah. I understand it's been withdrawn and it's restarting the process again, sir.
It was withdrawn in March, I think, this year.
Yeah. So it's academic. It's an academic point in a way. But the point, from my point of view, just so that everyone's absolutely clear, I'll reiterate what I did say at the start. I mean, if there's no point in even holding any more hearings or anything, if I find that a legal requirement's not been met, then that just stops the whole process. Couldn't possibly be a law. In summary, Mr. Boyle, this is correct, isn't it?
If you're happy,
it just could not possibly be a lawful document, and therefore there's no point in carrying on with it.
That's absolutely right. So the wording of the duty to cooperate is perhaps not the happiest bit of drafting, but then it's not alone in the 2011 Act to have unhappy drafting. But it is a relatively low and easy test to pass, because it involves a process as opposed to an outcome. What the duty cannot do is specify what the outcome is.
No.
So, and that's why we're not taking a legal point. The council consider they've passed duty to cooperate, and the other boroughs, as appropriate, think so too. And that's a process issue. There is then a policy matter as to the outcome.
Exactly.
And that's the point that we take, and that's the point that
and several other people are taking, and it's the point I'm addressing now.
You can fail the policy outcome point on soundness, even though you've passed the legal process point on the statute. And that doesn't mean, as you say, that the plan has to stop. It just means the plan would need to have some modifications made to it. Whereas if you fail the legal test, which is not to do with outcome, but rather process, the plan has to stop until the process is got right again.
Yeah. You can't. It's not. You can't retrospectively sort out the problem, because you can't institute conversations, have meetings that you should have had a year or 2 years ago. That's the reason for that. Okay, so we're still talking about. We can maybe. I'm going to hear a few more comments on this, but then try and wrap up some of the other things, because this will come back in terms of housing numbers on Thursday. And you'll see from the agenda that one of the things I've put on is, as part of the assessment of objective needs for housing, what are the needs outside of the district council itself? And that includes London, it includes South Coast authorities and Crawley, etc. But you had, I'm sorry I interrupted you again.
No,
but
hopefully you got
I think that's been helpful.
The same point, but the point, just to be clear, is that it was the exact same evidence being cited there that resulted in the same conclusions being drawn. Another point I did just want to take, and the council place a lot of reliance on this, and this relates to west of Bewbush. How that again is evidence to a duty to cooperate, and so I'll try and summarise this because we deal with it at length in our written statements. But quite clearly, west of Bewbush is not and cannot be seen as evidence of effective joint working. That particular allocation dates back to a requirement arising from the West Sussex Structure Plan. We are talking, therefore, a number of years ago, way before the MPPF came into place. And therefore it was brought forward in terms of meeting a very different need at that time. So to be relying on something that's taken over 15 years to come forward, in my mind, can't really be seen as credible evidence of a duty to cooperate. Moving on to, and so I do welcome Crawley's attendance this afternoon. And there's clearly acceptance, I think, that there's over 3,000 shortfall in Crawley, which is clearly an important factor when considering the duty to cooperate. And what I'd just like to make clear, and again we deal with it in our written submissions, therefore no surprise that Crawley's own emerging local plan looks to address that particular shortcoming. And indeed, draft policy H1 within the local plan deals with this specific point and how it's actually holding out a help plea to Horsham in terms of helping meet its own housing needs. And if you look at that, sir, as the second paragraph in that draft policy, Crawley themselves will look at all reasonable opportunities will be considered, including brownfield sites, surplus green space, town centre living, and opportunities on the edge of Crawley. Usefully, the officer from Crawley has already confirmed that the only place that can possibly be is on the western edge, falling into Horsham, due to the constraints located elsewhere. So therefore, it's not within surprise in Crawley's own duty to cooperate that it says, it's asking a plea to Horsham to help them out of this shortcoming. So if you read the two duty to cooperate statements in parallel, there's a lot of inconsistencies between them. So again, I think that's just a prime example that there's something amiss, even if we're only looking at the housing market area that we've been talking about today, notwithstanding the wider geographical area that my colleagues to the right have been talking about.
Do you want to comment on the inconsistency point?
I'd just like to make just two comments just on the policy H1 that he's referring to in the Crawley Borough Plan, if that's okay. The first is the comment on with regards to the opportunities on the edge of Crawley. Yes, that can be seen in a wider sense, but in terms of what's in the policy, it's only within Crawley Borough Council's gift to put into policies what can be done within the administrative boundary of the borough. So that's all that Crawley relates to it. So essentially it's on the edge of Crawley town, the urban area. However, yes, the plan does refer in its more sort of descriptive text to exploring opportunities adjacent to Crawley borough boundary, but it does say to the east and or west. So it's not just one side. So I think that's just what I wanted to say to clear that up a bit.
Okay, Mr. Collins, and then Turley.
Thank you, sir. I'm aware I've already spoken, so just a few mop-up points. On the debate about Reigate and Banstead, there's one point which wasn't made, and I, like Mr. Stevens, survived that examination as well, in that essentially there was no real change. There was no additional housing planned. They started off at 460 dwellings per annum, and they finished off at 460 dwellings per annum. So what basically happened was there's a bit of supporting text put in which said, well, that accommodates a bit of Crawley's need. But you can read the inspector's report in black and white. It says quite clearly that the objectively assessed needs for Reigate and Banstead are higher than 460 per year, which is what they're planning for. So they are an exporting authority, and they will export presumably into Mole Valley. They can't go to Crawley, they can go into Horsham, they can go into Mid-Sussex. Because, of course, what we haven't mentioned at all yet is the Metropolitan Green Belt, which exists to the north of this authority, and which, if we take the MPPF as read, is supposed to be protected in the long term and only reviewed in exceptional circumstances, and we certainly found that out at Reigate and Banstead. Second point is in respect of how you can accommodate or quantify some of the unmet needs from elsewhere in the headroom for Horsham. Now, I appreciate the discussion on headrooms for Thursday. We all know that as to what that headroom could be. There are a few examples. Warwickshire's been mentioned. Central Bedfordshire have just submitted their plan. In that plan, it makes clear a quantified amount for the unmet needs of Luton. So what they're proposing is something in black and white in the plan. Another alternative, of course, is to ask Horsham to produce their own evidence as evidence base as to what they consider to be how they're accommodating others' unmet needs. But I'll leave that to you and perhaps them to decide whether or not that would be a useful piece of evidence. I certainly think it would be, because I don't think any of us on this side of the table are clear about what unmet needs from elsewhere are being met in this district. And last but not least, we haven't really talked too much about the coastal authorities yet. They had a study done in May 2013 by G.L. Hearn, a housing study on a duty to cooperate, otherwise known as the Coastal West Sussex Strategic Planning Board document. And that, in total, has identified a shortfall across the coastal authorities, which for clarity, sir, are Ada, Arran, Chichester, Worthing, Brighton and Hove and Lewis, of 9,900 dwellings, which is 495 dwellings per annum over 20 years. Now, clearly, there's only one way in geography that housing is going to go in terms of the unmet needs, and that's north, because of obviously the sea to the south. So that element as well needs to form part of your consideration. It's a detailed point for Thursday, but I'm just questioning the consistency with the duty to cooperate update, which was shared yesterday by the Council in their evidence update, the document which was made available yesterday, sir, because at the back it refers to Worthing, and it says under Memorandum of Understanding, it's about halfway down, the coastal authorities are currently quantifying what this need is and how much they would like HDC to try and accommodate. I just want some clarification on that point, sir, because it would appear to me that they have done some work already and that has identified an unmet need which would need to be accommodated. And we need to understand where that sits in the present sphere of things, because I suppose what we can't do is wait for everyone's plan to be advanced to proposed submission stage. There needs to be a judgment in time now as to where authorities are with their evidence, and hence where that unmet need is across the wider area. Thank you.
Okay, do you want to take the last point first?
I wrote to all the local authorities last week or the end of the week before and asked them to all provide an update, and in fact this update from Worthing is written by them. They're undertaking a detailed review of the housing needs capacity study, and it's nearing completion. We haven't been approached by them at this stage to look at what their unmet need is, and that's as far as I got with that piece of information.
Interesting issue there is that I know that the Chichester examination's underway as well, isn't it? Right now. I think tomorrow actually. But okay. Was there anything else you wanted to comment on with Mr. Well, I think there again, flagging up points for further discussion on Thursday about exporting Reigate and Banstead. The Greenbelt issue has been raised in a way through the London discussion with Mr. Stevens, because that's clearly an issue there. Sorry, gentleman from Turley, I've forgotten your name. You did have your sign up, but you've taken it down. Okay. Lady to your right.
Catherine Munro from Savills. I just wanted to go on to the point that Mr. Collins made about those other authorities, Reigate and Banstead, Brighton, Hove, Worthing. In their representations, they actually asked Horsham, they were seeking clarification about the extent to which the housing figure met their unmet need. So they weren't sure, they were asking for clarification from Horsham.
Yes, but they haven't objected, have they? I don't take it as being an objection. Do you want to respond to that clarification request?
I think that they didn't go as far as to object to our plan to quantify that number. Horsham, in return, have gone back to them. We undertook a planning advisory service workshop where we explored all the options and we explained the geography of the district and how that we may be able to meet their need. Picking up the gentleman's point about the coastal authorities, they can't go south, but they can only go north. We do have the South Downs National Park in between the coastal authorities and Horsham. We invited the South Downs National Park and they've been part of our duty to cooperate discussions. And obviously there's an issue about that we might get into a detail about how you you export people from the coast through the national park and into Horsham if that was possible. So those are the things that we have explored in the duty to cooperate discussions.
And out of interest, what on earth did the national park say?
They have made representations.
There's got to be. I mean, if there's clearly nothing's going to happen there, is there? Because that's if there's non-national park land just outside of them, you've got to prove that something's in the national interest and that there's no other alternative sites.
In defence of the 2012 objectively assessed needs study, it actually looked at the South Downs National Park and took out a housing requirement from that. So we have recognised that there is no housing requirement delivered in the South Downs National Park. Just thought I'd make that point about that document because it does have some positives in it. I
was thinking more in terms there might be an issue about commuting patterns or transportation corridors or whatever other measures or infrastructure might be needed if people are going to be based in, the employment's in Brighton, say, and the housing's in
that was part
mid-Sussex or Horsham.
The South Downs National Park representation did throw caution at the amount of development that if it was discussed that Horsham could take for the coast because of the impact of commuting through and the transport link through the South Downs National Park and its national designation.
Okay, Mr. Rhodes, you've been sitting patiently and you flagged up you wanted to talk about soundness issues on adjoining authorities.
Thank you. And try not to repeat what's been said by others, but the question in my mind, having heard the discussion, is what is the Council doing about the duty to cooperate and the soundness test and the requirements of the NPPF, which are absolutely clear, and that's part of the reason why we don't make our case in relation to the legal test. As Mr. Boyle said, that legal test is open to interpretation. The NPPF soundness requirements are not. They're absolutely clear that there's an obligation on the authority to work diligently with others to generate mutual benefit for neighbouring authorities. The purpose of working together is to meet development needs, not to recognise them, not to be aware of them, but to meet them. The working has to be effective. There has to be a continuous process resulting in a final position where plans are in place to provide land to meet the identified needs. And there needs to be a positive strategy to meet those needs. And whether the legal test has been failed or not is a moot point. But so I think it's a matter of fact rather than opinion that the soundness test has not been met. I don't think, with the greatest respect, it'll take you very long on Thursday to recognise that the objectively assessed need exceeds 560. The demographic forecast on which the Council is required to start, with which it's required to start, exceeds 560. And we are today operating in a pretend world that there is some headroom in the plan available to meet needs from adjacent authorities. There isn't. And it follows that this plan does not plan a single house or square foot of employment floor space to provide benefit to neighbouring authorities in helping with their needs. But this Council is aware, and the evidence is absolutely clear, that there are unmet needs on every boundary of the authority. And we were told in the very opening statements that the Council was aware of its obligations and also that this was a relatively unconstrained district. But it's a district that has serially failed to meet its own housing requirements, even under the South East Plan. We're meant to be looking at a step change under the NPPF. We're not planning any more housing. We're not planning to meet needs for adjacent authorities. And I just don't know, and I keep reading the latest missives from the Council. I don't know what the Council's position is about what it intends to do about it. So we have the update evidence note, which tells us that adjacent authorities are, yes, they're confirming they can't meet their needs. Yes, the most sustainable location could, for instance, be the southern part of the district. We've got a representation from Brighton, which crystallises its unmet needs at between 7,800 and 13,800. And you'll be aware that that examination was suspended whilst the council left no stone unturned to meet its housing needs as far as it can. It's gone through that process. There's still an unmet need of 7,000 to 13,000.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. There was
7,000 to 13,000.
Concerning sites within Brighton, on the edge of Brighton, wasn't it? But there's still I'm aware of all that.
Yes, thank you. So the point is, what is this council doing about it? It's not even promising an early review to address these issues. It simply seems to be hoping to get away with a plan that doesn't meet its obligations. And part of the problem for the council relates to question 2 that we only touched on lightly this morning. But what is the reason for not planning to meet a greater level of housing? And that surely is a fundamental test for the council, because it's what lies at the very heart of the NPPF. So you asked questions about how do you balance these issues, and the NPPF tells you how to do it at paragraph 14. The obligation is on the council to demonstrate that the significant adverse impacts of meeting the need, the adverse impact would significantly outweigh the benefits. Now, the council hasn't even attempted that balance. So I've looked at the sustainability appraisal, I've looked at the position statement. So the only references I can find for your reference are paragraph 722 to 23 of the sustainability appraisal and paragraph 2.8 of the position statement. And what they roughly say is we don't really want to. Not that we have compelling evidence that the adverse impacts of doing so would outweigh the benefits, but we think we're kind of doing enough. The delivery rate may be challenging for the market. There may be some environmental constraints, and we heard some talk this morning about we're concerned about climate change and environment. We're all concerned about those issues, but the obligation on the council is to produce some evidence. It hasn't produced an environmental capacity assessment for the district as a whole. It doesn't have the tools to resist the notion that more housing should be planned.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I've read your note on that, and I think I responded to it. Well, I don't know whether you wrote it, but I mean, it doesn't have to be in that foot. My point to you would have been on that. It's not necessary to do it in that way. I'm not saying you don't have to meet these tests that you've outlined there. All I'm saying is it doesn't necessarily have to be in the form of a complete, full environmental capacity test survey or whatever you want to call it, but there's got to be something there which we're going to discuss. Now, no doubt the Council are going to respond to that. Before I ask them, have you finished, sorry?
So just may I say one more thing?
And then I think it would be useful to hear the Council's response.
Yes, thank you, sir. It relates to the question you asked earlier about what do you do about these things? And, it's very difficult. The distribution, for instance, how do you arrive at distribution? If you can land in the south, meet needs that arise in the north, those sorts of things. And of course, it's difficult, but that's what the NPPF asks the authority to try to do. So have regard to the spatial nature of those unmet needs. Some arise in the north. Actually, quantitatively, more arise in the south. Use that information to then look at environmental constraints within the district to see the extent to which those needs can be met. That's the obligation on the authority.
Yeah. Okay.
So can I jump in just before you go back to the council? Do you mind if I just jump in?
Yeah.
Well, just say that it can be wrapped up into their response as well, because I'll pick up the point by Mr. Rhodes. Because in my transmission, as long as you believe the SA at 7:30 being the limit, then the answer's actually dead easy, albeit that it's answered on Thursday, not today. Because if on Thursday you decide the OAN is less than 7:30, then the balance is that bit of somebody else's need the borough takes on. And I'm sure it would be jolly useful in your decision, your report, to identify what that balance is, so other people then know what it is the borough's taking on. On the other hand, if on Thursday you consider that the OAN is in excess of 7:30, but 7:30, according to the SA, is the limit, then the balance above the 7:30 between the OAN and the 7:30 becomes the amount by which this authority becomes an exporting borough, to pick up the nice phrase earlier. And again, it would be jolly useful to know that. But either way...
where do they go? There's another scenario. that 7:30 isn't the limit.
Well, that's the point.
Which are points that other people have made.
So either way, the answer is dead easy if the authority is able to hold to its essay at 7:30, because that is what they're telling you the limit is. It isn't 6:50 on anyone's basis, but on their basis it's 7:30.
Well, yeah, okay, that's for Thursday. I'll take one more from Turley if you'd like, and then the council can try and wrap this up. And there's more people. It's very difficult to try and wrap these up. I'll take one more, then back to the council, then I'll hear what your question is.
Thank you, sir. It was really just a point of clarification from the council, or request for clarification, is how has the headroom been presented to the other local authorities? Has it been predicated on 560 from the start, i.e. 90, or was it more of an open discussion reflecting the 730 potential SA capacity? Just a point of clarification, because in the duty to cooperate statement it just says that Horsham presented to the other authorities that they had headroom, but what was the actual specific number of that?
Well, okay, that's a question. Well, the answer, presumably, must be surely 90. Because they're not offering them any more than that, are they?
Well, it was the principle. Obviously, we haven't discussed what the objectively assessed needs and bottomed that out till Thursday, but the principle was that we'd assessed our objectively assessed needs, and we estimated that we were an unconstrained authority where we could go above that number, so that we would be offering the amount, some headroom to the other local authorities, with them helping us out with identifying the sort of shape of their need, because obviously in the south part of the district there's villages where there's more family accommodation. North Horsham is part of Horsham district, and then there's the need that's met in Crawley by their new neighbourhood. So it was a spatial discussion, and it was a discussion about a quantum above our objectively assessed needs.
Yes, okay, but then to take Mr. Boyle's point, if let's say you get some more detailed answers arising from the evidence update and some of the other councils who've said, well, we're not quite sure how much we need yet, would you be looking to do how are you answering Mr. Boyle and Mr. Rhodes' points? How are you going to deal with that? Are you going to say, well, okay, then we have got environmental capacity for 730, so we can do another 80 a year, and we'll do an early review of the plan, or a site-specific DPD, or allocate another site, or what might you do? Is there anything? There's nothing in the plan that says what you're going to do there in that circumstance, is there?
There is flexibility in the plan. As explained this morning, we are delivering over 700 units in the first part of the plan period. Obviously, we've got the site allocations DPD document that we could bring forward to deliver sites. It would have to be an ongoing discussion. We've also got the Gatwick Airport decision coming out, and it's recognised. And we are just where we are, and the other local authorities have not set their housing need, and we are the first authority to go forward that is setting the number. And so we haven't set out that we'd have to have an early review, because we've got flexibility in the plan that may meet those needs, but we haven't particularly got that trigger point itself.
Well, that's what question 5, which Mr. Collins raised this morning about the flexibility issue. Was there anything else you wanted to say about in response to Mr. Rhodes' comments, or do you want to leave that till Thursday?
In terms of the local authority, our inspectors' decisions on appeal decisions, we're not considered to be a persistently under-delivering authority. We're a 5% authority. We have intervened through the course of the review of the core strategy since 2009 to bring forward additional housing in the difficult market. We introduced an SPD called the Facilitating Appropriate Development SPD that delivered an awful lot of housing through the district, and we've got permissions that form part of the pipeline supply that we've got at the moment as part of our housing delivery. So I don't agree with we're persistently undersupplying. We haven't done that. We've gone forward to try to meet our needs in that respect. The West of Bewbush area is delivering in this plan period, so it's considered to be part of this plan to answer that point.
What was that purely recession-led, the slow start there?
Well, perhaps Crest would like to comment on that themselves. I understood that they did get a grant to get the Sure Start grant to get the site moving, which Horsham District Council supported them on, and it did move forward. Obviously, there was infrastructure constraints. We had a lot of roadworks in the area for quite a long time, and that site was brought forward within those constraints.
I'm happy to comment on that, sir. I think what the gentleman at Montague Evans said was right in that the site was originally conceived as an area of search from the structure plan allocation back in, the original structure plan was to 2018. Site was in the core strategy of 2007 as an area of search, and then it had to be specifically allocated in a joint area action plan, which wasn't adopted till 2009. So unlike west of Horsham, which went through an SPD process, west of Crawley, west of Bewbush went through a JAP process, an area action plan process. That added a bit of time. Then the planning application was prepared and took about 12 months to determine. And then pretty pronto after the determination, Crest are on site but doing some initial infrastructure works. Part of the site is a former inert landfill, so there's been a lot of initial remediation works taken. Large site access. So I think in terms of the trajectory on that, we've got no issue with the trajectory which the council's proposing forward for the west of Bewbush element. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful, thanks. Right.
So, do you mind, I don't want to interrupt the flow of your thought, but just the response you got about the 90, if I could ask a question through you about it, because unless I misunderstood what was being said, it sounded as if we started at 560 and we offered them 90, and that was what the discussion was about. And if I've got that right, as opposed to we started at 650, we took off 560. If I've got that right, then I don't think we've ever seen any explanation as to how the 90 was arrived at as being the right figure to take from the surrounding districts as part of the contribution to meeting their needs.
Yep, that's fair.
We didn't offer the 90. The preferred strategy actually had a housing number of 575. So obviously when we're out to consultation at that Reg 18 stage, we had a figure that we put forward of 575. When we had discussions and moving forward and various changes that were coming through with the duty to cooperate, the number was moved up to 650 at the submission stage. And so the number did move, and it wasn't a fixed number that we were negotiating with.
In that case, same point comes then. We went from 575 to 650, so it's now 90 is the difference, but we still don't know on what basis the 90 was arrived at as being the appropriate figure. Someone can direct us to the evidence where it's set out.
Can we leave that? Yeah, I think it's a fair question. Can you come back with an answer on Thursday? Okay, gentleman next to Rusper, sorry, I can't remember your name again. Mr. Hornung, yeah.
Sir, good afternoon. Bernard Hornung. I'm most grateful indeed to Mr. Boyle for clarity this afternoon. And dealing with strategic, spatial strategic issues and the possible consequential legal aspects. And I think many of us here are concerned about blob developments or lollipop developments, so-called because they comprise loop roads with a single connection, generally to a roundabout, to a heavily trafficked main radial road. These roads are often the only direct route to the town centre and offer an aggressive, unattractive environment that is wholly unsuited to people walking and cycling, and especially children. And I believe that there may be a common law duty of care question here, with children being required to use an environment which is obviously unsafe for them.
Okay, I'm not quite sure what question that's
But if
meeting
you,
and
look
what
at
you're
what's
saying.
happened-
What you're saying the plan should be saying differently. We
Is it
talked
sound?
about design earlier on this morning.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to say anything this morning. But if you look at what's happened in the area of Broadbridge Heath,
Yeah.
and this is what really concerns us, and I just sound a note of caution about this sort of aggressive nature. I mean, I lived in Horsham from 1958 to 1975. Those were my childhood years here, and I returned in 2009 at the age of 52. And I witnessed, during my formative years, disastrous town planning and the destruction of a market town, which has left me very sad indeed. And I just hope these mistakes aren't repeated. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Russ for Parish Council?
Yeah, I'd like to make 2 points. First of all, in response earlier, there was a suggestion that Horsham was an unconstrained area. I don't think there is such a thing anywhere in the UK, certainly. There's no such thing as an unconstrained area. There are constraints on a number of things. And the other point was the soundness of the sustainability of everything that's been discussed this morning, pretty much. But the soundness of sustainability of an ongoing increase in housing building, within the 30-year plan, that might be possible, but it's obviously not possible in the long term. And I think my biggest complaint about the soundness of the current plan is that there is no long-term view as to where the natural balance is in this constrained district of Horsham. So there's a finite amount of land available. So what is the ultimate balance between housing allocation, industrial allocation, recreation allocation, farming allocation? All of those things, there's a finite amount of space for each of them. And where is the balance where that stops being sustainable? So where does it all break down? And I think that's not clear in the long term. And the presumption, certainly from the people opposite, that you can increase the housing allocation to 1,000 a year and sustain that over 30 years even, I think is highly questionable. Certainly if you sustain that over 300 years, there wouldn't be a single square foot of the whole of the district that wasn't built on. That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's
something I was thinking of exploring on Thursday, actually. I mean, that issue. I mean, my understanding of the comments about unconstrained is they're all relative. I mean, everything's relative. I mean, some people, I think, the borough's more constrained, the district's more constrained than others. I think the way that some of the development industry think about it is in terms of really, one would sort of take a sort of sieve approach when you're doing this, as we used to do when I was doing local planning all those years ago, and say, for example, let's take an easy one, the South Downs National Park, right? Nothing there. Floodplain, grade, flood zone 3, nothing there. Site of special scientific interest, nothing there. Then you add on policy constraints, green belt, nothing there. Possibly strategic gap, nothing there. It depends on what. But you layer this thing up, and I think the point that some of these people are in the way that we're talking, maybe forgive us, in using some of our shorthands, is that Horsham is relatively unconstrained compared to, say, Mole Valley and Reigate and Banstead, which are covered by large areas of greenbelt. That's it, really. It doesn't go a lot more sophisticated than that, but that's the way. I'm getting a few nods there. I think people are sort of generally sort of thinking that's what we're talking about. But I do want to come back to that, because the other issue is that a question which to put to you, which you've already had and you can comment on Thursday, is is it good that we should be going for 1,000 a year? And what will be the environmental implications of that? And what will be the sustainability implications of that? And if we're going to go for that, how do we do it? So that, there are some other, and is it deliverable? I mean, there is an issue about deliverability, I think. in terms, that's why I've asked Mr. Collins about Kilnwood Vale, about, you know, what are the economics of this, with regard to other factors as well, with the infrastructure that you might need. You know, usually there's an engineering solution to everything, isn't there? You know, you can do it, but, well, an engineer will tell you usually there's a solution to do it. Whether it's cost effective to do it is entirely another matter. And there are always these checks and balances. That's what we're here to start talking about. Can I, we're getting on. I've still got the environment questions to do, although they're not very much. Can I just ask, has anyone, we've talked a lot about cross-boundary issues, I think, and we're going to come back to it. Does anyone want to make any other points? I've just been talking about housing and employment balance as opposed to safeguarding environmental assets. So we're coming back to that on Thursday, and I specifically put in a question those of you will have seen on the agenda for Thursday about, first of all, as Mr. Boyle has said and others, we assess the objectively assessed needs, and then what's the capacity and is there a mismatch? Can you meet the need? Mr. Stevens' point as well. So is there anything else on question 2? Yes, sir.
So, very, very quickly, it seems to me that Horsham District Council, along with other councils, Crawley Borough, Mid Sussex District, for example, have been put in a very difficult position, if not an impossible position. First of all, in the recent past, they've been, well, over a year or two, a year or more now, they've been criticised for not having an up-to-date plan at an appeal. And this afternoon, they've been castigated because they don't have a joint plan with Crawley and Mid Sussex. And in the meantime, we have the government putting quite significant pressure on local authorities to produce plans, which is what Horsham District Council is endeavouring to do. And it seems to me that the sensible solution to this, a rational, fair solution, would be a return to plan making at regional level. I know things are as they are. And this is not your fault.
I couldn't possibly comment.
But I think it's a point worth bearing in mind. And something else that I've noted this afternoon, various numbers have been, in fact, from this morning, people are coming out with these numbers, and they're all slightly different. In fact, there's some quite significant differences between the numbers. It'd be very interesting to know how they've been arrived at. And as for GL Home Coastal West Sussex Planning Board, and their 9,900 houses, they could be wrong. It might not be 9,900. It could be more. It could be less. So there's a lot of uncertainty with all of this. And to me, and again, this is not your fault, so I'm not aiming this at the planning inspectorate, but to me this seems arbitrary, it's piecemeal, it's not really a sensible way of planning the future of Horsham District, or indeed any other district, for the long term. Thank you, sir.
Well, I'm not going to comment, obviously, other than to say that that's what the government guidance says we've got to try and do, as it's here now. You know, I'm here, standing in the shoes of Eric Pickles as Secretary of State, to try and arbitrate between you and deal with this plan under the current guidance that we've got. So I'd be quite clear that's what I'm here to do, and whether what I think about it or anyone else thinks about it is irrelevant, actually, because that's the position is. We have to operate under that policy guidance and the legal framework that I've identified. Mr. Temple-Pediani, did you have anything on question 2?
No.
Right, hang on then.
All right, it's on a strategic matter.
No one else on question 2? Oh, yes, sorry. Yeah, the Lib Dems.
Right, thank you, sir. I just really wanted to cover something under the environmental assets. I do feel that the environmental impact is disproportionate on the north of the district in the proposed plan. The loss of overall environmental benefits across the district on greenfield sites is the same whether that greenfield site happens to be a site for 2,500 houses or whether it's 25 sites of 100 houses. Basically, the loss of greenfield stroke environmental benefit is the same in size. With over 50% of the additional housing being delivered in and around Horsham Town, then preserving the immediate environmental benefits is essential for the well-being and the sustainability of Horsham Town. Otherwise, it will just become an urban sprawl with no discernible identity as a market town. I think it is crucial that the residents of Horsham Town have easy access to environmental benefits. They should not need to get into a car and drive down to the South Downs Park to be able to enjoy a bit of open countryside. It should be within walking and cycling distance of the residents. And by going over the A264, which is a, shall we say, a natural or a built constraint, is impacting, I think, disproportionately on the benefit, the environmental benefit of Horsham Town.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, well, that is directly relevant to question 2. Thank you. We'll take that. There'll be other points to raise on there. Yes, Mr.
Yes. Can I just pick up very quickly on one point which related to question 5 under your spatial strategy? I did mention...
this is flexibility.
Sorry?
Flexibility? It's question 5?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And I made the point that I felt the HDPF was inflexible with respect to what might or might not happen with Gatwick Airport. I'd just like to very quickly clarify what I'm talking about there. Basically, you were quite right earlier when you said that there is no way anybody today could plan for what might happen to Gatwick Airport. So it will expand or it won't. What you can do today is you can take into account what you might not wish to do now if Gatwick Airport expanded. And what I mean by that is, of course, that it might be sensible not to build houses or whatever in certain areas because of a future expansion.
Yes, okay. I mean, that's a fair point, which, again, we can maybe come back to. So you want to come back to that with regard to North Horsham and saying that's not ideal. But, well, it could swing both ways, couldn't it, I suppose? And there could be some advantages in putting development near an expanded Gatwick Airport. It could be some disadvantages. Depends. So we can discuss that. Any other... so question 2, I think I'm going to cross off 1, 2, 3. Let's jump one to flexibility, just continuing on with flexibility. Mr. Collins, you said you had something. Was that flagging that up for the housing discussion?
Yeah, I'll say it for housing. So it was just a point about the level of planned growth against the planned requirement and the 1 or maybe 2% buffer there.
What if this goes wrong?
Yeah, so that point there.
What if there's a delay on a major housing allocation in North Horsham or whatever? Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to pick it all up on the housing day. So.
Okay. Anyone else on flexibility? Yeah, Mr. Temple Pediani. Microphone, please, Mr. Temple Pediani.
Draw attention to policy 35, which is under chapter 10. It's strategic policy, appropriate energy use. And the energy statements, all applicants for residential commercial development must include an energy statement demonstrating and quantifying how the development will comply with the energy hierarchy. If we go back just one sentence, all CHP must be of a scale and operated to maximise the potential for carbon reduction. Where site-wide CHP is proposed, consideration must be given to extending the network to adjacent sites. So these gentlemen and ladies sitting on my left will have read that particular strategic policy and will probably be unaware of the solution which my company has preferred to both Horsham District Council and Crawley Borough Council. Now, I have met Crawley Borough Council, the energy manager, but so far as Horsham District Council is concerned, it has declined a meeting. It does not wish to discuss the issue with the provider of a solution. It also has gone on in paragraph 10.9 to say the relative lack of opportunities for large-scale renewable and low-carbon energy generation in the Horsham district. Now, that is completely false. So anybody reading this particular section of the plan, of the framework, will assume that Horsham District Council has carried out a detailed analysis as to the feasibility of a district heating network serving Horsham and Crawley. But in point of fact, they have not. So it's almost as though the council is expecting a tooth fairy to come along and comply with this particular section of the framework. And I have to say, I don't know how property developers are going to read that section, but if they are unable to comply, then strictly Horsham District Council cannot grant planning consent for the property development. Now that is, I'll expand under environment, but essentially if one reads the letter of the law, these people on the left will not be able to build their houses, their industrial units, their warehousing, their commercial developments without complying with this particular chapter of the framework. And when I'm given time, next section, environment, I will point out that why the District Council is not complying with the NPPF, because that also states that the District Council is expected to cooperate, particularly with someone who's preferring a solution, and they have not complied in that respect.
Well, I'm going to part that because that wasn't quite the... I understand why you've raised it there, but we'll come back to that in the environment, which I'm going to take a break, hopefully in a minute, a short break before then try and finish environment this afternoon. Flexibility?
Thank you, sir. On flexibility, I do have concerns in that current strategic sites, as has been mentioned, Crests, Kilnwood Vale, there was significant delays in the time that being approved and coming on stream, but also the west of Horsham strategic development, there has been a significant reduction in the annual delivery across that site. And it does concern me that there doesn't seem to be a fallback position within the HDPF should that occur going forward in these larger strategic sites. Regarding the flexibility for a decision on Gatwick Airport, this could adversely impact the environment of the North of Horsham strategic site. Early delivery of this site could severely limit the options to cater for a second runway and all the housing, infrastructure, community facilities, etc. that would require. It would also move the noise contours 1 kilometre closer to the site, impacting on the well-being of residents and students in the proposed school.
Yeah, okay, I think that's another one for North Horsham, if the council don't mind. So we'll deal with that then. The other point, I think, on west of Horsham is, again, housing numbers point. Again, I think we can deal with that then. Anyone else on flexibility? Sustainability appraisal, we've touched on that. I said that with some trepidation because this could go on for a little bit, but can we keep to headline points so that in the next 20 minutes or so, 10 minutes, that we can wrap up matter one, the spatial strategy, have a short break and try and have half an hour on the environmental issues?
I won't take at all long on the essay. I just simply want to flag it to return to it when we have the Southwater Day, if that's acceptable to you.
Yeah.
Because, as you see, we've produced what we think the right answers are compared with the two sets of answers that have been given for west of Horsham and our sites on the larger basis.
Yeah, I read it.
So I just wanted to wave that flag and then put it down again.
Yeah, thank you. All right. That issue... I've already referred to this earlier on in terms of how the sort of process works. We're dealing with the overall strategy for housing, employment, etc. Then we start looking at the allocated sites. Then, inevitably, that brings into question for those to be justified, are other sites better, and what does the SA process say about all of those? So there is this issue about analysis of the SA with regard to all of those sites. So I will be obviously looking at that. I've had some objections that the council's sites aren't the right ones, irrespective of what the overall figure is. If the overall housing figure and employment figure should be higher, then clearly other sites might need to be considered to make the plan sound. And again, they would need to be subject to SA if they haven't been already, or the SA we need to look at to check whether it's reasonable, and that needs to be tested. So that's all part of this process, as Mr. Boyle has rightly flagged up. Mr. Collins, so can we apply that principle to all the sites that have been programmed from duly made representations?
So that you've just covered half my point there, sir. So for East of Billingshurst and West of Gilwood Vale, we want to revisit the essay at those. In terms of just one more higher level point, is in respect to neighbourhood plans. I don't know if this will come up on Thursday, but
it's bound to come up on Thursday.
Actually, well, of course it will. Yes, one thing, and that is that we've got concerns that there's obviously no reference or testing of any sort of spatial distribution for the 1500 for neighbourhood plans. I'm not sure that, well, obviously the neighbourhood plan process isn't subject to the same level of rigour as the local planning process, so we're concerned that there's not that high level assessment yet undertaken, as it were. So.
That is a housing point. I mean, but the question 6, just moving on to that, is again is sort of relevant to that in terms of the neighbourhood planning process, and I've given council warning that we're coming back to the sort of mechanisms issue with neighbourhood plans and how deliverable this 1,500 dwellings is that you've got in that figure there. Is there any? I've had some comments. Forgive me if I can't just remember what they all were about settlement hierarchy in terms of is Billingshurst is it a large town or small town village or whatever? Does anyone want to make any of those? Are there any headline points on that particular topic that just can't wait until Thursday?
Well, just to give you, because it's attached to the back of our Matter 2 statement, so in other words, a statement for today, as Appendix 3, and it's spoken to within the text, that we would seek the hierarchy. We agree with the hierarchy generally, but we would seek to divide out the small towns, which are Billingshurst and Southwater, from the row of other primary settlements, Bamber and Upper Breeding, Broadheath, Henfield, Pulborough, etc. That's just to give you that reference. That's all it is.
Yes, I think that's one of. I think it's probably why that was in there. That question. There was another representation as well, I'm sure, about that. Okay. Still, gentleman from Vale Williams.
Thank you, sir. It'd be a very brief point, given that we are coming back on Thursday to deal with the housing matters and possibly sustainability appraisal and how we look at alternative sites. One of the points in particular with regard to soundness and spatial strategy is reference to infrastructure. Objective 7 of the Council's HTPF states that appropriate infrastructure or sustainable capacity in which have appropriate infrastructure, services and facilities in place can be realistically provided as an objective for that HTPF document, which aligns perfectly with the MPPF in paragraph 182, which seeks to meet objectively assessed development and infrastructure requirements. Note there, also the MPPF in paragraph 157 says that critically, LPs should, or local authorities should, plan positively for the development and infrastructure required in the area. If I look at the sustainability appraisal, paragraph 7.35, it highlights all the sites that have been looked at. In particular, in 7 of the number highlighted sites, it states for all of those that a high level of infrastructure requirements required to support the development. It therefore highlights the point that yes, there's a significant number of infrastructure requirements for all of those sites coming forward. My question is, as part of the soundness and particularly meeting the soundness requirements of the local plan, how has this been planned into the ACPF, in particular for transport, which we will test later on during the EIP, in regard to the site appraisal, which has a single paragraph on transport, doesn't actually provide you with an assessment against each of the sites for infrastructure or transport. It actually just provides a single paragraph saying there's significant infrastructure requirement need. Number one, how's that been planned for in this local plan? And two, with that criteria existing, how has that been taken forward to alternative sites that has been submitted in the SHLA as part of the evidence base for this local plan? I can't find the evidence to say that assessment has been carried out against all of the alternative sites or sites going forward.
Well, is there a short answer to that, or is that best dealt with in terms of as part of the site assessment process? I mean,
it could be done.
I have programmed and always do an infrastructure session, delivery session at the end of the session of hearings, because I think that's the best time to sort of round up all the other evidence, if you like, and assess competing claims against different sites and the viability of various options, so that we would be coming back to that. Do the council want to make any comment on that right now?
Yes, I mean, I think I'm quite happy to give just a bit of context on the sort of process of sustainability appraisal. Obviously, we've got the sort of three headline areas, which are sort of social, environmental and economic, and it's obviously making that balance between all three of those. In terms of the assessment of the sites, I mean, obviously, Chapter 7 sets out the broad summary, but I'm not sure whether it's been picked up on, but there is sort of significant detail in Appendix 4, which sets out the sort of three things which have been covered today, although there are more options, which are obviously sort of how many homes, what's the locational strategy, and then ultimately which potential strategic sites are best within those sort of environmental context. So there might need to be sort of, obviously, I mean, there are people that have disagreed on that. That's for further discussion, but I don't know whether
yes, we are. Well, we are going to have discussions about that later on. So I'm going to park that there. Okay, I'm going to break. You'll be pleased to know. I think it's important to stress, actually, for everyone else listening, all around the table, that the examination is an ongoing process. It doesn't stop. So, particularly on a session like this, which is a wide-ranging session covering a lot of different issues, many of which we are going to come back to. So. It's an ongoing process. It might well, it's going to carry on Thursday, and there are other sessions on the site. So, if you haven't had a chance to say something, don't forget that you might well get the chance to say it later on. I'm going to break just for 10 minutes, I think, and we'll come back at just before past to deal with a few questions on environment. So, those of you that don't wish to say anything on the three questions about environment. That's the CPRE. I've got some comments on that. You can leave, but I'll see you again tomorrow morning. I'm going to start. These are quite intensive sessions, so I'm going to stick to a fairly, especially if I'm not having breaks. It'll be 10 till 1, 2 till 5. If we need to carry on a bit later tonight, we might carry on. But tomorrow morning will be 10 o'clock for those of you that aren't coming back after the break. Thank you all for your contributions on that session. So, quick break. We're back with environment. So we've got the issue about protecting the district's environmental and heritage assets first. Now, I think the CPRE had some comments to make about that, and they felt some of the policies should be beefed up or improved. Would you like to lead off on that, please?
Yes, sir. And what I will do is I won't read out everything that I put in my further statement, but I'll summarise it. We don't believe that the policies would be as effective as they should, because the wording does not accord with the national planning policy framework. Now, this morning you made the point that all of us who had concerns about the wording of policies or other aspects of the plan should have provided specific wording, and I failed to do that, for which I do apologise most profusely. What I do have is, for policies 24 and 30 of the HDPPF, I do have alternative wording produced by Parker Dan Chartered Town Planning Consultants, which I received from them yesterday. They've done it without inputs from me. They just looked at the plans and looked at the particular policies and looked and deleted certain words, not many, and put in alternative words. So essentially the policies are very much as they are, the same structure, but with some changes to the wording. Could I ask you, please, sir, to perhaps have a look at what Parker Dan are proposing, well, in fact CPRE is proposing, with their advice?
Yeah, well,
and
it's certainly a bit unfair on the council to...
it is, I agree.
Well, it's unfair on me as well, actually, because I haven't seen
I agree,
them. So,
I do agree with you. But it's worth a try, and it's not it wouldn't be a major... It's something that at least should be considered, and it's not a major task.
Do the council object to having a look at this? I think I need to have a look at them first before... You'll just have to leave them. We can't discuss them. I've got the point. Your point is that I'm not quite sure what you think should be. I was going to ask you to elaborate a little bit on those. Have you got any copies of these?
Yes, sir, I have.
Can the council and I have a look at them, and how many copies have you got?
There should be 10 or 11 in here, of each of the two documents.
Can I just have a quick look at them?
Of course. May I walk around to you?
This isn't quite right, as you know.
I do realise that. So I am pushing my luck on this. But I think it's worthwhile, because it's going to affect the district in the next 2031.
Well, let me just see one and see how extensive it is. I mean, we might have to come back to this. And one of the things I meant to say... Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, have you seen one? Oh, you should have left one for the council.
I have copies, I can bring them around.
Yeah, well, leave one for the council. I mean, it does go to, I suppose it amplifies your submission. They're not necessarily major changes. You put recognising is that an addition, recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside? All that. It just leads to a different emphasis. The key point about this is well, the council will see that the policy has been changed by the deletion of the word inappropriate. So it now reads, according to the CPRE, that a whole range of things, the natural environment and landscape character of the district, including landscape, landform, development pattern, together with protected landscapes, habitats, green infrastructure, ecological networks, will be protected against development. So that seems to sort of imply that you don't really want anything. Which might be your position.
Sorry, sir, could you repeat that last, please?
Well, by deleting the word inappropriate development, which is a sort of caveat on the policy. You want the policy to read that the natural environment and landscape character of the district will be protected against development.
Yes, that doesn't preclude development. What that means is that when an application is submitted, then there needs to be an assessment that that development, the impact that that development would have on the natural environment. And out of that would fall any mitigation or not that might be necessary or not.
Well, actually, it depends. That's your word. That's your reading of the wording. Most of the other developers have gone, but Mr. Stevens might have some comments about that. I mean, if that was to go in, it would have to be a major change, I would have thought. It's not just a minor change, that, to my eyes. Yeah.
James Stevens, Home Builders Federation. I didn't originally comment on Policy 24 in my original representations because I was broadly content with the policy. So am I allowed to comment on this proposed?
Can I walk this? Well, I think I'm on the... Yes. Not really, because it would only circumvent, I suppose, a later stage in the process, because I think if I were to recommend this to the council, it would have to be advertised for comment so that people like you could say, well, it changes the meaning and could be more restrictive, because we've already got question 8 about some policies for environmental protection stifling necessary housing and employment growth. Now, that's what some people have said the current policy does. So to make a policy like this could well be adding weight to that objection, they would say. Do the council have any comments?
I mean, certainly we obviously haven't had a great deal of time to go through this, but
well, you've had a couple of minutes. Come on.
At first glance, yes. I mean, the reading of inappropriate development, I think probably our interpretation of that is much that we would see it as being more restrictive, and obviously the remit of the MPPF is to strike the balance between environmental, social and economic impacts, which obviously we've tried to do, including through these policies. We had actually suggested in our proposed modifications some minor wording amendments to this policy, which was submitted to you.
Yes, I need to have a look at some of these, because again, I picked up something somewhere. Is this LP 03 or 02? These are both minor modifications, allegedly, aren't they?
Mod A, Policy 24, which was the additional sentence to point 3, which was to provide...
Mod A 24?
Sorry, Mod A 22, Policy 24.
Where you've added some words to say, which ensures no net loss of wider biodiversity
and
provides net gains in biodiversity where possible.
Which reflects the MPPF wording.
Yeah.
Which we thought would add greater clarity, but wouldn't seem necessarily as restrictive, but perhaps answers CPRE's concerns to some extent.
Yeah. And
also, sir,
presumably isn't that? I mean, it's not absolutely prescriptive in terms of allowing, precluding development. It's providing gains where possible. So, I mean, you'll find inspectors are always very wary of, policies that could be construed to not leave any scope for judgment in terms of their interpretation.
So I wouldn't agree that these would reduce the scope for judgment. What they're doing is pushing aside appropriate development, or with or without that use of the word appropriate, essentially looking, for example, at Policy 30, the wording that's being inserted is taken from the National Planning Policy Framework. And the other point I'd like to make too, that there is, I think, confusion between green infrastructure and ecological networks. And the confusion is compounded because the glossary of the HDPF document does not include, unless it's been amended, of course, an explanation of what constitutes ecological networks. And certainly the definition in the HDPF of green infrastructure, again, unless that's been changed or I'm mistaken, doesn't include ecological networks. So green infrastructure is not the same as ecological networks. Ecological networks are of importance for biodiversity, as is made clear by the MPPF and also by PPG.
Yes, I must check the wording, but I suppose I don't necessarily see them as mutually exclusive either.
But that needs to be...
One could imagine having an ecological network in some green infrastructure.
Agreed. Nevertheless, I think it would be beneficial to people who will use the plan in the future if the distinction between green infrastructure and ecological networks could be explained, and that could be done quite simply by means of the glossary.
Okay, well that might be I think that could be a minor change, a minor modification. Do the Council have any comments on that?
I mean, I think the main thing we would say about the green infrastructure is that obviously we would see that includes the ecological networks element, and that there is a strategy which is one of the core documents behind that, which obviously the policies refer back to, and it's a live document, so it would be continually updated, and would reflect some of these issues in any event. So wouldn't necessarily contend that it needs to be in the policy in any event. It's sort of that green infrastructure issue is that catch-all.
So may I just comment on that too? I've taken part and attended 4 planning appeals this year, and the wording of local policies, existing policies, as well as the MPPF and PPG, all of that is of considerable importance, and a great deal of amount of time was spent in disagreements between the opposing barristers, but not specifically on the natural environment. Therefore, I would suggest that to avoid misunderstanding, uncertainty and dispute in the future, that the policies should reflect in their wording the requirements of the National Planning Policy Framework. And that can be achieved quite simply by using the same words where it's appropriate to do so. And I do think that there is a need for green infrastructure to be defined and ecological networks to be defined. And if it's the Council's understanding of green infrastructure and its intent in its usage that green infrastructure includes ecological networks, whether they be hedgerows, public footpaths, verges, woodland and so on, that be explained either in the body of the HDPF or as a footnote to policies or in the glossary of the document, sir.
Okay, I mean, I think, to be fair, I've got to let the Council and I need to have a look at this, and we could maybe deal with this in written submissions or at a later wrap-up session, possibly. I mean, I've already got a question. What's a veteran tree? Yeah, sorry, put your mic on, please.
I'm sorry.
But you know, in terms of how are they going to be defined? You know, in terms of implementing this policy, how does a developer know what a veteran tree is?
Well, that's by reference to national policy documents and also by reference to glossary entry in the HDPF. And all that the Council needs to do is include an explanation of what constitutes a veteran tree in the glossary.
Well, all right, but
it's not difficult.
You should be doing that as well. What do you mean by that's why I'm asking you. What do you think? Because that's got to be in there as well, hasn't it? For effectiveness, would have to be.
Well,
the policy wouldn't be effective because no one would know what it meant.
But I would refer to national documents and the MPPF. Well,
I'm not aware that defines what a veteran tree is. In fact, I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
But that's something which is easily remedied. It is not a stop.
Well, all right. I'm going to leave it.
So all that's been done is that they have looked at National Planning Policy Framework and they have used the same phraseology that is used in the MPPF, which I think is a sensible way of doing this.
Okay. Any other comment from the council? Sorry, Mr. Stevens. While the council's looking, you can say something.
I'm sorry, sir. I would like to say something on this because I think the principle about development being approved that's in accordance with the development plan is a very important principle here, and the council will have defined a housing requirement that it needs to meet its housing needs, which is part of the definition of sustainable development. The council will have prepared a plan that is in conformity with the NPPF, and the NPPF as a whole constitutes sustainable development in the way that the government sees it. I would be worried about the proposed change that has been put to you, because I think it would introduce an element of uncertainty, and I don't think that would be in keeping with paragraph 154 of the NPPF, which requires plans to be clear so that decision takers know how they should respond to that. I think the addition of those words, and certainly the removal of the words inappropriate development, wouldn't enable the decision taker really to know how to respond to this policy.
Do you want to come back to me on this?
Yes, I think we should say we prefer some more time to go back and with written comments. I mean, what I would just say in terms of green infrastructure, the actual study, which is CDEN 03, does provide some more detail on what the typologies are, and that does specifically include elements of ecological networks, which includes hedgerows, heathland, wetlands and so forth. So it is in there already.
Yeah, okay.
Can I just say it's an important point that the policy statements on the environment within the document are very good, but the rest of the proposals for the development sites don't follow what's in these policy statements. So there is obviously something wrong with the wording because they're being misinterpreted within the rest of the document already. So I think that one of the complaints is that the environmental policies haven't been applied in full to the sites that have been proposed. So that either means there's something wrong with these.
Okay, that is a question for the council to respond to.
Yeah, thank you. Essentially, the policies in the document set out the range of issues, including those environmental issues, which would be considered, and in the event that the strategic sites come forward, obviously they are policies which they would need to conform with. So if they didn't, then obviously we wouldn't necessarily be permitting those applications. So whilst there are the allocations in themselves, and they sort of provide the highlight of what needs to be provided, there is that further detail, and the document works as a whole rather than it just being discrete policies taken on an individual basis.
Sir, can I just make a comment on that, if I may? Not a very short one. Yeah. My understanding of what you've just advised is that it's not just a policy, it's the wording in the text and paragraphs which support that policy, which need to be taken into account in decision-making. At one of the appeals this year, that point was made by, I think, one of the officers from the council on a particular issue which has nothing to do with the natural environment, but the response from the opposing barrister was that what matters is the policy, not the wording that supports the policy. He may have been right, he may have been wrong, I don't know, but at least he made that point, and it wasn't refuted by the council's barrister. So I do think the wording of the policies do matter.
I'm surprised.
Yes.
Because I've always understood, and I mean, other planners, maybe the council, other planners around the table would confirm this, that the document, as has just been said. The document stands as a whole, and the supporting text is effectively part of the document and the policy. So, the problem is, of course, that, one can get ambiguity and ineffectiveness, as Mr. Stevens has said, if some policies are changed or, they can conflict with others. So, then you're into a balance. You can comply with one policy and comply with another one, but they might not be mutually. One tries to balance them up to be together, but all of the document is read together. That's why it's important that supporting text and the wording of policies is considered carefully. I don't know how to deal with this. In the first instance, I'll take the document. I'd like the council to comment if they want, and give me a written response, please. And then I'll decide whether to take that any further. If I think it's a change that I think maybe I'm prepared to recommend, of course it would have to be advertised for further comments from people like Mr. Stevens, who might not think it's a good idea to change the policy in this way. And it wouldn't be fair, as I said right at the start this morning, it wouldn't be fair to make a change like that without giving people a chance to comment on it. Horsham Society. Sorry, Mr. Moore.
Yes, thank you, sir. Can I just take a step backwards, if I may, and just pick up on your question 7, which I thought was a really important one, which asks a simple question, which was, will the HDPF be effective in protecting the district's environmental and heritage assets? And my view of reading the policies was no, because the policies are too woolly and they will offer little protection to the district's environmental and heritage assets. What's missing in the document is the specifics, and the policies need to be made specific so that the areas, locations and assets that need to be protected are properly identified. I think that has to be the starting point. Then you will not get this conflict between policy and text.
Can you speak into the microphone a bit more?
Sorry.
And I'll get nearer to it so I can hear you better.
Yeah, the policies need to be made more specific so that the areas, locations and assets that need to be protected are actually identified.
Well, okay. How did the council respond to that? Because I thought in many instances they were.
Yes, I think possibly it's the fact that obviously we've got the proposals maps and they're obviously shown sort of geographically. In terms of making new allocations, if that's what's being indicated, obviously there's the potential for some of those to be identified if they're important to local communities through that process of neighbourhood planning. But in terms of the specific sites such as SSIs or where the AONB is, obviously that is shown on our proposals maps and they are specifically identified.
I would have thought, for example, that things like local lists, for example, are quite important to be identified.
Sorry, like what?
Local lists, buildings or that should be protected, should be identified. Things like local green areas, this is the right time to identify those, for example.
Well, they would have a different level of, that's the whole point about local lists, is that they're not quite the same level of protection as a proper full list. National list, isn't it? Okay. Is that your board up? No, it's not. It's Mr. Shutt, isn't it?
Thank you, sir. To some extent, what I want to say echoes what the representative of Horsham Society has just said, but I have a rather more sceptical view about how subjective or rather how objective the criteria can be. And I think you implied yourself in what you said just now that subjectivity comes into these things very much. And I want to quote, as I did in one submission, if you bear with me. In Policy 1, it states, any adverse impacts of granting permissions would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. what you need to determine is whether any adverse impacts of granting permission would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies of the national planning policy framework taken as a whole. Well, as an economic consultant of many decades standing, I can tell you that if you want a consultant to give you a value which exceeds another value, it's quite easy to do. And if that sounds rather cynical, I think it's a genuine problem here. And the NPPF itself doesn't help very much because it has a clause in it which you'll be familiar with. I think it's paragraph 32, which says that nothing, an environmental consideration, let me read the precise wording. Yes, development should only be prevented or referred where the residual impacts of development are severe. Now, this point came to my attention.
It's bullet point 3.
Sorry?
Yeah, bullet point 3 of paragraph 32.
Oh, right. And this came to my attention when I attended a cabinet meeting for some reason back in April, and the question of, I think actually Mr. Moore was there too, when the question of the transport impact assessment had been carried out relating to the North Horsham development. And it had not been, or not adequately as far as we could tell, and yet the representative of West Sussex County Council, the Highway Authority, said that there would be no serious problems. And that was passed as a non-severe impact, therefore, and we could pass on. Now, I'd like to say one other thing.
Well, yeah, but what you're really saying is that you don't like what the NPPF says.
I'm saying that, certainly, yes. And let me, on that point, let me...
But I can't really give that any weight, really.
Well,
sounds a harsh thing to say, but I mean, I can't. I mean, my job is to check soundness in compliance with the NPPF.
I'm not. Can I just finish the point? Because I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not necessarily.
I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm going to let you carry on.
I'm not trying to sort of make you do things you can't do. In a way, I'm sympathising with you, saying your task is impossible. Let me just add the point. You may not be aware that the Select Committee of the CLG has been carrying out an inquiry into the workings of the NPPF during the summer, and they're about to report soon.
I am aware because the Chief Planning Inspector went to it and gave evidence.
Yes, well,
about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I think.
I'm sure he did. Anyway, representing a group of activists here called Future Horsham, I attended a forum in that context, as well as presenting evidence on our own behalf. And there are many discontented groups from around the country, and you probably won't be surprised to hear this, who expressed the view that the one thing that the NPPF did not do was to give due weight to environmental considerations. And they said everything was overridden by economic considerations. And we have seen plenty of evidence already that environmental objections are overridden, including by the Secretary of State himself. So where does that leave us? I'm not saying you can provide the answer. I'm just saying the answer to point 7 is definitely no.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I mean, I interrupted you because I was just going to try and sort of put this in a bit of context. And Mr. Rose alluded to this earlier on. I mean, where the NPPF does say quite a lot of things, but I mean, clearly one of the things it says, and I have to judge the plan against it, this plan against it, is it's promoting economic development and promoting a step change in housing, which is the point that Mr. Rhodes referred to. Now that's government policy. What is also part of government policy, however, is recognising environmental safeguards to balance against that. So I don't think there's ever, one can never really have a sort of out-and-out clear answer about this. I mean, the policy is to provide a changing housing, but then, I think it's paragraph 14 that in terms of meeting housing needs, unless other policies in this plan state otherwise, or lead to significant impacts, and that can be policy. And it says the footnote. I mean, you've got to read all of these things, and the important footnote to paragraph 14 is, for example, those policies related to sites protected under Birds and Habitats directives, European legislation that some people don't like, and or designated of sites of site-specific interest, land designated as greenbelt, local green space, an area of outstanding natural beauty, heritage coast, or within a national park or the Broads Authority, designated heritage assets, locations at risk of flooding or coastal erosion. So, there's a whole... This is what I was referring to in terms of, constraints, relative constraints. There are constraints. And the NPPF includes them, but that's what it says, and that's what I have to judge it on. Now, I can appreciate you might say, we'll come on to this in North Horsham, that in terms of the balance here, we'll be talking on Thursday about what's the constrained figure. Mr. Boyd was talking about the 730. Mr. Rose has said, well, we need a capacity study to assess that. That's one way of doing it. The council, I've got to, going to answer some questions about all of that. That's what we're here to judge, in effect. So with North Horsham, you might say, well, actually, there is a really strong constraint. That's my job. I've got to go out and look at it, and I've got to hear the evidence from both sides, including you, and to weigh that up. But what this question was really, and I take your point, was in really trying to... it was a sort of broad, high-level thing in terms of the sort of assets I've just read out as in the footnote to that paragraph, and is the plan in the first level sufficient to protect those, and then there are other environmental assets, and are they sufficiently protected? So we've got countryside, so are the countryside protection policies adequate? And we've got allocations. I mean, the plan does say, outside of those allocations, in the countryside, development won't be allowed unless it's through the neighbourhood plan mechanism. That's where we are. So that's my understanding of it. Yes,
can I ask a specific question really on the soundness of this policy? You're saying against the statements of the
Which
MP,
policy are we talking about? 24 or 30?
The whole of the Horsham district framework. You've said in the HPPF, you've stated some things there that relate to specifically identified environmental impacts. To what extent, so you're using those policy statements of the NPPF to judge this framework, to what extent do you also include the policies within this framework and how they are applied against the development areas that have been allocated? So if the policies in this framework are being adhered to consistently, then I will argue throughout other sessions that certain development areas wouldn't match their own policy statements. So,
yeah, okay, I understand where you're coming from.
Is that soundness valid across this as well as the other national frameworks?
Okay, well, it's for the council to answer that first. I mean, I think I understand what the plan says, but it's for the council to explain first of all.
I think that really just goes back to our earlier point that the plan is taken as a whole. We've sought to balance the need for economic development and housing with the need to protect the rural environment, and actually we recognise that the environment is highly valued and actually quite important to the sort of economic success of this district, because people prize the fact that it's the sort of green and leafy place to live, and that in turn attracts businesses in. But obviously that policy framework is what those sites would be assessed against. So I don't agree with the view that that those sites don't accord with those policies, because that's what they would be tested against. And if the applications come in and don't meet it, then obviously that's a case where we wouldn't necessarily accept those proposals. Yeah,
but I think it goes a bit further than that, doesn't it? Because what you're really saying is, I understand what the objector's point is, that you've made a decision that there's a housing need that you feel that you have to meet the NPPF requirements, and you've decided to meet it on certain sites. And there's been a process of sustainability appraisal of balancing out competing sites, and you've decided, if in effect, maybe if you didn't have to meet a housing requirement, you wouldn't want development on North Horsham. Why would you? Probably. But once that decision's taken to have the development there, the policies for protecting countryside don't really apply, because it's been designated as non-countryside. That's what you're saying shouldn't happen. On the other hand, some people on this side of the table are saying, well, actually, there's not enough sites like that to housing, so the policies are a bit too restrictive, and we need more sites where the policies to protect the fields don't apply. So that's the balancing exercise that we're involved with here. Is that a fair?
It's fair.
I'm just trying to show you that I'm understanding your points.
Yeah,
and understanding the task in front of me, and I'm going to then go on to look at those things later on, and we're going to look at it with regard to a lot of other sites as well.
But that sort of denying the sort of the due process, if you like, which I also feel hasn't been fulfilled correctly, whereby the decision is made to put something there, and then it becomes an area that isn't designated as countryside anymore, and therefore none of these policies apply. So it's sort of self-defeating in a sense, that rather than look at the policy itself first and say where are the areas where this policy would have least impact.
Well, no, I think that's what I'm taking the council's side here, but I mean, I'm not agreeing with them that they are the right sites. But I mean, you'll be saying that's the process they did go through.
That's correct.
Their sustainability appraisal, they say, does support the choices that they've made. You don't agree with it, possibly. I mean, I know that there's people against the North Horsham development, including, I gather, the former chief executive, who thinks that another site is better, that the west of Southwater site is better. So there are disagreements there. But the process, the council's been through that process, they say.
Well, yes, but can I just say that I might agree with that if it were true, if we knew what their arguments were. But Russell Parish Council, for one, put forward an alternative proposal to which we got no answers from Horsham District. So we don't know on what basis our proposal was rejected in favour of these ones. And if we'd gone through the policies in this thing against our proposal and the council's, we might have come to the same conclusion. But we don't. That was never discussed, and that was all that discussion happened in closed.
Can you summarise what your proposal was?
Our proposal was
to meet the same number of houses.
Yeah, our proposal was to develop brownfield sites, and we identified 3 key brownfield sites and a 4th site for economic development, business site.
In Horsham Town?
3 in Horsham Town and 1 outside of Horsham for the economic areas.
And how many houses did they provide for?
They provided a good proportion of the requirement, and then the final part of our proposal was that Horsham should under the law changes, where 18 months ago the law changed and there is now this requirement for districts to discuss things with each other, Horsham should have gone back to mid-Sussex saying to them that you have to talk to us. We have to have reasonable and meaningful discussions about a new a new town development, a small town development along the A23 corridor where the infrastructure, the road infrastructure and the rail infrastructure both exist to support it. So that was our proposal, and we heard nothing to suggest that wasn't valid.
Was that the same as the Mayfield Market Centre proposal?
Not the same, but based on the same principle. We hadn't at that time seen the Mayfield site proposals. But the proposal to have something along the A23 corridor as a sustainable development made more sense than trying to build along a road infrastructure that just can't take what it has at the moment.
Okay.
So we put all those points and we had no response.
Okay. To the Council, well, the no response point, do you want to respond to that, or have you covered that already?
I mean, I think broadly we've covered it in some of the earlier discussions about the sustainability process more generally, and the fact that, you know, the consultation process began in 2009 and we've come up with a range of alternatives which have been tested through that essay process throughout that period. And I think the point to remember, it is a process, so it has been changed and updated as we've gone through.
But what do you say to the point that you just didn't respond to their proposal?
When it depends on when the proposals came in at the proposed submission stage. So obviously this is a matter for discussion now, rather than it. And it was proposed. You know, the statement was put forward to you as the inspector, rather than to us as a council.
Oh, I see. So your proposal. Well, they're saying it comes through earlier.
No, our proposal was part of the draft proposals. So we made a second response for the final one. So we made our initial one, which outlined everything I said.
It's sort of on the table. It's on the table now, anyway, isn't it? So I'll be having to look at it in some ways. Although you're.
Well, my argument is that it's unsound in the basis that they haven't properly responded to. We are an elected group, Rusper Parish Council. We are the initial point in the planning process. We have the closest contact with the communities that are being affected in terms of Rusper Parish Council and the other parish councils similarly for their areas. Well, so to ignore us in this process seems to be completely contrary to all of the guidance in the MPPF. So I'm not sure how the thing is sound if it hasn't followed that process.
Can the council give me a short note on this, please? What you say happened and how you responded to the parish council. I'll check your representation again. Are you down to appear at the Mayfield session?
We've asked to attend all sessions, so hopefully we'll have a representative at every session.
And the other rural sites session?
Yes, that's the rural sites one is one of the key, and the North Horsham one is.
Okay, well that's maybe the point to carry that forward in more detail. There are some boards up about. We're still on the policies 7, and we've moved on to 8 effectively about stifling growth. Mrs. White, you haven't spoken yet.
No, it was on the environmental matters. Actually, I think it's rather significant that all the proposed developers have disappeared bar one, so it just shows how interested they are in the environment. I just thought I'd make that point. I'm sorry. But you mentioned listed buildings, etc., and how difficult it is to, it might be difficult to have a local list. But you could start with the English heritage list of listed buildings in the site. I'm sure Horsham District Council could carry that out.
But the provisions and the site, even the site-specific provisions, clearly, what is a defined heritage asset for the purposes of the NPPF?
Yes, but there are quite a few
listed buildings, ancient monuments, etc.
Well, I live in one actually, a listed building.
Statutory listed.
It's listed Grade 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and English heritage granted.
So you'll be very well aware of the policy context for that.
Sorry?
You'll be very well aware of the policy context for that.
Well, I know we are not allowed to even change the paintwork colour on the outside of the house without getting approval first. But what I want to say is so that I don't think it's so difficult to get, a list of what should be protected and avoided in redevelopment. There are some outstanding examples in Warnham and in Rusper. Broadly speaking, on the Chapter 9, conserving and enhancing the natural and built environment, that sounds very laudable, but the district's councils run counter to each of the points it makes there. Increased traffic. You may want me to raise this when North Horsham comes up,
yes.
in view of the time, but it is an environmental issue I was going to raise, but perhaps you might prefer that to be raised.
Yes, well, I've tried to explain that there, earlier on in where we are with that. So, but there will be a chance to do that. So, yes, I think if you're talking about that, definitely.
Okay.
And if you're saying that the proposals will have an unacceptable impact on heritage assets, say so, and the council can respond.
Yes.
On the North Horsham session.
Yes. Okay. Fine.
Okay. Anything else on the overall questions 7 and 8? Did you want to make any comment on number 8, Mr. Stevens? Is that why you're here?
Yes. I just want to make some comments. There's a relatively minor matter about Policy 23, environmental protection, which I raised in my original representations, which is that item G of the policy Policy 23.
Yeah, what page is it on, don't we?
Do you know, I haven't got a page numbered one. I've got something that I printed off the...
88, yeah.
I had their online version, which I printed off. So. It's a relatively minor matter, but it could cause some difficulty.
The cumulative impact of all relevant committed developments is appropriately assessed as part of the planning application.
Yeah, it's kind of allied to the earlier point, is that there's a bit of uncertainty there, I think, how the decision taker would react to that. And it's a point, it's consistent with the point that I made earlier, that the local plan, through making allocations or defining the spatial strategy, decides what is sustainable. And therefore, something which is in keeping with the local plan constitutes sustainable development and shouldn't be subject to further delays, as the MPPF states in paragraph 14 and also the ministerial forward. And I'm just concerned that introduces an element of conditionality that might actually prevent a site coming forward. Happy with the earlier bullet points, because those are all things that should be taken into consideration, but I'm not quite sure what bullet G is required.
Right. So for the council then, what's the point of bullet point G? What sort of context are we looking at there for this?
Yeah, I think point G is really to express that we want the cumulative impact of all development to be considered as part of a planning application. But I think the fact that we've limited, by saying as part of the planning application, does limit the process by which it's considered, because it could be considered as part of an EIA or another document to support the application. So in our proposed mods, we've actually removed the reference to as part of the planning application. In mod B79, we've taken out that reference, so hopefully that might address the point that's been raised.
It does. I'm sorry. I'm not up to speed. Yes, I think that would be an appropriate change. Yeah.
Okay, that's that one.
The other questions I think relate to question 9, which is the... I think the consistency of some of the policies, like policy 34... and policy 35.
Okay, just before then. Well, before we do that, is there anything else on questions 7 and 8? Yeah, there's two gentlemen there. Yeah, Mr. Smith and Mr.
So just to make a point on question 8, will the policies for environmental protection stifle necessary housing and employment growth? The question seems to imply that statutory regulations and requirements stipulated by the MPPF for environmental protection are flexible and can be subordinated, indeed are subordinate to the promotion of economic growth. That is not the case. At least that's not my understanding of it.
No, well, I presume I wrote the question having read a representation, I think, where someone said that they might do. I mean, I think that, I take your point. So, I mean, your answer is you're supporting the plan, are you?
Sorry, could you repeat that, please?
They won't stifle necessary housing and employment growth, in
No,
your
I
view?
don't believe they will at all. Far from it. I think the policies that the Council has produced in the past, the current policies, it's very easy to get mixed up with the different policies, I don't think they have made any difference at all to development in terms of completions. What they have done is ensured that proper account has been taken of impacts and also any mitigation that should be arising. So it's made developers and the council itself think about the decision making and the consequences of decisions that have been taken, which I think is a requirement of the MPPF. I wouldn't agree that, judging by the MPPF, that what I consider to be the three pillars, there's the social aspect, there's the environmental aspect, and there's the economic aspect. Those to me are equal, at least as my understanding of the wording in the MPPF. The social aspect and the environmental aspect are not overridden by economic requirements. There is a balancing act there, and the MPPF has to be taken as a whole, regarded as a whole.
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. Don't think anyone's arguing with that. Right, one more final point from the Lib Dems. When you finish speaking, can you put your boards down, please?
My name is Godfrey Newman. I'm a local councillor. I was going to mention about question 7, but I think I'll leave that one to my colleague when you're discussing north of Horsham. It's probably more relevant there. But under 8, I'm actually going to support the council's policy, but to add that with more development within the district, we have to be cognizant of places like Storrington and Cowfold, where they have problems with CO2 and diesel particulates. Therefore, that is a major problem. So I feel that any development that we do get does protect that fully. And then I do have to mention, dare I say, north of Horsham, where it's quite possible that if there's no railway station in the end, a lot of the traffic will be going into Horsham to get onto the train. So I think we do need to make sure we got an infrastructure that's suitable and does not risk the health of those who already live within the town.
Yeah, okay. Is your board up because you want to respond?
Not specifically to that issue, but it was just a bit of feedback on some of the earlier points before we go on to question 9, if that's
okay. Yeah.
I mean, just as a sort of point of clarification, really, I know the sort of local lists have been discussed.
Speak right into the mic.
Sorry. The local lists, that's actually a core document, that's CDSS01, and it's also specifically identified in paragraph 9.41 of the actual document, so it's not true to say that it's not been considered. And in relation to Rusper Parish Council and their response, obviously our response to their comments is set out in the consultation statement, and obviously we can provide further detail as well if you think that's helpful, but there is that initial feedback that was provided through that channel.
Okay, thanks. Can we move on to number 9 then, and then we can break, a well-deserved break for everybody. Climate change. Now, who wants to speak on this? Mr. Temple-Pettiani, I know you do. You've already raised some questions about that. Do you want to make your point first?
Yes.
And refer to, particularly what you want the plan to say,
okay.
Please. I haven't had a supplementary hearing statement from you. I'm just relying on your original representation?
I did send a supplementary, but it might have got lost. But there is a reason why.
I'll check that then. Yeah.
My finding is that that Chapter 10 on appropriate energy use is significantly outmoded. The original report was produced by the Centre for Sustainable Energy, based in Bristol, on behalf of five local authorities: Horsham, Mid Sussex, Arran, Worthing and Chichester. The key, there's certain comments which are written under appropriate energy use, and I've already raised policy 35, and I managed to get my pennyworth in before the house builders just moved away. The issue really is a low-carbon economy. The original emphasis on combined heat and power was published in June 2011, National Policy Statement for Renewable Energy Infrastructure, and the particular section which relates to 1.8.1, the following types of nationally significant renewable energy infrastructure. Two of them are wind, offshore and onshore, and the first one is energy from biomass and or waste greater than 50 megawatts. Now, that's very important, and the government, meaning essentially DEC at that time, highlighted two paragraphs, 2.5.26 and 2.5.27, which related to the government strategy for CHP. The emphasis has changed slightly from renewable energy to low-carbon generation. And the initiatives which various local authorities now focus upon is highlighted under low-carbon transition. I've just picked out one particular authority, the Greater Manchester Low-Carbon Hub, where the leader of Manchester City Council and the chair of the Greater Manchester Low-Carbon Hub Board says, I emphasise, and this is to the Climate Change Minister, Greg Barker, at DEC, I emphasise that a successful transition to a low-carbon economy was fundamental to the growth of Greater Manchester. Without green, I presume without green energy, there will be no growth. So the emphasis today is very much upon the development of a low-carbon hub, essentially for an area which is not much different to Greater Manchester, which is effectively Gatwick Diamond. Now, it's fallen upon myself or my company to make a decision as to where a combined heat and power plant delivering low-carbon electricity and heat might be located. Now,
how's it fallen upon you?
Well, that's part of our business.
It's your decision for it to fall on you.
Well, there's been no help. Let's put it this way.
Okay.
There's been no help from Horsham, and there's been little. There was some help from Crawley, but not as much as I would have hoped. The location of a CHP scheme in excess of 50 megawatts in Mid-Sussex, in Arran, in Worthing, and in Chichester is extremely unlikely. The economic growth area within West Sussex is in fact Horsham and Crawley. it became obvious in discussions with Gatwick Airport that any kind of power plant with a stack within Crawley would be unacceptable because it would interfere with the flight path into Gatwick Airport. So
how high a stack are we talking about?
The stack has got to be 65, 75 metres. And in the location which we've identified, and I've sent you the site plan, that would be acceptable to the environmental people at Gatwick Airport. Now, in response to an email from Councillor Dorr, the leader of Horsham, who said, why don't you put in a planning application? And the answer to that is that unless the host statutory consultee engages in consultation, then submission of a planning application to the Secretary of State would be met with resistance. Now, I've heard a lot about NPPF, and the particular section, coincidentally, is Section 10, meeting the challenge of climate change, flooding, and coastal change.
Yeah, okay. If you want to just refer me to a paragraph, what I really want from you, Mr. Pediani, is to tell me what you think, how the plan should be changed.
Right, I'm coming to that. Section 97, we're really dealing with sections 93 to 97 of NPPF.
Yeah, okay, well I can read that. So
And if I focus on paragraph 97.
No, don't, please. Just
it is for
move on, please, to tell me what do you want.
Right.
It's quite late. We've been here a long time. I really want to get the discussion moving in terms of you saying what's wrong with the policies that are in the plan.
What I want is the local authority to do as said here, which is identify suitable areas for renewable and low-carbon energy sources and supporting infrastructure. And secondly, for the local authority to support community-led initiatives for renewable and low-carbon energy. Now, that the plan does not do. The plan places responsibility upon some third parties, possibly property developers, who really don't have the skills in power generation or combined heat and power and so on. The correct procedure is in fact for the host local authority, which is Horsham, to identify a specific site where the CHP station can be installed.
Okay. How does Council respond to that? Do you see that as what you should be doing in this document?
Sorry, may I ask a clarification question through you?
Yeah, you better introduce yourself.
Sorry,
first,
Helen Andrews-Tipper from the Carbon Trust. I'm here as a sort of expert witness for the Council on district heating. When you say make the land available, does that specify the site, does that mean make land available? Or simply say it could go here?
Well, I don't know. That's for Mr. Temple-Pediani to... I mean, he seems to be saying you want to have a site allocated in this plan?
Yes. Because it's the host local authority. It's the host planning consultee to the Secretary of State.
You want the Council to allocate your site for a CHP?
Yeah. So,
in short? Yeah. Okay. How does the Council respond to that?
We would just respond to that saying that to allocate a site, obviously you need to look at deliverability and you'd need to look at infrastructure funding and all sorts of mechanisms which would consider the maintenance of the site and the delivery of the site, and all of that work hasn't been done. So, we're not aware of any particular land ownership to come forward to put such a facility on within the district. So we're not even aware of a landowner who'd be willing to provide a location for such a facility.
How do you respond to that, Mr.
I've been discussing this project for 11 years, so it's somewhat surprising when a council says that we're unaware of this and we're unaware of that.
Well, have you got an option on a site?
The planning procedure allows for compulsory purchase. I prefer not to go down that route. The project has been discussed with the Holmbush estate, the Calvert family, and they have said they'd be very happy to deliver, for example, wood chips to the project. It's I'll pick up on another point raised, which is financing. I have said...
Well, just hang on a minute.
Yep.
I mean, I understand your concern, but it's, I think my first question to the council is this a sort of strategic development? Do you consider this to be a strategic development that should be included in a document like this? Presumably actually you do. You think it is?
I do, unless the council comes up with an alternative site. They're very welcome to suggest an alternative site, but we've done our homework, and this is the site which we have identified as being unique in West Sussex.
Well, you've identified, yeah.
Okay,
so, well, I mean, you may be misunderstood, but is it a strategic level? Is it of such strategic importance that it should be identified in a sort of high-level plan like this, rather than, say, a neighbourhood plan or a site what do you call your site development plan?
Yeah, I have explained that, in fact, a project of this type that will develop low-carbon heat and low-carbon electricity. The low-carbon heat is designed to flow westwards into North Horsham, any part of Horsham town, and the district heating network running east is designed to flow into Crawley, either Crawley Centre or Manor Royal. That is separate discussions which I'm having with Crawley Borough Council. What is the optimum route of a district heating spine running eastwards? When it comes to low-carbon electricity, this is an issue which frequently gets omitted as though it is not possible, and of course it's possible for any central CHP station generating low-carbon electricity to deliver that electricity to Horsham. The local authority in Horsham, small businesses in Horsham, the same in Crawley, and using either private wires or using the low voltage wires of UK Power Networks. And UK Power Networks, obviously we've been in contact with them. So that's not a problem. The problem is that a project of this nature requires cooperation from the local authority. And that is not forthcoming for the reason which I've just heard. They don't know anything about it, or they don't know the details. Have we agreed this? Have we agreed that? We need to sit down, as I've done previously with Crawley, sit down with Horsham, and this is a project which ought to be put before C2C LEP. And that is my immediate intention, having presented the evidence to you as inspector, and what I want from Horsham. The next step is I will go to Coast to Capital LEP, because DEC advises that that is the optimum approach. However, the C2C LEP will say, well, is Horsham Council involved? And I'm not sure if Horsham Council is involved or not, because they do not respond.
So, but from my point of view in this examination, the issue is is the plan unsound because it doesn't cater for this project?
It doesn't cater for a low-carbon economy.
Okay, well, that's for the council to... So that's the contention. That's your case, is that the plan should allocate a site, by the sound of it.
Yes.
In between, as you've shown, in between Horsham and Crawley.
Right.
For this type of unit. Yeah. And anything else that the plan should do?
Plan.
Well, what about the policy? Is the policy all right? The policy wording?
Policy.
That's district heating and cooling. It's not actually about energy.
Right, okay. I can never work out why low-carbon electricity is excluded from policy.
Well, it's not excluded. Well, it's just omitted, I suppose, isn't it?
Well, it's omitted. I'd like it included. It's not only district heating, but it's also low-carbon electricity.
Okay, so policy 35 should include a subheading which says something like, the council will encourage and permit, subject to some maybe safeguards, I don't know, schemes which provide low-carbon electricity generated by biomass or combined heat and power.
That's right, yeah.
Okay. Just a minute, please. How does the council respond to that?
I've got 3 points to respond with. If I take the last one about the policy not referring to low-carbon energy, I think that could be sort of a solution could be provided by just renaming the policy to call it Strategic Policy District Energy, and then it covers low-carb district heating, combined heating power and community heating power, and low-carbon as well. So we could consider the title of the policy to consider all of those elements. Okay,
so you're going to look at some policy modifications which might not be main modifications to include the type of proposal Mr. Temple-Pettiani is going to come with. Okay, one.
Yeah, could consider that. I think on the point of the land being available for Mr. Temple-Pettiani's facility, I think there's a couple of points to raise. We have been aware of his scheme, for as he says, he's been in consultation with the council for a number of years. This was first raised when we were looking at the Joint Area Action Plan for the Viewbush development, and the site was put forward then as a potential solution. There's been ongoing discussion, not only with Horsham District, but with Crawley Borough as well, and it's been a joint discussion, and no site has actually been made available in all that time. In addition to that, there's a lack of evidence for that particular facility that is the best and most appropriate solution for this area. We haven't actually done an options appraisal to look at what other alternatives might be available if we were to go down that route. And I think the third thing to say is that the policies in the plan as stands in the proposed submission document are actually designed to direct strategic development towards district heating. So it's not necessarily precluding district heating as a solution. I think it would support that. It's just that we haven't allocated a particular land for it because we're not aware of anybody with land who's willing to provide us with land with options on it for that reason. All the other sites that have been mentioned are actually allocated for housing development as opposed to a district heating facility.
Okay. Someone else had a comment. Yes, the Parish Council.
Yeah, I'm speaking not for the Parish Council in this case, but for a number of environmental groups that I'm involved with. And I think I agree with the principle of the challenger has made to this, but not to the sentiment of where it's actually come from. The policy does seem to be development-led. The district plan really should be identifying the preferred types of renewable energy it wants, or the energy provision, and identifying where those needs are best met within the district. That shouldn't be left to developers to, on a piecemeal basis of each new development, to say that we're going to provide X or Y as some sort of renewable and sustainable fuel supply. So it should be that the plan itself should be identifying those areas and suggesting where they should be placed and what type of provision they should be. I would speak against even low carbon provision because I think renewable energy is the only sustainable way forward, that any carbon emission is bad. But obviously there are compromises in any plan, and what is the most economically viable for the area, and so that needs to be looked at.
So rather than having a policy that says they'll permit renewable energy schemes where they don't have a significant adverse effect on landscape character, you're saying the council shall say, designate areas where they'll be encouraged, or what do you want the policy to say?
I think it should identify the areas where there is suitable environment for these things to be placed, where there is a recognised need for that power to be produced. And I think that...
Out of interest, have the council had any applications for wind turbines?
Not for wind turbines. We've had a lot of applications for solar.
Solar farms.
If I could just answer the point about allocating specific sites for specific uses, that wouldn't be flexible, and we do want to be flexible in the policy, because as technologies change, this is a 20-year plan, and we're not necessarily aware of the most feasible solution at this time. So we wanted the policy to be flexible to provide longevity. In addition, the evidence base which supports the policy did look at wind turbines and did look at biomass crops as a potential solution, and large-scale wind energy and medium-scale wind energy and biomass crops were actually scoped out because of all the landscape issues that we've got in the district. And it was decided from that study that district heating and or micro-renewables would be the most appropriate solution for the district, which is why we've identified heat priority areas where we would consider the district heating to be the most sustainable option, or the most suitable option for consideration, and then all other alternatives could be considered within the hierarchy below that.
I'll just come back on 2 points there. I think the first point is that there have been applications for wind turbines, because we considered one in Rusper Parish only about 2 or 3 months ago. The second point is that the council seems to put enough weight into housing need to identify areas where they want to place the housing, but they're not prepared to do the same for environmental energy production. So it seems there's a mismatch in the balance between the different aspects of the planning that are required. And I think the environment it should be one of the key ones that is looked at, and obviously energy provision within where we are is critical. The other point that our parish council objection related to was that the lack of a coordinated approach to these things. So the environmental impact of things like people travelling and all those sorts of things is highly dependent on infrastructure. There's been a significant trend recently towards high bandwidth network provision, enabling people to work in remote locations, from home even. So the need for large corporate office sites and major industrial complexes that are supporting office type development should be diminishing over this time. And if the council had been giving proper weight within this plan to network provision, alongside the identification of energy provision, then a lot of the requirements for both transport infrastructure and for industrial provision would have been reduced. And that's been completely ignored in this environmental section.
I concur 100% with the councillor. What I am saying, I want the plan to comply with sections 93 to 97 of MPPF, and not according to advice which the council received from a consultant 5 years ago.
Okay, there's one other board up. Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah. I'll come to you in a minute. Yeah.
I'm interested in what other authorities have also been looking at. I've been sent a draft copy of from Woking about what their plans are up to 2050. So, and they certainly look at it from the point of view that's just been mentioned. But my interest is actually with solar, because I think that's the one that's going to be the one that could be a preference, certainly from individual houses. But one of the problems is that the attempt to try and produce an estate that has solar panels relies on the famous term that developers like and the government, which is the word viability. And I think what perhaps would be useful in the policy would be not to be able to indicate, oh, that means I can't do it, but more of a case of allow, it's localism, so let's let local people just make a decision themselves and go through the planning process. I haven't seen anything in the document that actually encourages that route, but it would, I think, be particularly useful. Developers are very good at putting covenants at the moment on housing estates. Where I live, that's exactly what they've done. Berkeley Homes seem to like doing that sort of thing. And the best they could actually offer at the time when I was buying my house at Highwood was to achieve level 3, we provide you with a water butt. So there isn't even the principle of grey water, which is something else that's not been mentioned so far, but it's certainly in the document, so I certainly support the Council's encouragement of grey water, and I think that's key to it as well. I noticed from somebody's represented comment about air pumps. They're really more useful for people with underfloor heating or older properties that require oil or coal to heat the property. So I think from a modern house point of view, they're less effective than they might be. But I certainly feel that a little bit more accentuation on the individual choice and, if it's possible, an encouragement of developers not putting covenants on, preventing people from doing better than even the government's minimum requirements.
Well, that's always been a bit of an issue in plans like this, and I've had to comply with government policy, change some policies, but even though, to sort of take into account the viability issue, maybe it's for you, Mr. Stevens, and maybe you're going to come on to that. Maybe people might be prepared to pay a bit more, or the government maybe ought to enforce higher standards of renewable energy insulation, which they say they're going to do. That hasn't happened yet, above the current building regulations, but that's what, effectively that's what government policy is. How the plan, I'm still not really quite sure how you're saying the plan should be changed. I understand Mr. Temple-Pediani's point. I'm not going back on that. He wants a site allocated. I'll let the council come back on all these points when I've heard Mr. Stevens, and that'll be the final one. Come back on. I'd like to. I'm inviting your contribution now before I.
Well, hopefully I'm going to ask a useful contribution, but it might be disappointing for participants over on that side.
Sorry.
Good if we can hear it. Yeah.
I set this out in my representation, sir. Is that what the participants are saying on the other side of the table is very interesting, but it's kind of old school. And it doesn't really reflect the direction of government policy anymore. The government is trying to simplify regulatory regimes at the moment, and included in that a part of element, not only the housing standards review, which you'll be aware of, sir, but of course it's a consultation on allowable solutions, i.e. what developers can do to meet the carbon efficiency standards, including the government's definition of what constitutes zero carbon homes from 2016. And it's not prescriptive. It allows developers to choose the most appropriate route, and that's set out in the government's, in April 2014, the government published its deregulation bill. I'm reading from my representations here to make sure I get it right, which has proposed to delete from the Planning and Energy Act of 2008 the clause relating to local energy efficiency standards. The Act would retain provision for local authorities to require a proportion of energy used in a development to be energy from renewable and low-carbon sources, and that's consistent with the government's move to allowable solutions. However, the clauses refer to renewable and low-carbon energy sourced in the locality of the development, not necessarily directly from the housing development, say through the use of on-site renewables, or even having to connect up to a district heating and cooling plant. And that's my problem with Policy 35, is that I think it's kind of dated, it's obsolete. I think the first bit, the energy hierarchy, kind of happy to concede that. If it said all development will be encouraged rather than will be required, because I don't think you can prescribe these things. The second bit on district heating and cooling, I think, would be definitely not consistent with the government's direction of travel through its deregulation bill. And I can't see how the production of energy statements are necessary. I think that's just another layer of prescription which is unnecessary, because the developer is just required to demonstrate to the building control department of the council that he's meeting the building regulations. He will not be required to demonstrate to the council whether or not he can do more than that. So unfortunately, I think this policy kind of needs to be substantially rewritten. I don't see there's anything wrong in the council encouraging developers to meet their hierarchy, but they can't be prescriptive about it. I don't have anything to say about renewable energy schemes. That's fine. I don't think that's contentious. But they can't. What the council can't do is that it can't compel a developer down a particular route to use a particular form of energy efficiency generation. It's entirely down to the developer himself or herself to decide the most appropriate and cost-effective route. And I think that's consistent with the direction of travel with government policy and legislation.
But
Can I come in there?
Council comments on that, please.
I'm going to ask Helen from the Carbon Trust to respond to this one.
So there are a few things. Firstly, on energy master planning, I think I need to clarify some confusion there over the process that you go through in order to identify what generation sources you might use where. So the study was done 5 years ago in order to identify what sort of sites might be suitable for what sort of generation. And it may be 5 years old, but I don't think wind speed is going to have changed very much in 5 years. You know, the slope of a hill and the direction it faces isn't going to be changing for a while. It would be an extremely expensive exercise to redo an energy master plan for the area, and I would say, based on there being one that's 5 years old, a completely futile exercise, because the fundamental factors will not have changed. Then on the district heating policy, I think it's important to make the distinction between a generation technology like solar and a distribution technology like district heating. This is fundamentally infrastructure for the town. It's not the same thing as a solar panel on a roof, and they tend to get lumped together, and therefore the district heating element tends to get misunderstood. And the Housing Standards Review, specifically in paragraph 228, mentions the distinction between the energy performance of buildings and where that energy comes from. The government is not proposing to limit the ability of local planning authorities to set strategic policies in relation to the locations and relationship between new housing developments and how they should connect to low carbon and renewable energy infrastructure, which is where this policy sits. It's how those developments should interact with that infrastructure if and when it exists. I think there's some concern.
It just says it will be expected to connect to district heating networks where they exist.
Yeah. This is a 20-year plan, and at the moment there are no district heating networks in Horsham. In 20 years there may be no district heating networks in Horsham. We may have switched to a hydrogen grid. If there are district heating networks in Horsham, it's going to look completely different in terms of the way that infrastructure goes into the ground and is operated. It's going to look more like a gas grid. It will be a regulated commodity. That is the way that we're going if we decide to go down the route of of heat networks. And can I just give a couple of examples of how a network might come forward? Because I think there's confusion around the commercial arrangements, which is leading to concerns that needn't be concerns on the part of developers.
Well,
if I'm quick.
I'm conscious of the time, and I'm sort of trying to keep it focused on the policies and the requirements. I mean, it's not unduly prescriptive, is it, from your point of view, Mr. Stevens? That it's where they exist. You're expected to connect.
No, I see what you're saying. It's not unduly prescriptive. Yeah? I just don't think it's consistent with the direction of travel. But I listen to the expert advice on it.
But the direction of. I'm a bit confused about our direction of travel. And one thing, we're going no wind farms and shale gas is going to be.
If I may make a point, I think you can look at small-scale schemes, which I think is what you're addressing, and there are also large-scale schemes. And the schemes that my company promotes are large-scale schemes, which generate both low-carbon electricity and heat. So you haven't actually specified, small or large. Certainly, your consultant's report of 5 years ago referred to very small-scale schemes, and those are not of interest to my company. What is important is that the project makes a profit and that the local authority is a partner in that project. So it's a PPP, a 3P, a public, a private partnership project. That's the type of project which my company develops, Basildon, Brentwood, etc., where we have a specific site. I am asking for the development of a large-scale combined heat and power project providing low-carbon electricity and heat, the heat to Horsham and Crawley, and the electricity to any part of West Sussex. And you have not got a project like that entered into your local plan or your framework.
Okay, well, I think we've been on it. Do you want to respond on that one last time or not?
I do think we've covered the points that are raised. I just think it would be premature for this local plan to allocate such a site when we don't have land available, we don't have anyone with options on the land, and there isn't an infrastructure or a delivery mechanism in place to deliver such a facility.
You're not opposed to it necessarily, but you're not.
Oh no, we don't. I mean, we wouldn't be opposed to it, and I think the policy actively supports such a facility coming forward. So, on those grounds, the principle of such a scheme is definitely within the remit of the plan.
Again, I have to repeat that the NPPF calls for the local authority to be proactive, not reactive, but proactive. And I'm not hearing that.
Okay. I don't think we can take that any further. There are still 2 boards up. Are they historic, or is there something you want to say?
Mine is just to continue to do with PV solar panels, which are absolutely vital. It isn't, to be quite blunt, it isn't actually up to a developer, I feel, to demand that you cannot do something to improve your property from the point of view of trying to prevent using non-renewable fuels.
Yeah, but that isn't planning. That's not a planning issue for the plan, is it?
Well, I just want to be sure that the policy that the council has does not prevent that from being done, and that developers will not prevent it. In other words, that they cannot put a covenant on to say that you can't do certain things, when in fact all you need to do is to go through the normal planning process.
They can do whatever they want as a landowner. I mean, from my point of view, maybe that's not a very smart move, because they might lose a lot of sales from people, and that they might. I'm actually danger of giving personal opinions here, but I mean, let's put it this way: I've seen and heard evidence in SIL examinations and other on other schemes and with regard to viability about the profitability and viability of low energy schemes, and I've seen evidence that suggests that the extra costs that are sometimes complained about can be more than recouped in reduced energy costs and better house sales as a result of that, higher prices. But that's a matter for the market. But I don't think there's nothing in the plan. Sorry? Yeah. Well, it depends. You need your mic on if you're going to make a comment on that. But I mean, it's and a lot of other factors come into play. Namely the relative prices of different forms of energy, and the whole way in which energy policy evolves over the next few years. But some of that is, beyond the remit of this plan and my examination. I've got to look at these policies and say, are they compliant with the NPPF? I've taken what you said, Mr. Temple-Piliani, about your particular aspect. I'll take that away and consider it. There's still one more.
Well, just one quick point. I'm not sure if anyone listens to anything the UN says, but the UN made statements only this week about climate change.
Well, they didn't actually, did they? All they did was...
they did. They made very strong
they reiterated previous and condensed and synthesised a whole lot of evidence that's already been available for a long time.
The government has officially signed up to. So the plan should be identifying all possible renewable sources, and so it should almost be a requirement when you're building a new house to put solar panels on the roof. To completely ignore the fact that the other alternatives...
Well, no, that's my point. I don't think that's the point. Should this be done at the local plan level? I think, Mr. Stevens has said clearly that there's a national policy. They should meet national policies, and that's what they've got to do. The policy says the council will permit schemes, as I've just said before, for renewable energy, e.g. solar wind. It doesn't say whether it has to be that. It could be other things as well. Where they don't have a significant adverse effect. So that's not, significant adverse effect is significant, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's quite a permissive policy, encouraging renewable energy.
But there is a global policy, there is a national policy to encourage and promote renewables.
This plan's not against it, is it?
There should be a local one that's sort of trying to enforce that.
Well...
So as long as developers have a choice...
I've taken your point. I'm going to draw a line under it there. Okay. Have you said... I always, as you'll have noticed, give the council's plan, so it's there to defend their plan. If I give them last say. Do you want to say anything else in conclusion? Okay, all right. Thank you very much, everyone. You've been very patient. I hope feel you've made the points that you want to say. Are you just coming to kick me out?
There is a meeting, so we do need to move pretty quickly.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. We need to move pretty quickly.
Sorry, sir. I didn't manage to cover everything, but I will do it under the viability session for affordable housing if possible. There was just one small other matter relating to water consumption.
Okay. Written reps carry equal weight. Claire.